Lee De-kyung, a female assassin working for an organization, discovered that her boss had been murdered. The top corporate crime organization in South Korea, Chairman Lee of Sa-young Group, had killed businesses and dissolved the organization. He was the one who killed her boss, causing Lee De-kyung to lose everything that day. A year later, Jo Tae-won burst into the room calling for Lee De-kyung. He approached her, announcing that he had significant information. Lee De-kyung, wrapped up in her blanket, ignored him and tried to send him away. Jo Tae-won revealed that the information was from Chairman Lee. At that moment, Lee De-kyung quickly sat up, snatching the photo from his hand. It was a picture of a Chaebol school, and she didn't understand how this photo could be useful. Jo Tae-won explained that it was a prestigious high school, speculating that Chairman Lee's son was studying there. He continued, saying that people thought Chairman Lee had no children, always questioning who would be the heir, but in fact, he had a hidden son. Jo Tae-won's eyes narrowed as he began to calculate that if they confronted him directly, they wouldn't have a chance of winning. Lee De-kyung looked at him and asked if he wanted her to infiltrate the school, to which he nodded. Chairman Lee would soon grow old, and his son would be the heir. They would target him for revenge. Lee De-kyung donned a school uniform and slowly walked towards the school. A male student accidentally glanced at her. Lee De-kyung, with a grim face that seemed ready to devour him, made him panic and run away. As she walked, Lee De-kyung focused her thoughts. She accidentally bumped into Giun but didn't notice. Stumbling, she turned back, frowning when she didn't see Lee De-kyung. Giun loudly cursed her, calling her a bitch. After a while, Lee De-kyung arrived in class, and the teacher introduced her to everyone. Lee De-kyung slowly walked to her seat and quickly discreetly notified Jo Tae-won about the situation. While texting Jo Tae-won, Giun suddenly appeared and knocked over her desk. Thanks to her keen senses, Jo Tae-won managed to catch the table just in time, his face fuming as he glared at Giun. Giun, seeing Lee De-kyung's annoyed reaction, yelled that if she bumped into someone, at least she should apologize. Lee De-kyung's face darkened, not understanding what Giun was rambling about. Giun turned to her friend beside her, asking if she had heard about any business girl transferring schools. Her friend replied that she didn't know either. Giun then disdainfully looked at Lee De-kyung, saying she was a level 4, seemingly just some lucky nobody who got in. Noticing Lee De-kyung's emotionless face, Giun began to explain. In this Chaebol school, social classes were divided by family background. High-ranking officials like presidents, members of the National Assembly, and large business owners were considered level 1 and level 2. Below them were medium and small businesses, families of celebrities, and families with high education. Those who had never been heard of anywhere would be level 4. Giun contemptuously stuck a note on Lee De-kyung's forehead, glaring at her and mocking that level 4 students like her weren't allowed to talk to someone of level 2 like Giun. She advised Lee De-kyung to know her place while she was here. Giun turned and left with her friends. After being enlightened by Giun, Lee De-kyung felt that her task would be easier now. She just needed to find people from level 1 and level 2. At lunchtime, Lee De-kyung walked down to the cafeteria to get her meal. Her eyes sparkled when she realized they were serving steak. She sat at the dining table, excitedly staring at the piece of meat. Just as Lee De-kyung was about to take a big bite, her phone suddenly buzzed with a message, startling her. Her face darkened as she grabbed her phone. It was Jo Tae-won scolding her for not updating him every hour as he had said. Annoyed, she texted back not to ruin her meal. Jo Tae-won, worried that her temper might flare up at school, asked her not to act out. Lee De-kyung glared at her phone when Giun accidentally walked by. Giun directly dumped her meal onto Lee De-kyung's tray, smirking provocatively, claiming it was just an accident. Lee De-kyung's anger surged, and she glared at Giun as if she wanted to kill her. In her rage, Lee De-kyung noticed that her meal now had 2 pieces of steak. She was overjoyed, drooling at the sight of the 2 pieces of meat. Just as she was about to grab a piece, Giun's friend quickly snatched it away, scolding Giun to give it to her if she wasn't going to eat. Lee De-kyung shot her a glare and swiftly grabbed her hand, coldly demanding she return the meat. The friend trembled in fear, and Giun, standing beside her, took the fork that was pinning down Lee De-kyung's 2 pieces of meat and threw it away, criticizing her friend for needing to eat something dirty. Lee De-kyung stared wide-eyed at the direction of the 2 pieces of meat. Her blood boiled, and she could no longer hold back. She grabbed Giun's collar with one hand and slammed her down on the table, making Giun scream in panic. Lee De-kyung tightened her grip on Giun's neck, raising the fork menacingly towards her, pointing it at her eye, stopping just before it could pierce her. At that moment, everyone in the cafeteria was buzzing, looking at the 2 of them. A blonde guy stared at Lee De-kyung in astonishment, seemingly impressed by her. Giun, pinned to the table, was so scared that she cried. Lee De-kyung gradually calmed down, sighed, and put the fork down before walking away. Ji-yeon was so frightened that she wet herself. Lee De-kyung sighed as she slowly walked out of the cafeteria, regretting her earlier actions. Suddenly, the blonde guy from earlier appeared in front of her, clapping his hands, clearly impressed by Lee De-kyung's earlier actions. He stared at her with a bright smile, wanting to be friends, and then asked her name. Lee De-kyung remained silent for a long time before introducing herself as the new student. He introduced himself as Han Young-woon, then took out his phone, smiling at her and asking for her number. The surrounding students began to speculate about what level she was that caught Han Young-woon's attention. Lee De-kyung felt awkward and quickly gave him her number before walking away. However, Han Young-woon stopped her, asking if she wanted to go to the canteen with him, but she immediately refused and continued to walk away. Han Young-woon blocked her path again, smiling and asking if she wasn't hungry. She stubbornly declined, trying to leave, but he kept blocking her. At that moment, Lee De-kyung decided to run away. She ran a distance, then stopped to catch her breath, thinking he had given up, but she heard him calling her from afar. With no other choice, Lee De-kyung quickly ran into the women's restroom. Afterward, she reported the situation and told Jo Tae-won about Han Young-woon. After a while of searching for information, Jo Tae-won felt helpless due to the high security there. Lee De-kyung scolded him for being an incompetent hacker, causing Jo Tae-won to frown and curse under his breath. Jo Tae-won suggested that she try to befriend Han Young-woon to gather information. Lee De-kyung was confused, not knowing how to do that. Jo Tae-won started giving her some tips, like naturally walking home together after school, then finding out where Han Young-woon lived. If she was hungry, she could invite him to eat tteokbokki. After eating, they could go to a cafe, take photos for Instagram, then go karaoke. When it got dark, they could stroll together, pretending they didn't want to go home. Jo Tae-won suddenly shouted, telling her to invite him for noodles before going home. Lee De-kyung, not understanding, skeptically asked if that would work, and he confidently affirmed it. Jo Tae-won wanted her to find a close friend at school. That would make it easier to learn about the school. He reminded her to remember to invite Han Young-woon for noodles, and Lee De-kyung replied before hanging up. She slowly stepped outside, glancing around. As she walked pensively, she suddenly heard Ji-yeon's angry voice demanding a guy to give her his phone. Giun glared at Ji-yeon, questioning why he should give her his phone. Ji-yeon angrily shouted at Giun to quickly delete the photo he took of her in the cafeteria. Lee De-kyung, lost in thought, walked towards them. Giun continued to challenge Ji-yeon, using Jae-hyung's background to intimidate her. Then Giun continued to bully her, threatening to post that photo on Facebook, causing Ji-yeon to panic and rush to stop him. At that moment, Lee De-kyung suddenly appeared, grabbing Jun's hand and asking Ji-yeon what was going on. Ji-yeon stammered, explaining that Jun was about to post a photo of her on Facebook. Hearing this, Lee De-kyung was stunned to learn that Ji-yeon was being bullied. Jun, feeling Lee De-kyung's grip tighten, angrily asked if she wanted to die. He even threatened to hit her, but Lee De-kyung quickly snatched the phone from his hand and handed it to Ji-yeon, telling her to delete the photo. Jun, furious, swung his fist at Lee De-kyung, but she easily dodged it. Lee De-kyung pressed her hand against his jaw, causing Jun to lose a tooth and then faint. Kim Yoon-tae, witnessing this, stood frozen in fear, watching her and Ji-yeon. After a moment, Kim Yoon-tae woke Jae-hyung up and began to tell him about Jun being beaten. Jae-hyung looked towards where Kim Yoon-tae was pointing, which was Lee De-kyung, leaving him a bit surprised. Lee De-kyung and Ji-yeon were sitting in a corner of the stairs. Lee De-kyung was eating happily while Ji-yeon could only sit beside her because she was on a diet. Ji-yeon wondered if Lee De-kyung came from a level 1 family to have the guts to fight like that. At that moment, Lee De-kyung proactively apologized for her earlier actions, and Ji-yeon awkwardly apologized for being too much. Then Lee De-kyung asked Ji-yeon what kind of person Han Young-woon was. Ji-yeon, surprised, teased Lee De-kyung, asking if she liked him. Lee De-kyung glared at her, squeezing the milk carton in her hand. Ji-yeon quickly apologized and began to tell her about Han Young-woon. From the first day of school, seniors had gathered to check out the new students. The son of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Woo Kwang-sik, Han Young-woon had caught the attention of that senior. Han Young-woon wasn't famous, so he was considered level 4. Perhaps it was because Han Young-woon didn't treat him well, that senior continuously bullied him severely. However, Han Young-woon always managed to get through it easily. But one day, during art class, that senior spilled water on Han Young-woon. Han Young-woon, usually cheerful and forgiving, was strangely different that day. But he decided to continue ignoring it. The next day, that senior suddenly disappeared. Giun continued, saying that because of this, everyone thought Han Young-woon had a powerful backing. Giun laughed, saying people speculated Han Young-woon might have killed someone. Suddenly, Han Young-woon appeared beside the two, curious if he really killed someone, saying her imagination was too rich. Han Young-woon had appeared beside Lee De-kyung without her noticing, causing her to freeze in surprise. After a moment, Lee De-kyung hurriedly pulled Han Young-woon aside, pressing him against the wall and questioning why he kept following her. Han Young-woon smiled brightly and replied that he was curious about her. Lee De-kyung looked at him helplessly and asked if he liked her. Without hesitation, Han Young-woon nodded, which made Lee De-kyung feel a bit dissatisfied. Suddenly, she remembered Jo Tae-wong's advice. Lee De-kyung awkwardly lowered her head, trying to muster a smile that ended up looking frightening as she stammered, asking if they could eat noodles first. Han Young-woon, puzzled, asked if she wanted to eat noodles at his house. Lee De-kyung forced a smile and replied. Seeing her like this made Han Young-woon chuckle, and he agreed to go eat noodles after school. After class, as Lee De-kyung was packing her books to leave, she noticed Han Young-woon waiting at the classroom door for her. They walked home together. Han Young-woon wondered why she suddenly mentioned instant noodles when she had been avoiding him earlier. Lee De-kyung, feeling flustered, tried to explain that she wanted to get closer to him. She then asked if his parents were home, fearing that her sudden visit might be a bother. Han Young-woon calmly replied that he lived alone, which made Lee De-kyung realize. He looked at her, questioning if she was okay visiting a guy she just met for the first time, hinting at possible dangers. Lee De-kyung was puzzled, not understanding what kind of danger he meant. Eventually, they arrived at his house. Lee De-kyung shyly looked around before stepping inside. Although Han Young-woon lived alone, his room was very tidy and clean. He asked her what she wanted to drink and went into the kitchen to get her some water. He also offered to show her around the house while he cooked the noodles. Seizing the opportunity, Lee De-kyung approached his computer, plugged in her USB, and began to extract data. While doing so, she accidentally spotted an album. Lee De-kyung slowly sat down and started looking at his childhood photos. She was surprised to see that he hadn't changed much since he was little, but his expressions were all the same, emotionless. As Lee De-kyung tried to find a picture of him with his family, Han Young-woon called out from the kitchen, startling her. He asked if she wanted eggs, to which she replied that she would like two. Lee De-kyung then requested some aloe vera juice, and Han Young-woon agreed, saying it was in the fridge. As she walked towards the fridge, she accidentally bumped into the bowl of noodles he had just cooked, spilling it all over him. Panicking, Lee De-kyung rushed him to the bathroom to soothe his burns. Han Young-woon slowly took off his shirt, insisting he was fine, which made Lee De-kyung angrily scold him. Frustrated, she wondered why she had encountered so many accidents today. She then noticed that his body didn't seem too skinny. It looked well cared for. While Lee De-kyung was deep in thought, Han Young-woon felt embarrassed by her constant staring. She suddenly realized and blushed, looking away. She scolded him again and instructed him to sit in the tub for 10 minutes before coming out. Lee De-kyung sat on the sofa waiting for Han Young-woon, still regretting the noodles that had been ruined. Eventually, Han Young-woon came out, and she began to bandage his burn. He kept staring at her, making her curious about why he was looking at her so intently. Han Young-woon chuckled, saying that she handled Giun and treated his wound very skillfully, like a secret agent. His comment struck a nerve, causing her to react and bandage his wound more roughly. After finishing the bandaging, Lee De-kyung asked him to sit down and told him to answer her questions honestly. She stared at him and asked when and why he started living alone. Han Young-woon, confused, stammered that he felt comfortable living by himself. Lee De-kyung continued to interrogate him, making Han Young-woon panic and shout if she had come to interrogate him. Realizing this, she awkwardly apologized. Han Young-woon, curious, asked which school she had attended before. Lee De-kyung, having prepared for this, calmly replied that she attended a school in the outskirts of Seoul. Han Young-woon then became interested in her family background, but Lee De-kyung felt a bit sad when mentioning her parents. After a while, Lee De-kyung decided to stand up and prepare to leave. At that moment, Han Young-woon asked if she knew the meaning of eat noodles first. Seeing her confused expression, he chuckled and explained that eating noodles was slang for inviting someone for a sexual encounter, like inviting them to spend the night. Upon hearing this, Lee De-kyung's face turned bright red. Just then, her phone rang. It was Jo Tae-wong calling, so she quickly answered. On the other end, she heard Jo Tae-wong's panicked voice, which suddenly went silent, making her feel uneasy. She dashed out of Han Young-woon's house, rushing back to the base. Lee De-kyung burst through the door, calling for Jo Tae-wong, only to find him unconscious and covered in blood on the couch. Suddenly, a man appeared behind her, raising a baseball bat. At that moment, Lee De-kyung's keen senses allowed her to dodge the man's swing just in time. She quickly turned and punched him hard in the face, sending him flying. As she contemplated whether this man was sent by Chairman Lee, he suddenly pulled out a knife and slashed at her, leaving a cut on her arm before he fled. Lee De-kyung frowned, wanting to chase after him, but then remembered Jo Tae-wong and stopped to take him to the hospital. After a while, Jo Tae-wong slowly regained consciousness and saw Lee De-kyung sitting beside him. Noticing the wound on her arm, he tried to sit up but winced in pain from his deep injury. She frowned, asking what had happened. Jo Tae-wong began recounting his last memory, explaining that the attacker had been rummaging through his computer, likely looking for information about them. He was puzzled about why the man hadn't killed him outright, as there were too many suspicious points. Lee De-kyung reminded him to find a new office and completely erase any traces of their activities. She handed Jo Tae-wong the USB drive from Han Young-woon's computer. Jo Tae-wong then inquired about her relationship with Han Young-woon. Lee De-kyung, feeling her anger boil over, punched Jo Tae-wong in the stomach and threatened him, saying he should have told her the meaning of eating noodles. A nurse entered the room, startled by the scene, and quickly ushered Lee De-kyung out, allowing Jo Tae-wong to escape further injury. Lee De-kyung went up to the hospital rooftop, lost in thought about her boss. At that moment, she didn't notice someone standing next to her. Just as she was about to leave, Jae-hyung suddenly called her name. Surprised, she wondered how he knew her since they had never met before. Jae-hyung asked if she was the one who had beaten Oh-won Giun. Lee De-kyung was still confused, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, Oh-won Giun and Kim Yoon-tae also arrived on the rooftop. Upon seeing Lee De-kyung, Oh-won Giun excitedly approached, ready to punch her. Jae-hyung quickly intervened, stopping him. Oh-won Giun, frustrated, cursed that he would definitely deal with Lee De-kyung next time before leaving with Kim Yoon-tae. Lee De-kyung was perplexed and asked Jae-hyung why he had stopped Oh-won Giun. He explained that he was tired of the violent behavior supported by their parents and advised her not to act arrogantly and fight anymore, saying she was lucky to have gotten away this time. Lee De-kyung swiftly snatched the cigarette from his hand and threw it away, sarcastically thanking him for his advice. She moved closer, asking for his name. Jae-hyung hesitated, then replied that he was Lee Jae-hyung, surprised that she had managed to take the cigarette from him. Lee De-kyung turned to leave, commenting that he shouldn't smoke until he was older since he was still in high school. Jae-hyung watched her walk away, thinking to himself that she was also a high school student. The next day, Lee De-kyung lay exhausted on her desk. Just as she was dozing off, someone kept calling her name, making her irritated as she shouted back. It turned out to be Han Young-woon looking for her. He gently asked if she got home safely the night before. Han Young-woon mentioned that he had texted her, but she hadn't seen it. Still dazed, Lee De-kyung searched for her phone. At that moment, Han Young-woon noticed something and tightly grasped her arm, causing her to look at him in confusion. He suddenly pulled up her sleeve, revealing the wound from the previous day. Han Young-woon's face darkened as he asked who had done this to her. Han Young-woon immediately took Lee De-kyung to the infirmary. After hearing her excuse that she had fallen on her way home, he sighed and remarked that she wasn't a good liar, making her jump in surprise as he hit the nail on the head. Annoyed, Lee De-kyung attempted to stand up and leave, but Han Young-woon blocked her path. As she silently cursed him, her phone rang. He stepped over to look, seeing Jo Tae-wong's name on the screen. Panic surged through Lee De-kyung as she rushed to grab her phone. Seeing her reaction, Han Young-woon snatched it from her hand and began interrogating her about who Jo Tae-wong was, questioning whether he was the reason her hand was injured. Lee De-kyung scrambled to come up with a reason, claiming Jo Tae-wong was her bodyguard. Han Young-woon, of course, didn't believe her, which made Lee De-kyung furious. She tried to snatch her phone back from him, and they struggled for a moment. At that moment, Jae-hyung walked in looking for some medicine. He saw Lee De-kyung sprawled on top of Han Young-woon. Han Young-woon teased her, saying she could have fallen lower. Jae-hyung recognized Lee De-kyung and asked if they knew each other. Lee De-kyung accidentally blurted out that they had met the day before. Worried that Han Young-woon might misunderstand, Jae-hyung clarified that he didn't like touching other people's things, though it was a bit uncomfortable. Han Young-woon raised an eyebrow, asking if Jae-hyung was jealous. The two began to bicker, giving Lee De-kyung the chance to slip away unnoticed. Meanwhile, Giun was trying to convince Kim Soo-young to go to the bathroom with her, but Kim Soo-young said a teacher had called for her, so she would join later. Giun then approached another friend, asking if she wanted to go shopping after school, but that girl also made up an excuse to leave. Frustrated, Giun walked to the cafeteria alone, mulling over why she felt abandoned, possibly due to the incident from the day before. She considered calling her father to complain about it but remembered that his company was struggling lately, so she put her phone away. As Giun entered the cafeteria, she spotted Lee De-kyung sitting alone. She wondered why Lee De-kyung wasn't facing any consequences after her confrontation with Giun and guessed that Lee De-kyung must belong to a higher social class. Lee De-kyung was enjoying her meal when Giun suddenly sat down across from her. Lee De-kyung asked where Giun's friends were. Giun darkly replied that they weren't her friends. She began to explain that it was probably because of her embarrassing incident and her father's company troubles that they were avoiding her. Giun then blamed Lee De-kyung for this situation and insisted she take responsibility. Lee De-kyung was taken aback but, seeing Giun crying, helplessly agreed. As they ate, Giun shared her feelings and eventually invited Lee De-kyung to hang out after school, but Lee De-kyung refused. Giun cried loudly, prompting Lee De-kyung to reluctantly agree. After school, Giun dragged Lee De-kyung to a shopping mall, but Lee De-kyung felt out of place. While Giun tried on clothes, Lee De-kyung waited tiredly. Giun then suggested they try on outfits together. Lee De-kyung stepped out in a stunning black dress, but before she could protest, Giun paid for both outfits, leaving Lee De-kyung extremely displeased. Later, as they went to eat, Giun stared at Lee De-kyung and asked if she was from a level 1 family. Lee De-kyung denied it, but Giun insisted that Giun wouldn't let her off easily. She explained that Giun was the heir to the Giun group, which had recently experienced rapid growth, causing much controversy. Giun teased that Lee De-kyung must be from a super elite family to not know who he was. Lee De-kyung explained that Jae-hyung had intervened, which is why Giun hadn't harmed her. Giun's eyes widened in excitement, asking if Jae-hyung was really protecting her. She then began to tell Lee De-kyung about Jae-hyung's background, noting that even the level 1 students feared him. Lee De-kyung began to consider Jae-hyung as her next target for investigation. Giun then asked if Lee De-kyung liked Jae-hyung, which made Lee De-kyung furious as she dragged Giun outside. Once they were outside, Giun promised to keep Lee De-kyung's secret. After Giun left, Lee De-kyung sat down, tired, and slowly removed her high heels, pondering her next move. Just then, Jae-hyung appeared. He approached her and handed her a pack of band-aids, explaining that he had just happened to pass by and she should use them. Lee Jae-hyung stepped closer to Lee De-kyung's seat and handed her a pack of band-aids. Lee De-kyung was surprised but accepted it to tend to her leg injury. After bandaging her wound, she returned the colorful pack to him, thanking him, only to realize that he had vanished. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-hyung was walking down the street when he felt a hand grip him from behind. It was Lee De-kyung, running after him with a pack of band-aids. She held it up, wanting to return it. Jae-hyung fell silent, realizing she was trying to give back what he had lent her. Since he had already given it to her, he didn't take it back and turned to walk away. Lee De-kyung desperately pulled at him, stumbling over her words, prompting Jae-hyung to look puzzled. Finally, she intertwined her fingers, suggesting they grab a coffee together. Surprised by the invitation, Jae-hyung rubbed his neck and agreed, turning back to call her to follow. At the cafe, the first dessert arrived, and Lee De-kyung quickly devoured it, astonishing the staff with her speed. She was so absorbed in the deliciousness that she suddenly remembered her mission to investigate. She took the opportunity to probe Lee Jae-hyung, asking if he had been out recently. Jae-hyung turned away, staring out the window in silence. Suddenly, he switched his tone, directly asking her who had sent her. The unexpected question caught Lee De-kyung off guard, and Jae-hyung continued to point out suspicious details, like how skilled she was in martial arts and how her school transfer records were unclear, which shocked her. Lee De-kyung fell silent, realizing she might have been exposed too soon. She tried to stay calm, pressing her arm against the knife hidden under her clothing. Attempting to use psychological tactics, Lee De-kyung defended herself, saying martial arts were for self-defense and had been a childhood hobby, questioning if Jae-hyung had similar interests. Jae-hyung remained unfazed, stating that he had been at Jo Tae-wong's school for 5 years, so why would he need to hide his true self? Lee De-kyung's eyes narrowed sharply, and Jae-hyung quickly interrupted, suggesting they change the subject to avoid making her angry. Lee De-kyung took a sip of her drink, trying to cool down. Jae-hyung suddenly asked if she was dating Han Young-woon. The question shocked Lee De-kyung, and she immediately denied it. Images of her pinning Han Young-woon flashed in her mind, but she quickly dismissed them, denying everything. Receiving her answer, Jae-hyung stood up to leave. Seeing that she hadn't gathered much information, Lee De-kyung prepared to leave as well. But just then, her high heel slipped, causing her to stumble forward. Jae-hyung instinctively grabbed her arm, preventing her from falling. He helplessly told her to hold on to him for balance. So, they walked hand in hand out of the cafe. After walking a short distance, Lee De-kyung bent down to take off her high heels for comfort. At that moment, She instinctively glanced back, feeling as if someone were watching her. Jae-hyung noticed and asked if she was okay. Lee De-kyung replied that she was fine and inquired if he had a bodyguard following him. Jae-hyung said he didn't, but Lee De-kyung eyed him suspiciously. Just then, Jo Tae-woong's car drove by, and he greeted them, teasingly asking if they were dating. Lee De-kyung quickly interrupted, opening the car door to say goodbye to Jae-hyung. Inside the car, Jae-hyung continued to tease her about her new outfit, asking if the person he had seen earlier was Han Young-woon. Lee De-kyung denied it, but as she glanced in the rearview mirror, she noticed a shadow following them. However, neither of them turned back to check and continued on their way. Once the car was out of sight, Jae-hyung pulled out a cigarette and lit it. As he took a drag, a group of bodyguards suddenly appeared around him, confirming Lee De-kyung's suspicions. One of the guards hesitated to mention something about the previous day. Jae-hyung, with a fierce demeanor, immediately questioned why they hadn't cleaned up the mess from yesterday. Outside, it was pouring rain. Kim Yoon-tae opened the door and stepped into the classroom, calling for Won-jun. He wanted to talk to him for a moment. Won-jun widened his eyes and ordered the person kneeling to lower his head further so he could rest his foot on him. This scene made Yoon-tae uncomfortable, and he stammered. Won-jun walked over and asked what Yoon-tae wanted to say. Yoon-tae handed him his phone, asking if it was really him. He hesitated, scratching his head, wondering who that person was, while Won-jun leisurely played a game on his phone, telling him not to worry. When Yoon-tae tried to pull him back to ask more, he glared at him and warned him. Yoon-tae didn't give up and continued to ask what if Jae-hyung knew. This made Won-jun stop in his tracks. Clearly annoyed, Won-jun called the guy with glasses closer and decisively punched him in the face with great force. The others in the class seemed too accustomed to this scene, and no one stepped in to intervene. Won-jun angrily hit the guy with glasses as if he were a punching bag, blood splattering everywhere from his face. After venting his anger, Won-jun warned Yoon-tae not to overstep his boundaries, emphasizing the strong bond of friendship they shared. Who would have thought that the school's kingpin would be so loyal? He warned Yoon-tae again and told him to get lost. Just when things seemed calm for a few seconds, Young-woon called out from behind, telling him not to mess with people like his glasses-wearing friend anymore. He tried to advise him for a while, but it led nowhere. Annoyed, Won-jun scratched his head and swore, kicking a locker at the end of the classroom while cursing. As Young-woon was about to open the classroom door, someone suddenly called his name. Jae-hyung approached and handed him a bag, asking him to pass it to Lee De-kyung. Young-woon asked if it was a uniform and why he was holding it, but he didn't receive an answer. Switching scenes to the classroom, two girls were happily chatting with each other. Young-woon, carrying the bag, walked over to the two girls, curious about why De-kyung and Jae-hyung had met. He asked repeatedly, making it hard for her to respond, and a chilling aura enveloped the entire space. While the two were arguing about why De-kyung's clothes were in Jae-hyung's possession, Ji-yoon rested her arms and watched them, smiling. She wondered if Dae-young had gone to meet Jae-young after their breakup. Could this be a love triangle? As Dae-kyung tried to signal Ji-yoon for help, Ji-yoon only hugged her face, shyly smiling foolishly. It took a while for Ji-yoon to snap back to reality and explain to Young-woon. She pulled out her phone to show him a picture, saying that the two had gone to the mall together and that the uniform had been replaced by the new outfit they bought that day. Young-woon, dumbfounded, expressed a desire to see De-kyung wear more outfits, making Ji-yoon blush in embarrassment for her best friend. She curiously asked if Young-woon wanted to come to her dorm in Damju since De-kyung would also be there. He immediately agreed and scheduled to come next Monday. Switching scenes to De-kyung's house, she opened the door to be greeted by her cousin, Tae-woong. He asked her if she was feeling better, and she replied that she was, except for the fact that the old building had no air conditioning. Upon hearing this, Tae-woong could only helplessly reassure her that in terms of distance, security, and price, this place was the best. He noticed she was just giving empty responses and wondered why she looked like she was about to die. De-kyung irritably told him to go to school and find out for himself. She suddenly remembered to ask about the computer file from Han Young-woon. Tae-woong said there was nothing in it, not even a game. There was only one picture in that file, showing a man lying in a hospital bed holding a newborn baby. De-kyung wondered if that could be Young-woon's father, asking a silly question about whether a son could also be pregnant, which left Tae-woong speechless. He explained that the man in the photo had been ill and died 18 years ago. De-kyung curiously asked if that was Young-woon's father, wondering if there could be any other possibilities. Tae-woong replied that he had researched it and found it quite complicated. Starting with a common surname, when he dug through the household registration, there was nothing related to Han Young-woon, except for this photo found on his computer. Tae-woong suggested that if they wanted to investigate Young-woon, Understanding the people around him wouldn't be beneficial since even the name Jung-woon could easily be fake, and information was limited. Tae-woong believed Jung-woon was not an ordinary person easy to deal with. De-kyung felt as if she was returning to a time long past, when she was a cold-hearted woman, mercilessly killing without hesitation. After finishing a battle, with bloodstains splattered across the floor, De-kyung received a phone call. The person on the other end hesitantly informed her that her boss had been deceived by Chairman Lee, and the sudden news left De-kyung in disbelief. The caller urged her to run as far away as possible. The notification on the phone continued to ring. If there was no connection, the call would go to voicemail, and the charges would apply. Meanwhile, De-kyung, in a panic, ran desperately forward. Blood was continuously flowing from her arm, staining her hand bright red. In the end, De-kyung dropped her phone, terrified, screaming as she ran. She collapsed on the road, cradling her head in pain, questioning herself why she was wavering, as she had no place to return to and no family. From a distance, someone was running swiftly toward her, calling her name, Lee De-kyung. But sadly, it was just a dream. She woke up to Tae-woong's frantic shouting. In her panic, De-young had inadvertently pushed him into a trash can. Flustered, she glanced at the clock and hurried to take a shower, wondering why she had slept so much. A while later, De-kyung called Tae-woong to summarize the story for him. First, the investigation revealed that out of 34 people examined, 16 had no connection to Chairman Lee, while the remaining 18 lacked sufficient information to prove otherwise. According to the ranking rules of the Chaebol High School, the chairman's son was likely to belong to the upper class, so they would select 4 individuals from levels 1 and 2. Tae-woong listened attentively and then asked if there was ever a chance that he could deceive himself into believing he belonged to a lower class. De-kyung pondered for a moment before answering that it was unlikely, as the ranking regulations were based on accurate grounds. Generally, people knew each other through social gatherings, but there were exceptions that could be considered top tier for similar reasons, though this was relatively rare. Returning to the main topic, one of the 4 upper-class individuals was Lee Jae-hyung, who could potentially be exploited easily. Tae-woong was curious because De-kyung had no basic information about him. She replied that without any revelations, it was impossible to gauge his ranking, and all 4 of them were familiar with one another, so it was impossible not to know Lee Jae-hyung well. The person who contributed the most to Jae-hyung becoming top tier without needing to intervene was Giun. Tae-woong recognized him because Giun appeared frequently in the media, surrounded by much commotion. He was even called a clean second-generation Chaebol prince. De-kyung was taken aback by this information. She focused on her expertise, stating that Giun was connected to the Se-young group, so a detailed investigation was needed to understand the relationship between Jun's group and Se-young. The most problematic individual was level 1, Han Jung-woon. When Tae-woong saw Jung-woon's picture, he held his head, wondering who he resembled. De-kyung reminded him that Jung-woon talked a lot. She cried out in frustration, lamenting that he only pursued her, obsessing over and flirting with her alone. Even though they had just met, Jung-woon wanted to manage and control De-kyung as if she were his possession. Tae-woong scratched his nose, appearing indifferent, suggesting that perhaps Jung-woon had feelings for De-kyung. Upon hearing this, she immediately rebutted, pointing out that no one in school knew Jung-woon's identity. No matter how hard they dug, they wouldn't find anything, as if he had known from the start and was hiding it. Tae-woong asked if De-kyung meant that Jung-woon had pre-knowledge of her identity and approached her with intent. He quickly dismissed this idea, stating that in this society, he was a dead man, while she had not yet been born. No one could know the identities of the two. The two argued for a while, and Tae-woong scratched his head in pain, then asked if investigating Giun would suffice. De-kyung was still lost in thought, which annoyed him, leading him to kick her out of his room. Switching scenes to another location, a group of gangsters was discussing finances with Giun. He picked up his phone, scrolling through it until he found a picture, which he showed to the 2 men, reminding them to find the girl with the black hair in the image, not to confuse her with the one with pink hair. The other party asked if that was a student. If so, he could handle it alone. Giun warned him that De-kyung was not to be underestimated. She had knocked out one of his lower teeth, leaving him furious enough to take that grudge to his grave. The 2 men smirked at him, mocking him for being beaten by a little girl and having to get a new tooth. Giun retorted that if he could handle it, he would have done so already. The other party reminded him not to worry about dealing with De-kyung but to prepare a generous payment instead. The bald man scrolled through his phone, asking the person beside him if this was not the girl Giun had pointed out, curious to see. The bald man waved it off, saying that this happened 20 years ago and there was nothing left now. Giun remained curious to see it. The bald man handed him the phone, and as soon as Giun looked at it, he smiled. He laughed maniacally. The two men saw him acting crazy and stood up to leave. Giun sat alone in the room, calling out Lee De-kyung's name, smiling as if he had discovered something earth-shattering about her. Lee De-kyung was lazily lying on her desk while the teacher was still lecturing. She gradually opened her eyes and saw Han Young-woon sitting next to her, looking at her. Startled, Lee De-kyung quickly sat up, surprised to see him, and asked why he was there. Meanwhile, Hwang Ji-yoon was sitting in another corner of the classroom, stretching her arms lazily. She rubbed her eyes in annoyance because the last period was math class. Hwang Ji-yoon looked towards the corner of the classroom where Lee De-kyung was sitting with Young-woon and called out loudly for Lee De-kyung. On this side, Lee De-kyung curiously asked Han Young-woon why he had changed seats in class, and he gently smiled as he answered each of her questions. Hwang Ji-yoon slowly approached and stood in front of them, scolding Lee De-kyung for dating again. Not only that, she raised her hand and laughed loudly, inviting Lee De-kyung and Han Young-woon to her house so she could take care of them. So the three of them stood up and left the classroom, with Hwang Ji-yoon linking arms with Lee De-kyung, chatting away, while Lee De-kyung could only helplessly agree with her. Han Young-woon walked alongside and asked Lee De-kyung if she had a good weekend, to which she replied casually, while Hwang Ji-yoon nagged Lee De-kyung for not answering her calls. Then Hwang Ji-yoon turned to Han Young-woon and said that he had been appearing at school more since Lee De-kyung transferred. Han Young-woon smiled and confirmed that it was true, while Lee De-kyung was surprised as to why Han Young-woon hadn't been around school often before. Han Young-woon raised his hand to his neck and smiled lightly, explaining that he had been busy with various things. Hearing this, Lee De-kyung curiously asked if they could do that kind of work, to which Hwang Ji-yoon proudly boasted that everyone on the board of directors was acquainted with her parents. When they reached the door of another classroom, Lee De-kyung told everyone to go ahead, and then she contacted her family. At that moment, Hwang Ji-yoon walked down the stairs first, followed by Han Young-woon, while Lee De-kyung took out her phone. The screen displayed a message from Jo Tae-wong, informing Lee De-kyung about an apartment near the school. Suddenly, a large man walked by, talking, and bumped into Lee De-kyung, causing her phone to drop. Won-jun continued walking and chatting with his friend beside him. He glanced back at Lee De-kyung. Lee De-kyung bent down to pick up her shattered phone, looking at him angrily, but then decided to let it go to avoid drawing attention. However, Won-jun complained while rubbing his shoulder, saying that Lee De-kyung's shoulder was too stiff. Hwang Ji-yoon and Han Young-woon, who were walking down the stairs, heard Lee De-kyung exclaim about the broken screen. At this point, Won-jun scolded Lee De-kyung for blocking his way and complained about her whining over a broken screen. Lee De-kyung argued back that it was Lee Jae-hyung's fault and that he needed to apologize for breaking her phone screen. Lee Jae-hyung glared at Lee De-kyung with disdain, pulling out his wallet and tossing some bills at her feet. He then raised his wallet and told Lee De-kyung to take the change and pay her rent, promising to give her more if she needed it. Lee De-kyung silently glared at him in anger, wanting to kill him, but she suddenly remembered Jo Tae-wong's reminder to keep her cool to survive. She recalled Jo Tae-wong's panic when he rambled on about attracting attention from the Chaebol kids, always telling Lee De-kyung to live like a mouse. She closed her eyes, silently waving off Lee Jae-hyung. After watching Lee De-kyung's retreating figure, Won-jun looked at her with a mocking gaze and remarked that she was just like her mother. Lee De-kyung shot him a cold glare. Just then, Han Young-woon returned in time, placing his hand on Lee De-kyung's shoulder and telling her they should go because Hwang Ji-yeon was waiting. In the car heading home, Hwang Ji-yeon expressed her frustration over Won-jun's antics, unable to remain calm as she angrily cursed him. Hwang Ji-yeon looked at Lee De-kyung, saying she should have punched that guy in the jaw so he couldn't talk anymore. Han Young-woon, sitting next to Lee De-kyung, asked what had happened, and she explained that an ambulance had come to take Won-jun to the hospital. After hearing this, Han Young-woon seemed indifferent. Then, Lee De-kyung frowned in confusion, wondering why Han Young-woon, who didn't care about others, paid so much attention to her. Hwang Ji-yeon's face turned bright red as she recounted the first day Lee De-kyung arrived at school. After hearing this, Lee De-kyung pointed out Hwang Ji-yeon's embarrassing incident that made her want to cry. Not only that, Hwang Ji-yeon added a few teasing remarks about Lee De-kyung, leaving her speechless. But Hwang Ji-yeon became serious, stating that Won-jun was not someone to mess with. Han Young-woon chimed in that he was ill-tempered and dirty, someone to avoid. Suddenly, Lee De-kyung asked about the Sa-young group, causing Hwang Ji-yeon's face to pale. She didn't want to hear that name and wished to avoid any involvement. Lee De-kyung rested her chin on her backpack, thinking back to when she mentioned the Sa-young group and how Han Young-woon had smiled knowingly. Upon arriving, Hwang Ji-yeon proudly led Lee De-kyung and Han Young-woon into her dorm. Hwang Ji-yeon quickly pulled the tired Lee De-kyung to a chair to set down the food. Then, She picked up her phone and asked the two what they wanted to order, just as her phone rang. She panicked, sitting up and exclaiming that her dad was calling on FaceTime, causing Lee De-kyung to jump. But Lee De-kyung didn't understand why Hwang Ji-yeon didn't answer, while she stood up, fidgeting to avoid being discovered with a guy in the house. Hwang Ji-yeon quickly shoved both Lee De-kyung and Han Young-woon into a closet to hide, then began answering the phone. Her father's voice came through, asking why she wasn't home but at the dorm, and he needed to ensure that his princess wasn't at school today. Hwang Ji-yeon quickly responded to each of his questions. At this moment, Lee De-kyung and Han Young-woon stood side by side in the closet, with Lee De-kyung's hand resting on Han Young-woon's body. She looked up sharply, and he raised his hand to signal her to be quiet. Han Young-woon and De-kyung were in the wardrobe. In the cramped space, they had to remain silent while keeping close to each other. Ji-yeon and Mr. Hwang were chatting on the phone when suddenly a noise came from the changing room behind her. Mr. Hwang asked what the noise was, and Ji-yeon broke out in a cold sweat, unsure how to respond. Inside the wardrobe, Han Young-woon and De-kyung stood close together in a very intimate position, both silent, not daring to make a sound. They could only hear Ji-yeon awkwardly laughing and saying it was probably just a fallen package, trying to gloss over the situation. De-kyung felt a bit shy facing Han Young-woon, while outside, Ji-yeon tried to change the subject, but Mr. Hwang was not easily fooled. He interrupted her, asserting that there seemed to be a sound in the changing room. Ji-yeon held her phone up in front of the changing room to prove to him that there was nothing, but her father's dark face appeared on the screen, as if he were scrutinizing the entire room through the phone. De-kyung thought to herself that she wasn't a boy, so why did she have to hide like this? Suddenly recalling something, she realized that if it was Ji-yeon's father, it might be beneficial for her investigation. Ji-yeon, with her hands on her hips, kept her phone raised in front of the changing room, complaining to Mr. Hwang, but then the wardrobe next to them made a slight noise. Mr. Hwang angrily shouted that he heard it. Ji-yeon was so worried that she tightened her grip on her phone, pretending to be calm as she explained that it was from his side, not hers. Mr. Hwang crossed his arms, suspicious of her. He vehemently opposed, demanding she not associate with someone named Oh Jun-won or anyone like him. Ji-yeon slumped, tears streaming down her face, asking what her father was talking about. He insisted on knowing who was in the wardrobe. Just then, he saw the wardrobe door swing open, and he thought of the frightening things, ordering her to invite a shaman. Ji-yeon stood in front of the wardrobe, looking inside, momentarily silent. Mr. Hwang called her anxiously, thinking she was under a spell. She pointed her phone into the wardrobe, and Mr. Hwang panicked, yelling to drive away the ghosts. Hearing him ramble, Ji-yeon angrily asked if he had seen anything. Meanwhile, under the wardrobe, De-kyung lay on Han Young-woon, her mouth covered tightly. She grabbed his hair, struggling, but it was useless. Han Young-woon pressed his lips together, smiling helplessly as he heard Ji-yeon handle a few words before telling her to hang up. All three of them sighed in relief, and De-kyung struggled to crawl out from Han Young-woon. Ji-yeon smiled and apologized, but before she could explain fully, a clothes hanger suddenly swung towards her face. She winced in pain, clutching her face, while De-kyung angrily demanded to go home. Despite Ji-yeon's red-marked face, she remained unfazed, quickly grabbing De-kyung's arm, urging her to stay for dinner since her dad had ordered food. Lee De-kyung's face darkened, and she didn't respond. A moment later, De-kyung sat between the two, continuously serving herself food. Ji-yeon, sitting next to her, was happy to see her eat well, while Han Young-woon sat beside, watching De-kyung. He asked her what time she would go home, and she turned to reply that she would leave after eating. After a while, he offered to take her home, and Ji-yeon, while stuffing her mouth, watched the show. De-kyung coldly replied that she didn't want to, and Han Young-woon asked why. She coldly answered that she didn't like it, and being around him was full of trouble. Hearing this, Ji-yeon couldn't help but spit out her food in surprise. She didn't expect the handsome Han Young-woon to be so coldly rejected. She turned to look at his slightly shocked expression, along with that serious gaze. Ji-yeon felt like bursting into laughter. It was the first time she had witnessed such dramatic events since school began. De-kyung looked at her with a strange smile. Han Young-woon picked up a glass of water, stating he understood but still insisted on taking her home. De-kyung didn't understand why he kept insisting. He casually mentioned that it was because he was worried. He was afraid of Oh Won-jun, but before he could finish, De-kyung confidently interrupted, saying that even if there were 100 guys like him, she wouldn't be bothered. Ji-yeon thought she was joking and laughed, then turned to the action movie playing on TV, saying she felt a bit like those violent organizations. Feeling a sharp pang in her heart, De-kyung grasped her glass of water, trembling, wondering if she had been exposed. Ji-yeon noticed her sweating and asked if she was hot. She looked at the TV, puzzled as to why violent organizations always wrapped cloth around their knives. This was Dekyung's expertise, and she explained proficiently that it was because if the knife was smooth, it would easily slip from one's hand. Han Young-woon then asked, "What about the handle?" She naturally explained every detail, and the two exchanged thoughts on the topic. Giun, feeling left out, interjected that she knew nothing about it. Han Young-woon merely smiled, stating that the issue was easy to understand if one thought about it for a moment. They continued their back-and-forth discussion, and Dekyung couldn't help but laugh at Ji-yun's annoyed expression. She looked at Han Young-woon, slightly confused, and asked him what he was looking at. He blushed slightly, replying that it was the first time he had seen Dekyung smile. Ji-yun also chimed in, agreeing, and Dekyung felt that she was smiling a bit too much. But in Ji-yun and Young-woon's minds, they only remembered the images of her smiling as if she wanted to hit someone. Ji-yun didn't want to argue anymore and lay down on the sofa, praising her newfound fame. Dekyung looked at her, wondering what she was famous for. She warned Ji-yun that lying down after eating would lead to a full stomach, but Ji-yun ignored her. Ji-yun had just mentioned that Dekyung was dating Lee Jae-hyung when Dekyung climbed on her back. The two of them, one on top and one below, talked to each other. At that moment, Han Young-woon stood up to clear the food. Ji-yun, pinned beneath, let out little cries, while Dekyung lay there scrolling on her phone, feeling reflective. Ji-yun forgot about what had just happened and brought up Han Young-woon. And later, when Ji-yun heard Dekyung say that if he wasn't charming, who would be, she lifted her head towards Han Young-woon, saying that Dekyung found him handsome. The two argued for a bit, and Ji-yun asked how many people Dekyung had dated. Dekyung helplessly replied that she had never dated anyone. Ji-yun sat up straight in surprise, catching Dekyung off guard. Ji-yun looked at Han Young-woon, saying that Dekyung was single since she was in her mother's womb. He slipped his hands into his pockets, replying that he guessed as much. Ji-yun scrutinized Dekyung from head to toe, feeling that she appeared perfectly normal, with no flaws. After Dae-young heard Han Young-woon say he wanted to step outside to take a call, she seized the opportunity to tell Ji-yun that she had to go. Ji-yun regretfully asked if she wouldn't wait for Han Young-woon to return, as it would be awkward with just the two of them left. Dekyung didn't care and slammed the door shut. Outside, it was dark. Dekyung shoved her hands into her pockets and walked down the street, tiredly massaging her shoulders. She recalled Han Young-woon's words from earlier about him being worried. Her eyes were filled with contemplation as she wondered who was really worried about whom. He didn't even know she came to school to kill. She remembered Han Young-woon and Ji-yun, their ordinary friendship and connection, which felt like the emotions of ordinary love, making her feel uncomfortable. She thought maybe it was because she was about to be shaken by those feelings, and she continued to ponder as she stepped into a nearby alley. Perhaps because she was in uniform and engaging in student antics, she had let her guard down. She told herself that starting tomorrow, she would have to begin anew. Suddenly snapping out of her thoughts, she noticed a man in a hood standing ahead. He took a drag from his cigarette and glanced at her. Dekyung, feeling sensitive, took a step back. Suddenly, another man appeared from behind, holding a knife to her neck. He smirked, complimenting her on her good instincts. He lightly grazed her neck, drawing a line of red blood, and asked how she knew this situation was dangerous. Without waiting for her to respond, he warned that if she screamed or acted foolishly, he would eliminate her right then and there. After finishing, he ordered her to be quiet and follow him. Lee Dekyung observed the unfolding situation and remembered Han Young-woon's name, the phrase "because I'm worried" echoing in her head. She silently cursed, thinking how annoying he truly was. The bald man pushed Lee Dekyung into another alley. As he shoved her, she stumbled but managed to stand her ground and glanced around, seeing 4 or 5 other men surrounding her. One of the men from the group approached her, and Dekyung asked if it was because of Giun he didn't understand what she was saying, and as soon as he touched her shoulder, she seized the opportunity and struck him repeatedly, leaving him no time to react. His face was battered to the point of wanting to meet his ancestors. Another man, seeing this, cursed at her and charged forward, trying to grab her. Dekyung swiftly dodged and delivered a kick to his mouth, taking him down in an instant. Having easily taken out 2 men, another one attempted to exploit the opening by attacking her from behind with a knife. Of course, she noticed and quickly leaned away, but unfortunately, she was cut on her arm, and this injury directly ignited her rage. After dodging, she quickly delivered an elbow strike to his face, followed by a slap that left his face flattened against the wall. She picked up the knife and coldly bandaged her arm, looking like a bloodthirsty beast. The remaining men looked at her in fear, while the bald man seemed excited to see a worthy opponent. He stepped forward, acknowledging that she was not an ordinary girl, asserting that she had fought a lot. He enthusiastically raised his fists and provocatively asked if she had ever experienced a battlefield like this. Kyung didn't want to listen to his rambling and charged at him, punching him squarely in the face. Just as she finished her move, she was startled to look down and see the bald man pulling out a knife, aiming for her stomach. He grabbed her by the throat and pushed her hard against the wall. Kyung struggled to hold off the knife that was about to stab her. He looked at her and laughed, saying that the nature of a child is very filthy. Adults talk while children just roll around here. He tightened his grip on her throat and leaned in closer, and while he was still babbling like an old neighbor, she quickly used her strength to sweep his legs and push him away, successfully regaining the upper hand. Spotting a chubby guy next to her trying to rush in to help, she kicked him hard, sealing off his airway. Kyung looked at the bald man, intending to finish him off, but she remembered Jo Tae-wong's warning not to touch anyone unrelated. In that moment of distraction, the bald man swung and punched her in the corner of her mouth. After escaping, he casually sat on the ground, surprised by her but still claiming that a child would always be a child. Fighting was easy, but being stabbed was a different story. He continued to ramble on like an old lady, which made Kyung furious, and she kicked him hard in the face. This was the consequence of talking too much. She glanced behind her, and the other men, wanting to save their lives, ran away, leaving only the bald man, who had just been beaten to the point of not seeing the sun. The camaraderie was truly chilling. Kyung rummaged through his pockets for business cards and his phone, checking to ensure he wasn't affiliated with Chairman Lee. She silently cursed Giun for getting involved in such crazy matters. Suddenly, another man appeared out of nowhere and smashed a glass bottle over her head. Kyung realized she had been careless, but there was nothing she could do now. He took advantage of her unconscious state and dragged her away, cursing his teammates for being as dumb as pigs, unable to catch a girl for so long. Everything had to fall to him. At Ji-Yun's dorm, Han Young-woon, after finishing cleaning, came out to find Kyung missing. Upon hearing Ji-Yun say she had left 10 minutes ago, he quickly said his goodbyes and rushed out. As he walked down the street, he tried calling Kyung, but the connection failed. Suddenly, he heard a voice coming from the alley next door. The bald man he had just beaten was reporting to someone on the phone. An Young-woon approached and snatched the phone from his hand, just in time to hear the person on the other end say that the location had changed to Paigong Field behind the mountain. The bald man, seeing this, angrily grabbed Han Young-woon by the collar, but he coldly asked if he was from Yunbain, one of the places Jun rented, with honor, compatriots, and angels. Upon hearing those terms, the bald man became alarmed and curiously asked who Han Young-woon was. Han Young-woon didn't answer but walked over to check the bloodstains nearby, ignoring the man's hoarse insults. He squatted down, examining the blood while saying he knew a few people like him who were threatened and what they feared the most. After a moment, the bald man heard him ask if his manager was Director Jung, and his eyes widened in surprise as he kept asking who Han Young-woon was. Han Young-woon didn't want to listen or answer. He sat in front of the bald man and asked where the Paigong Field behind the mountain was, where Lee Kyung was currently held. Meanwhile, Kyung, unconscious, was locked in a warehouse, lying on the ground with her hands tied behind her back. After being splashed with water on her face, she finally opened her eyes, coughing. At that moment, Jun's voice echoed, as he held a bottle of water, praising it as the best. Jun squatted in front of her, and upon seeing her awake, he narrowed his eyes and grinned mischievously, calling her name, Lee Kyung. Jun squatted in front of her, asking if she was awake. He watched as she struggled to free herself from the ropes, then casually sat down, telling her that her efforts were futile. Kyung didn't hear his words. She was trying to assess how many people were there, estimating about 5. Suddenly, Jun placed his foot on her neck. He said that since she was kidnapped, she should behave properly. She asked how to behave properly, feeling very uncomfortable with his actions. He pretended to think for a moment and then smiled, saying he wanted to do something fun. She despised him, calling him crazy, and he poked her forehead, wanting to hit her to wake her up. Kyung looked down on him, knowing he wouldn't dare stand up for himself. For him, this was nothing to be ashamed of. He considered it a talent. He even painted a picture of a future where she would be like his underlings, picking up money at his feet. She maintained her disdainful tone, reminding him that he was just an underling of Lee Jae-young, who also hated people like him. Jun's face darkened, then he laughed loudly, confidently asserting that he was an indispensable existence for Lee Jae-young. Kyung pondered over this statement. After a moment, he reached into his pocket and asked if she was curious why he praised her for resembling her mother. She didn't believe it because she knew there was no information about her left in the world. Yet, Jun pulled out a photo. Upon seeing it, her face darkened, unable to believe her eyes. The photo showed her mother drinking with some men, and in the background was an image of her as a child. He placed the photo in front of her, scolding her as a common girl. Kyung, hearing him taunt her, shot back at him. As they argued, he got angry and raised his fist in front of her. She wasn't backing down either and kicked him in the face. He clutched his face in pain and cursed her. The gang members were about to speak up to teach her a lesson, but he insisted on handling her himself. He wanted her legs to be rendered useless forever. Meanwhile, Jo Tae-wong waited anxiously, not receiving a response to his messages. Looking at his computer screen, he saw that Kyung's phone had lost signal, prompting him to urgently leave the base. At the same time, two of Jun's underlings asked each other if they had dealt with her phone yet. After Jun swung his bat at her, thinking she had fainted, he sent one of his men to check. But as soon as he sat down in front of her, she quickly grabbed his neck, squeezing tightly so he couldn't make a sound. Another man, seeing him silent, approached, only to be kicked away by her. Kyung had somehow untied her ropes. She slowly stood up, looking at Jun and declaring that he would be the last one to be dealt with. Upon hearing this, his face suddenly changed, fearfully staring at her. Jun looked at Lee Kyung's blood-soaked hands in fear, glancing around, unsure of what to do. In a desperate situation, he pointed and ordered the others to capture Lee Kyung immediately and then kill her so she couldn't escape. The group received the command and rushed toward Lee Kyung. She quickly grabbed a nearby wooden stick and took down each one of them, causing blood to spill, which made Jun cover his mouth in fear. Lee Kyung moved swiftly, utilizing her surroundings, so her attacks were precise and calculated. Even when outnumbered or facing a strong opponent, she remained calm and focused, turning the tide of battle in her favor. Two men charged at her, trying to restrain her, but she immediately broke free and struck one of them with a stick. In a panic, Jun crawled to the door and pulled out his phone to call the police, but one thug stood there, wiping his knife, and asked Jun if he was going to call the police and confess to kidnapping Lee Kyung. The thug continued, suggesting that Jun should prepare for the cost of disposing of a body and the price for the death of his underling if he wanted to kill Lee Kyung. Looking at Lee Kyung handling the thugs one by one, Jun shot him a murderous glare and shouted for him to just kill her, no matter the cost. At that moment, after dealing with the remaining nuisances, Lee Kyung approached the terrified Jun lying on the ground. She raised her hand, her eyes filled with killing intent, and Jun screamed in fear. In an instant, just as her hand was about to come down on him, the thug stabbed her in the stomach. He looked at Lee Kyung and sneered, saying she had miscalculated, then quickly took her down to the ground. As she tried to block the blow, she noticed a chain nearby and quickly grabbed it, wrapping it around his neck while kicking him away. The thug, struggling to breathe, glared and cursed at Lee Kyung, his legs trembling. To save himself, he pulled out the knife again and stabbed her once more. She quickly freed herself from his grip, tore her shirt to bandage her stabbed abdomen, and bent down to look at Jun, who was crying in fear. She stood up, took the stick, and ran toward Jun, who was screaming and asking if she was still human. Jun looked at Lee Kyung, her bloodied face and stabbed abdomen approaching him, saying he would give her money, stocks, buildings, anything she wanted with one condition: she would spare his life. He clung to her, trembling and begging. Lee Kyung looked at Jun and said that if he wanted to live, he needed to keep talking and not stop. Then she asked who the son of the chairman of Sa-young Group was. Jun, who had just said she could have anything, hesitated at her question. He looked at her bloodied face with her cold eyes but didn't dare to speak about it. At that moment, Jun was pale with fear, shrinking into a corner while making weak whimpering sounds, his lips moving for a long time without forming a complete sentence. Suddenly, the tightly closed door was kicked open, and a group of police officers stormed in, surrounding the two and ordering Lee Kyung to drop the knife. Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief, having escaped danger. An Young-woon also entered behind the police, staring in shock at the blood-soaked girl. Lee Kyung couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't know why he was there. Everything around her began to feel vague and chaotic, and she couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing as she heard someone scream her name. Jo Tae-wong, having heard the news, hurried to the scene. Seeing Kyung unconscious, he rushed in, but the rescue staff tried to stop him, intending to call the police to arrest him. An Young-woon, who had been standing still, suddenly intervened, bending down to pick up a hat for Jo Tae-wong and asking if he was related to Kyung. Tae-wong recognized Han Young-woon immediately but didn't answer the question. He just took the hat and quietly said thank you. At that moment, Jun was being taken away by the police, still refusing to back down, continuously shouting to arrest Lee Kyung because she was the murderer. One officer demanded he be quiet, stating they had received orders to arrest him. Upon hearing this, Giun gritted his teeth, seeing Han Young-woon behind him. He immediately thought that everything was a trap set by Han Young-woon and Lee De-kyung, feeling angry but powerless. Later, when Jo Tae-wong saw Lee De-kyung being loaded into an ambulance, he ran after her, wanting to accompany her. Suddenly, Han Young-woon pulled him back and handed him a phone that looked very much like De-kyung's. But De-kyung's phone had been discarded by the kidnappers by the river, so Jo Tae-wong looked at Han Young-woon suspiciously. Noticing he meant no harm, he thanked him and decided to keep the phone, then quickly got into the ambulance to take Lee De-kyung to the hospital. At that moment, in her delirium, Lee De-kyung dreamed that she was choking Chairman Lee and cursing him to die painfully. Suddenly, a boy in a uniform appeared from the darkness, walking toward her and pointing a gun at her. Lee De-kyung abruptly woke up from that nightmare. Everything was just a dream, and she was being treated in the hospital. Wang Ji-yoon and Jo Tae-wong were overjoyed to see her awake. Wang Ji-yoon couldn't contain her excitement and rushed over to hug her best friend, speaking rapidly like a machine gun, which startled Lee De-kyung. Ji-yoon thought her friend would never wake up again, feeling sorry for De-kyung for being unfortunate enough to be in a traffic accident that left her like this. It turned out Jo Tae-wong had lied to her, saying De-kyung was injured because she was hit by a truck. Lying in the hospital bed, De-kyung could only wonder why there was such a large gathering of friends to take care of her. Ji-yoon recounted that they had talked a lot over the 2 days De-kyung was in a coma, praising Tae-wong endlessly and expressing a desire for her friend to introduce him to her, then continued to be curious about De-kyung's wealthy family, leaving her friend speechless. They then mentioned Han Young-woon, and all three were puzzled about how he knew Lee De-kyung was in trouble and called the police to rescue her. After all, De-kyung owed her life to him. Suddenly, Jo Tae-wong, with a serious expression, said he needed to talk to Lee De-kyung privately. Wang Ji-yoon understood the hint and left, reminding her friend to take care of herself before going. Once the room was left with just the two of them, Jo Tae-wong handed Lee De-kyung the phone from the scene of Jun's arrest and told her to look at it herself. Lee De-kyung, a bit skeptical, took it and saw messages from Lee Jae-hyung ordering Jun to follow his instructions, leaving her somewhat stunned. Jo Tae-wong was still wondering if the chairman's son was involved in this incident when he saw Lee De-kyung return the phone, turning her face away from him and telling him to leave, saying she would investigate this herself. Just as she finished speaking, Jo Tae-wong stood up, lifted his shirt to reveal his pale abdomen, pointed to his scar, and said seriously, "Don't be discouraged like that. We are an invincible pair." Elsewhere, Lee Jae-hyung was sitting on a bench, checking his phone while puffing on a cigarette when Han Young-woon approached and sat down beside him. Han Young-woon asked if he was waiting for Jun to contact him. Lee Jae-hyung didn't want to answer. Han Young-woon smirked coldly, warning him not to be foolish and mess with Lee De-kyung, or he would become his enemy. This statement made Lee Jae-hyung feel a bit scared. He lowered his head and fell silent. After a period of treatment in the hospital, De-kyung finally returned to school. She recalled the haunting days in the hospital, where even a little movement would get her scolded. Not only was she deprived of freedom, but the doctor also threatened that next time she would undergo surgery without anesthesia, which terrified De-kyung. So, the main character forced her discharge to return to school. Suddenly, a young man wearing glasses ran after her, calling her Miss De-kyung. This kid had previously been a victim of Jun's bullying, and upon hearing that De-kyung had single-handedly dealt with that scoundrel, he regarded her as his savior. De-kyung rejected the title of savior, stating that she had never intended to help anyone. It was the scoundrel who had provoked her first. After saying this, De-kyung walked away. However, the boy was persistent. He had learned that De-kyung was not a traffic accident victim, but had fought with Jun. De-kyung's demeanor and way of speaking made him want to become her servant, willing to do anything for his savior. At that moment, De-kyung just wanted to escape from this crazy person. As she lamented her fate of having men cling to her wherever she went, she suddenly remembered a name, Han Young-woon. He had been present at the scene and witnessed everything that day. De-kyung was unsure where to start asking or explaining. Overwhelmed by the events around her, she entered the infirmary to rest. Unexpectedly, she ended up resting her head on the lap of a dark-haired guy, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was Lee Jae-hyung. De-kyung recalled that she had a question for Jae-hyung, but now she was too exhausted, so sleeping was her top priority. Jae-hyung then asked her why she discharged herself early, and De-kyung was surprised to ask how he knew this, only to find out that Young-woon had told him. She felt at a loss because she couldn't understand how that guy knew everything about her. Jae-hyung inquired about her health, but she only replied briefly that she was fine and told him not to worry. The son of Chairman Lee sighed and apologized to De-kyung, which surprised her. prompting her to sit up and ask why. She suspected he had done something wrong to her, which was why he was apologizing. Jae-hyung denied it and justified that she said that because he had not managed Giun well. The main character didn't want him to apologize without reason and suggested that Jae-hyung take her to his house to make up for it. Her boldness made Jae-hyung sweat and refuse. But then the scene shifted, and Dae-kyung found herself in the house of the person who had just adamantly refused to let her in. She complimented Jae-hyung's house, saying it was as big as a grape, yet he lived there alone. While they were talking, the housekeeper warmly came out to welcome her young master home and was surprised that he had brought a girl home for the first time. Jae-hyung, feeling embarrassed, interrupted the housekeeper and asked her to prepare an extra plate of food. After that, she led Dae-kyung to the guest room. Dae-kyung, visiting Jae-hyung's house for the first time, unhesitatingly lay down on the bed to her heart's content. However, investigating the clues was still more important than resting. She started rummaging through the house looking for information but accidentally walked into Jae-hyung's room while he was changing. To make matters worse, she fell onto the six-pack abs of the male god. He worried about her ankle since he noticed she often fell. The six-pack male god gently touched her forehead and discovered she had a fever. Dae-kyung, feeling shy for the first time receiving attention from a handsome guy, told him not to touch her without permission. Jae-hyung felt her body was very hot and told her to take medicine before eating, but the main character insisted on eating first. Suddenly, Dae-kyung noticed many injection marks on Jae-hyung's hand. She grabbed his hand and interrogated him about the marks. Lee Jae-hyung brushed Lee Dae-kyung's hand away. He did not want to answer her and used the excuse of wanting to change clothes to push her out. Lee Jae-hyung slammed the door, leaving Lee Dae-kyung outside confused about what was happening. She wondered why Lee Jae-hyung was reacting so sensitively. Could it be drugs? Lee Dae-kyung thought about Se-young, who had gotten quite deep into the drug distribution industry, and every situation pointed back to him. Lee Dae-kyung was unsure whether to give this guy a chance to go down the path of no return or wait until she had clearer evidence. While she was deep in thought, the housekeeper called both of them down for dinner. Just hearing about dinner made Lee Dae-kyung rush down immediately. The two of them sat together at the dining table. While the housekeeper was unsure if the dishes suited Dae-kyung's taste, she found the crazy flavors reminiscent of heaven. The housekeeper wondered how Lee Jae-hyung and Lee Dae-kyung had become so close, considering Lee Jae-hyung was someone very difficult to get close to. The two of them felt a bit awkward and denied it. The housekeeper didn't believe their words. She suggested that they should meet seriously and even thought about marriage to have children for the young couple. Lee Dae-kyung thought the food the housekeeper made was so delicious that she imagined if she got married, she would enjoy this meal every day, which wouldn't be too bad. While enjoying the meal, Lee Dae-kyung choked on her food, making Lee Jae-hyung look over in concern. He asked her if she knew that the sports festival was next week, and the housekeeper mentioned that Lee Jae-hyung would participate in the shooting event, causing Lee Dae-kyung to freeze for 5 seconds. She couldn't believe that this school could organize shooting events for students. While Lee Dae-kyung was imagining, Lee Jae-hyung stood up to fetch a competition gun to show her to impress her. After seeing the design of the gun Lee Jae-hyung was holding, she realized it resembled the gun from her dreams while she was in the hospital. She grabbed it and examined it closely. However, the gun Lee Jae-hyung showed her turned out to be a pink toy gun. He told her to shoot the rubber ball inside the gun. Following Lee Jae-hyung's instructions, she did so and hit him on the head, leaving Lee Dae-kyung astonished at her own audacity. The housekeeper mentioned that this gun came from Min Jae's family, who dealt in weapons abroad. Upon hearing that name, Lee Dae-kyung immediately thought of her obsessed fan, Kim Min Jae. The housekeeper praised Min Jae for being very smart, capable of creating various designs, and then she suggested that the two of them sit down to talk while she went to get some fruit. Lee Dae-kyung still wanted to uncover the truth about the scars on Lee Jae-kyung's hand. She thought it was unfair for him to reveal his secret alone, so she would also share her secret with Lee Jae-hyung. Saying this, Lee Dae-kyung showed Lee Jae-kyung her wiggly ear. Lee Jae-hyung burst out laughing because he didn't think it was much of a secret. After hesitating for a while, Lee Jae-hyung finally said that the injection marks were due to an illness. Lee Dae-kyung didn't believe him. He looked so healthy that he couldn't possibly be sick. She pondered how to hack into Lee Jae-hyung's medical records. Lee Jae-hyung looked into Dae-kyung's unfocused eyes and guessed that she was not feeling well. Lee Dae-kyung merely said she was sore because someone had beaten her up and then turned away. Lee Jae-hyung seemed to hit a nerve, and his expression turned worried. At that moment, the housekeeper brought in some fruit and told Lee Jae-hyung that she wanted to go to the sports festival but he wouldn't allow it. She had heard that outsiders could also enter, so she wanted to experience the youthful atmosphere. Lee Dae-kyung looked at the fruit peeler the housekeeper was holding and suddenly remembered the scene of being stabbed, causing her haunting memories to flood back. She staggered back in fear. Lee Jae-hyung rushed to support her, telling the housekeeper to call an ambulance to take the trembling Lee Dae-kyung to the hospital. Lee Dae-kyung stopped Lee Jae-hyung, saying she didn't want to go to the hospital because the doctors would operate on her without anesthesia. After saying this, she fainted on the spot. While Lee Dae-kyung was dozing off, she suddenly remembered that she didn't know how she got home yesterday and unexpectedly woke up. Opening her eyes, she saw Lee Jae-hyung sitting beside her bed. She remained silent for a moment before her face contorted. Dae-kyung woke up, confused about her surroundings and what was happening. Seeing this, Jae-hyung reassured her to calm down. Suddenly, Dae-young grabbed his hand and pushed him down onto the bed, loudly interrogating him about what he had done to her. Dae-kyung squeezed the son of another family so tightly that Jae-hyung could hardly breathe, urging her to let him explain. It turned out that Jae-hyung had taken Dae-kyung for an IV drip, and the place she was in was his private hospital room, with her clothes neatly arranged on a shelf. Jae-hyung comforted Dae-kyung, insisting that he hadn't done anything to her. After learning that Jae-hyung had a private hospital room, Dae-kyung believed him when he said he was sick. She wanted to know what illness Jae-hyung had, but he was reluctant to tell her, saying that only Won-jun knew about it. Dae-kyung wondered why only Won-jun was aware of this, to which Jae-kyung replied that they had known each other since childhood. Although they occasionally argued, Jae-hyung's illness had made their relationship stronger. Dae-kyung, still gripping the boy's neck tightly, asked if he was okay. Then he inquired if her injuries were caused by Won-jun. Dae-kyung was surprised that Jae-hyung didn't know this because she had always thought he was the one manipulating Won-jun. Hearing this, Jae-hyung felt speechless, as he had lived a life of integrity, but was now being labeled as unclean. He wanted to know why Dae-kyung suspected him, and she calmly replied that it was because he had been investigating her behind her back. Dae-kyung leaned closer to Jae-hyung, demanding he tell her the exact reason for his actions. Jae-hyung remained silent for a long time. He couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't act that way again. Hearing this, Dae-kyung trusted that he wasn't lying. He also admitted that since Dae-kyung came to this school, things had started to get strange, and he could only tell her that he was closely monitoring Young-woon. Dae-kyung thought for a moment, unsure why Jae-hyung was doing this. She suspected it was another one of his games. Then she considered that she could use Jae-hyung to gather information. Dae-kyung approached him, suggesting they collaborate to obtain and share information about Han Young-woon. Jae-hyung questioned why Dae-kyung needed information about Young-woon, but she turned the question back at him, asking why he needed to follow Young-woon. Jae-hyung replied that he needed to do so to prove his capability to inherit management rights, and Young-woon was a good pawn for him to achieve this ambition. Dae-kyung, confused by his words, asked him to elaborate. Initially annoyed, Jae-hyung found himself compelled to share his story for the first time with someone beautiful. He then asked why Dae-kyung needed information about Young-woon, and she could only respond with curiosity as her reason. However, with this justification, Jae-hyung refused to provide her with Young-woon's information. So, Dae-kyung began to think of a better excuse to make Jae-hyung believe her. After some thought, she finally blurted out, "Because I like him." But the information Jae-hyung had gathered had nothing to do with her childish crush, so he couldn't provide her with anything. Jae-hyung found it strange because if Dae-kyung truly liked Young-woon, she wouldn't want to be here. He then told Dae-kyung to go back. Dae-kyung worried about what she had said that made him suspicious, using the excuse that Jae-hyung's house was close to school, so she wanted to stay to gather some information. He agreed to let her stay, but only in this room, leaving Dae-kyung feeling both wonderful and desperate. Jae-hyung said to wake him at 7 a.m. and warned her not to go anywhere in the house since there were CCTV cameras. Dae-kyung thought that he dared to treat her like an alarm clock. Meanwhile, Giun was on her way to school, unaware of her friend's whereabouts. She looked up and recognized Young-woon walking ahead, so she hurried over to ask if he was also late for school. However, Young-woon was only concerned about where Dae-kyung was. Giun had no idea where Dae-kyung had gone. As they were talking, Dae-kyung stepped off a vehicle in front of them. Giun saw her best friend and excitedly ran over to call her name. Giun was about to hug her friend when she noticed Jae-hyung stepping down from the same car, leaving her stunned for 5 seconds. She didn't expect them to be so close, thinking it was just a coincidence they met on the road and shared a ride. Dae-kyung was about to speak when Jae-hyung interrupted her, saying that they had been together since yesterday, which startled Dae-kyung, fearing everyone would misunderstand. Young-woon also recognized that the name Jae-hyung was intentionally provoking him, so he tried to appear fine, but deep inside, he felt a sea of tears responding indifferently. Is that so? With that, Young-woon and Jae-hyung faced each other, both seemingly eager to throw punches. The two girls below could only intervene. Seeing that they couldn't stop the fight, Giun pulled Dae-kyung away to go to class since the first period was over. Staying any longer would ignite the flames of hatred between the two boys and ruin their memories. In class, Dae-kyung was lost in thought about what had just happened when Ji-yeon's message alert interrupted her train of thought. In the message, Ji-yeon asked Dae-kyung why she was staying with Jae-hyung, but she simply replied, "Why do you want to know?" Coincidentally, that was also the question Jae-hyung had asked Young-woon. When Jae-hyung asked why he was so obsessed with Dae-kyung, Young-woon only replied that it was because he liked her. However, Jae-hyung suspected that Young-woon had another motive. Hearing this made Young-woon very annoyed with Jae-hyung. Jae-hyung advised his friend not to be angry like that, mentioning that he and Dae-kyung had exchanged some secrets related to her body and the person Dae-kyung liked. When Young-woon heard that someone he admired liked someone else, he panicked and asked Jae-hyung who it was, but Jae-hyung didn't answer, as he didn't want to make it easy for anyone else. He told Young-woon to figure it out himself. With that, Jae-hyung left, leaving Young-woon standing there, thinking and then laughing to himself. Meanwhile, Dae-kyung was exhausted from her friend's relentless questioning. She insisted that there was nothing between her and Jae-hyung. They just had dinner and talked, but Ji-yeon refused to believe her. While Ji-yeon continued to pester Dae-kyung, Min-jae ran over, shouting Dae-kyung's name. He approached her with a box in hand, wanting to show it to her. Dae-kyung felt helpless against this obsessive fan. When Ji-yeon asked if she knew this four-eyed boy, she immediately denied it. At that moment, Young-woon also approached, wanting to talk to Dae-kyung. With one side shouting Dae-kyung's name and the other calling her, Dae-kyung couldn't take it anymore and stormed outside, shattering the school's glass door, leaving the three of them in stunned disbelief. Ji-yeon thought her friend had gone crazy. A moment later, Dae-young rushed to the infirmary, her face bleeding from the glass. She asked the nurse for a bandage. When asked how she ended up like this, Dae-kyung could only lie that she had fallen down the stairs. The nurse insisted that Dae-kyung go to the hospital, but this stubborn girl refused to listen to anyone. Jae-hyung, who had been listening to everything from behind, approached to check Dae-kyung's ankle and told the nurse to let him handle it since he and Dae-kyung were friends. Jae-hyung couldn't understand why she kept getting hurt, and Dae-kyung blamed her bad luck. Then, Dae-kyung told Jae-hyung that she would participate in the shooting event at the school sports festival. She said she wanted to take him down herself. Dae-kyung also admitted that being with Jae-hyung was the most comfortable time because she didn't have to say much, everything was peaceful. Hearing Dae-kyung's words, Jae-hyung's face turned red out of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Giun was hiding in a room, shaken by the aftermath of the kidnapping incident when a mysterious man entered, causing him to jump up in fear, repeatedly calling for security. The man reassured him and handed him a business card. Giun turned pale upon seeing the card, kneeling before the man. He wanted to interrogate Giun about Dae-young's information, leaning in close to hear what Dae-young had said. An Young-woon opened the door to his apartment upon hearing the doorbell, revealing Lee Dae-kyung. He had invited her over because he wanted to talk. They sat down, and Young-woon handed her a small box. Curious, Dae-kyung opened it to find a black toy gun engraved with her name. This was the gun that Kim Min-jae had prepared for her and asked Young-woon to deliver. Still surprised by the gift, Dae-kyung was taken aback when Young-woon suddenly took her hand and lamented that she only spoke intimately with Lee Jae-hyung, even though he was clearly closer to her. Dae-kyung felt flustered, wondering if it was because she had mentioned to Jae-hyung that she liked someone else. She quickly denied it, but Young-woon interrupted her with a strange remark that he knew her secret. Dae-kyung's eyes widened in shock as he held up a photo of her mother, the same photo that Giun had used to threaten her on that fateful night. She reached out to take it back, but Young-woon refused, saying he had found it along with Jun's phone at the scene. Biting her lip, Dae-kyung felt tense, realizing Young-woon knew too much. He leaned back, grinning smugly, and asked if she was starting to consider him now. Dae-kyung, angry, gritted her teeth and accused him of threatening her, but Young-woon gently caressed her face, claiming he liked her and wouldn't do such a thing. Dae-kyung, irritated, pushed his hand away and stood up, questioning how he could still like her after witnessing her kill someone. He calmly replied that they deserved it. This only fueled Dae-kyung's anger as she shouted, asking why he always knew everything, including her kidnapping and how to find her. Who exactly was he? Instead of answering, Young-woon shifted the conversation, saying he had a good intuition and knew she was torn between whether to kill him or not, as well as her lie about liking someone else. Yet, he was curious if that person was him. Leaning closer to her, Dae-kyung didn't respond, staring into his eyes, which seemed to see right through her. Then she turned away, admitting that he indeed knew her secret and proposed a secret exchange. A moment later, Young-woon showed Dae-kyung a bullet wound scar on his thigh, explaining that his father hated him so much he wanted to kill him. Suddenly, Dae-kyung recalled the previous photo and blurted out that his father had died 18 years ago. Realizing what she had just said, she quickly covered her mouth, panicking at her own carelessness. Jung-woon looked at her calmly and said he was glad she cared enough to investigate. Then he confessed that the story about his father was a lie. The one who had taken everything from him was Chairman Lee of Sa-young Corporation, the same person De-kyung despised to her core. The next morning, De-kyung was on her way to school for the sports festival, yawning from lack of sleep as she worried about Jung-woon. The school was bustling with excitement for the major event. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, dressed elegantly and looking hurried, bumped into her. His documents scattered on the ground as he awkwardly apologized, saying she didn't need to worry. De-kyung ignored him and continued walking, but then she noticed a business card at her feet. It was from Shin Myung-won of Sa-young Construction, which he had dropped. Her expression changed instantly as Myung-won politely asked her for directions to the second-year class. De-kyung picked up the card and returned it, offering to show him the way, all while wearing a scheming fake smile, making it hard to tell what she was really thinking. De-kyung walked alongside the man named Shin Myung-won down the hallway towards the second-year classroom, asking about his job. He introduced himself as the executive director in the construction industry. When she questioned why someone like him was there, he replied that he was just there to cheer for his cousin, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. They arrived at the classroom, and Myung-won thanked her before stepping inside. However, De-kyung lingered, leaning against the door and thinking it was ridiculous that such a prominent figure was only there to see his cousin. What was his real purpose? She was curious as she watched Myung-won talking to someone, peering in but unable to see clearly due to the crowd of students inside. Suddenly, she heard someone call her name. It was Hwang Ji-yeon, with her hair tied in two pigtails and wearing a bizarre pink bunny outfit. She angrily said she had been looking for De-kyung for a long time and pulled her away, ignoring De-kyung's desire to stay and observe Myung-won. Ji-yeon led her to the classroom and dressed her in a cute crow costume, while Jung-woon, in a tiger outfit, complimented how well it suited her. Ji-yeon explained that this was the only costume left since De-kyung had missed school for a while due to illness. De-kyung angrily expressed her wish to look cool like Jung-woon, prompting Ji-yeon to take a pen and approach her to draw a mustache. De-kyung quickly dodged, causing the pen to accidentally leave a long mark on her face. Ji-yeon couldn't help but laugh, infuriating De-kyung, who grabbed the pen and retaliated, leading to a playful scuffle on the floor. Jung-woon couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the two of them acting like children. As Ji-yeon ended up with her face covered in ink, she pouted and turned to the wall, crying. De-kyung, meanwhile, was wiping the ink off her face, smirking with satisfaction. But then she noticed Jung-woon laughing too, and she reached out to grab his chin, intending to make him her next target. At that moment, a girl burst into the classroom, announcing that the sports festival was about to start, making De-kyung regret not getting to draw on Jung-woon's face. All the students gathered outside in the schoolyard, dressed in costumes and holding signs, including some spectators. The CEO of the event stepped up to announce the rules and the sports included in the festival. Ji-yeon and Jung-woon wondered how De-kyung could sleep standing up, with Jung-woon gazing at her with a lovesick look and a gentle smile that fit the sisterly vibe. The CEO officially opened the sports festival, releasing balloons into the sky. Everyone cheered excitedly, but the noise failed to wake De-kyung. Ji-yeon peeked out and called her name, reminding her that tug-of-war was about to begin. De-kyung woke up groggily, complaining about not wanting to participate, then looked around. Her gaze landed on a familiar figure. De-kyung told Ji-yeon to wait a moment and walked over to the person, placing her hand on his shoulder and calling out Jun's name. It was indeed him. He turned around, but instead of answering, his face went pale, sweat pouring down as he trembled in fear, almost wetting himself. De-kyung continued to ask questions that reminded him of the previous incident, further scaring him. Jun screamed and fled, calling for help as he ran away, leaving De-kyung watching him go, thinking she couldn't let this happen because it would lead to police investigations and affect her mission to find Chairman Lee's son. Ji-yeon laughed so hard at Jun's pathetic state that she nearly cried. She then asked De-kyung if Jo Tae-won wouldn't be coming today. Confused about why he would need to, De-kyung was suddenly interrupted by a loud call. It was Tae-won. He wore sunglasses and an MCK-style outfit, with a sign around his neck reading Lee De-kyung. Jae-hyung stood beside him in a bear costume. Before De-kyung could react to Tae-won's appearance, he approached her, placing a hand on her shoulder and saying he was there to cheer for her. Flustered, she whispered not to reveal her identity and asked how he knew to come. He pointed to Jae-hyung, saying he had led him there. Angry at Jae-hyung's meddling, De-kyung was further annoyed when Tae-won whispered that he needed to find the school's server room to retrieve the database. He ran out to the center of the yard, spreading his arms wide to bask in the sunlight, enjoying the moment as if he hadn't been outside in ages. Tae-won tilted his head back, closing his eyes to soak in the rays, making him look radiant. Dae-kyung sighed in frustration, while Ji-yeon beside her was completely smitten, blushing and unable to take her eyes off him, as if the surroundings had turned into a flower garden. Suddenly, Young-woon approached with a small camera, inviting Dae-kyung to take a picture with him. However, upon seeing Jae-hyung beside her, his expression darkened, clearly displeased. Tae-won and Ji-yeon also rushed over to join in, but Young-woon insisted he only wanted to take a picture with Dae-kyung. Ultimately, he had to relent and agree to a group photo due to the insistence of the others. The five of them posed for a commemorative picture. Yeon, Tae-won, and Young-woon smiled brightly, while the other two looked rather reluctant. Tae-won complained about having closed his eyes during the shot. Suddenly, Ji-yeon shyly approached Dae-kyung, expressing her joy at being her friend and hoping they would remain friends after graduation. Dae-kyung looked at Ji-yeon and smiled gently, feeling a warmth she hadn't felt in a long time. Ji-yeon's adorableness made her want to tease, so Dae-kyung replied that of course, she would cut off their relationship. Ji-yeon, furious, ignored the announcement that the tug-of-war was about to start, and the two of them continued to laugh and chase each other around the schoolyard. The sports festival kicked off with a tug-of-war competition. Dae-kyung, of course, participated and was placed at the end. Her strength alone was enough to match the entire opposing team, allowing Class 1 to advance to the semi-finals and then to the finals. When competing against Young-woon's team, he even let go of the rope so that Class 1 could win first place, disregarding his friend being pulled away. After the match ended, everyone rushed over, surrounding Dae-kyung, all amazed by her strength. Ji-yeon stood proudly beside her, but when she noticed the younger students trying to talk to Dae-kyung, she immediately reminded them not to bother her, only to be playfully hit on the head by Dae-kyung. Dae-kyung then asked Giun about the next event, which was the boys' soccer match. Class 2, which Jae-hyung was in, and Class 4, which Young-woon was in, were competing against each other, with female spectators filling the stands, excitedly cheering for the two school heartthrobs. Dae-kyung wondered why it seemed like only those two were participating in the match, and Yeon explained it was because they stood out so much. When Jae-hyung pulled up his shirt to wipe the sweat off, revealing his solid 8-pack abs, the female fans screamed even louder. Sitting above Dae-kyung was a girl who was a huge fan of Jae-hyung, cheering passionately, her shout sounding almost like an assault on Dae-kyung's ears. In the final moments, Jae-hyung scored a goal that helped Class 2 secure the decisive victory. Dae-kyung watched the two of them, who were so natural and happy, and thought they would look like typical high school students if it weren't for the secrets they were hiding. The thrilling soccer match finally came to an end. Yeon stretched tiredly while Dae-kyung calmly drank from her bottled water. As they exited the field, Young-woon was immediately approached by other female students offering him water, but upon noticing Dae-kyung sitting there, he declined them all. He walked straight to her and took the half-finished bottle of water from her. Dae-kyung questioned why he didn't take the water from the other girls, and he replied that hers tasted better. Young-woon sat down beside her, frustrated about losing the match. Dae-kyung bluntly told him he should try harder, while Yeon suggested they go get ice cream to unwind. Young-woon remembered that there were small games organized for new students and asked if she wanted to participate. The three of them headed to the ice cream stand where the game was being held, which involved eating pepero sticks without breaking them. This was a popular game in Korea with simple rules. Two participants would each take one end of a stick and bite down until it became as short as possible. The ice cream vendor cheerfully announced that participants would receive free ice cream, and if they set a new record, they would get a Zuzu brand ice cream for life. Dae-kyung hesitated, thinking about the prospect of free premium ice cream for life, but Yeon expressed deep concern, suggesting it might be better to just buy some. Nonetheless, Dae-kyung still wanted to participate with Yeon, but her best friend flatly refused. Yeon insisted that Dae-kyung should go play with Young-woon instead. Hearing this, Young-woon became excited and blushed, wanting to play with Dae-kyung, but the more he wanted to play, the less she liked the idea. Ji-yeon continued to persuade her to just buy ice cream instead, but Dae-kyung was determined not to give up the valuable prize. Suddenly, Yeon seemed to realize something. She blushed and wore a mischievous smile as she slowly backed away. It appeared Yeon misunderstood Dae-kyung, thinking her best friend wanted to play with Young-woon but was too shy with her around, so she slipped away. Dae-kyung turned to tell Yeon that they didn't need to break the record, just participate, but she found that Yeon had vanished. Young-woon was aware of Yeon's intentions but pretended not to know anything since he also wanted to play. Dae-kyung remained adamant about not playing pepero with him because she didn't want to be involved with someone as suspicious as Young-woon. He looked disappointed and asked her who else it could be if not him. Suddenly, she walked over to where Jae-hyung was sitting, leaving Young-woon feeling dejected and forlorn. Dae-kyung invited Jae-hyung to join, and of course, he agreed. The two of them sat on two chairs facing each other, and the vendor explained the rules. Touching lips or hands on the pepero, or breaking it in the middle would result in disqualification. Other students gathered outside to watch, many excited to see the handsome boy and girl playing a romantic game, while Young Woon stood with a very displeased expression, arms crossed, glaring at the two. Naturally, Jae-hyung noticed Young Woon's intense gaze but didn't care. He turned to Dae-kyung and asked if she wanted to break the record. She confirmed that she did, unaware that she would regret that decision in 30 seconds. Jae-hyung reached out to pull her chair closer to him, making Dae-kyung feel a bit nervous. The game began, and the two bit into the stick, so focused on it that they didn't notice people discussing Dae-kyung's relationship with Young Woon, questioning why she was sitting with Jae-hyung. Although Young Woon appeared calm and expressionless on the outside, he was a storm of emotions inside, like a volcano ready to erupt. The pepero stick grew shorter, and the tension increased. Dae-kyung intended to change her mind about breaking the record and just participate when suddenly Jae-hyung pulled her by the back of her neck, holding her head still and telling her to sit tight. Dae-kyung was taken aback and flustered by how determined he was to win the prize. Jae-hyung continued to bite down. The stick was very short now, and it seemed that just a little more would bring their lips together. Dae-kyung was sweating profusely, feeling completely panicked by the unexpected situation. After finding Jo Tae-woong, Ji-yeon pulled him to where Dae-kyung and Young Woon were playing the pepero game. Tae-woong protested but to no avail. Yeon was utterly surprised to see that Dae-kyung was playing with Jae-kyung and not Young Woon, causing Tae-woong to feel nauseous at the sight. Yeon looked up at Young Woon, whose face darkened with an intense expression, and she mistakenly concluded that Dae-kyung liked Jae-hyung. Tae-woong leaned against the wall, feeling sick as if he had never felt such nausea before. Meanwhile, Dae-kyung could no longer hold back and pushed Jae-hyung away. The game was over, and it was time to measure the length of the pepero stick. The result was not even 9 centimeters, so they hadn't broken the record and only received 2 ice creams. She was extremely frustrated, believing that the first-place team had a shorter stick than theirs and thought they had essentially touched lips. Yeon had run over to help Tae-woong, who was still feeling unwell, while Young Woon laughed smugly at the two of them not winning and approached Dae-kyung, calling her name. But suddenly, raindrops began to fall on his hand, and the rain quickly intensified. Tae-woong stopped feeling sick and looked towards Young Woon, who stood silently as everyone else dashed for cover. He walked over to Dae-kyung and quietly remarked that as soon as the rain started, Young Woon's expression changed abruptly, and he vanished. He wondered if Young Woon had some psychological trauma related to water. She immediately denied it, recalling that when he had been burned before, he had lain in a bathtub without any issues. Dae-kyung decided to go to the building where Young Woon was to check on him. She ran through the rain, thinking about the relationships between Jae-hyung, Young Woon, and Chairman Lee. Dae-kyung opened the door to the storage room and found him standing pensively in the corner. Young Woon noticed her arrival and asked if she had fun playing. She replied irritably that the game was ridiculous and asked if he was afraid of the rain. He turned to face the window, looking at his own reflection, and said it wasn't that. It was that the rain easily stirred up buried memories. He provided an example, but she didn't fully understand. Young Woon continued, saying he was afraid of losing himself and had to hide away. Dae-kyung stood opposite him and asked why and who exactly he was. He repeated his full name, Han Young Woon, as if to tease her. Dae-kyung yelled in frustration that she wasn't asking for his name but for his identity. He just smiled at her and repeated once more, I am Han Young Woon. She angrily turned away, thinking that this was hopeless. Perhaps he had some reason he couldn't reveal. Dae-kyung recalled that earlier that morning, when she was getting ready to go to school, Jo Tae-woong had asked her after hearing about Young Woon whether he could be in the same situation as the two of them, wondering if he was a national spy. Dae-kyung thought no one would be reckless enough to infiltrate a school in the country like she and Tae-woong had. Returning to the present, she dismissed her strange cousin's questions and reminded herself not to underestimate Young Woon. Suddenly, she moved closer, grabbed his collar, and began searching for listening devices. Young Woon looked at her, confused. Not finding anything, Dae-kyung continued to reach into his shirt, feeling both the front and back. There was nothing above, and she instinctively glanced down at his lower body. Young Woon blushed but remained still, allowing her to search. Dae-kyung pondered that he probably wouldn't hide anything in his pants, when suddenly Young Woon grabbed her hand resting on his chest. He smiled mischievously, excitedly telling her to keep looking for the listening device. Dae-kyung frowned, annoyed that he knew what she was thinking. Just then, Jae-hyung appeared at the door of the storage room, holding an umbrella, having come to find Dae-kyung. Seeing someone arrive, she quickly withdrew her hand, while Young Woon's frustration boiled over, though he still managed to put on a professional smile, saying that Jae-hyung always showed up at the right time. Jae-hyung remarked that the two of them were always up to something weird, but Dae-kyung brushed it off, insisting he shouldn't misunderstand. He called her outside because they needed to gather before 11:30 to prepare for the shooting competition. As she was about to leave, Young-woon grabbed her hand, trying to keep her there, wanting to be closer to her, but Dae-kyung firmly rejected him. She walked out with Jae-hyung, leaving Young-woon feeling disappointed and gazing into the distance. As they exited the storage room, Jae-hyung asked Dae-kyung why it seemed like they both had feelings for each other but weren't dating. She felt flustered, regretting having told him before that she liked Young-woon, and stammered that she was just very cautious. Suddenly, Dae-young remembered something and turned to scold Jae-young for telling Young-woon that she liked someone. The scene abruptly shifted. It appeared to still be inside the same building, but Young-woon was absent, replaced by a trembling young girl holding a gun. A girl with short brown hair, her eyes hollow and filled with despair, tears streaming down her face, her body shaking uncontrollably, and notably, the gun in her hand was aimed at herself. It seemed that something had pushed her to the edge, leading her to seek death as a means of escape. Currently, it was time for the competitors to prepare for the match. Dae-kyung was sitting in Jae-hyung's lap, allowing him to write her name and number on her back. She had many questions about the competition, and Jae-hyung answered them all, explaining that this was an individual event and that the winner would receive an additional 50 points. Suddenly, a trembling female student collapsed in front of them. 2 toy guns fell out of the bag she was carrying. Another student rushed over, calling out Im Se-yoon's name and quickly helping her up, apologizing to Dae-kyung and Jae-young before hastily leaving. What was peculiar was that this girl looked very much like the one who had been in the storage room earlier. Dae-kyung wondered why the girl had 2 guns since competitors were only allowed to carry 1. Jae-hyung was also unsure, and the two sat guessing for a moment until she suddenly turned to him with a judgmental look, accusing him of bullying the juniors, which was why the other student had been so scared. Jae-hyung's face showed confusion. He hadn't done anything or touched anyone. An announcement rang out, calling the competitors to gather in the gymnasium, which was also where the match would take place. A drone flew overhead, recording and scoring in place of the judges. Other students could also follow the match through a live broadcast. At that moment, Giun was walking down the school hallway, watching the match on her phone while searching for Han Young-woon and Jo Tae-woong. While Dae-kyung was surveying the area, she suddenly sensed someone behind her. She spun around and aimed her gun at the person, revealing it was Jae-hyung, her teammate. She scolded him for appearing without a word, almost causing her to shoot him. Suddenly, he raised his gun and shot at a competitor behind Dae-kyung, who seemed to be aiming at her. Seeing this, she quickly turned away, cheerfully announcing that it was time to get serious, even betting Jae-hyung that whoever scored lower would get slapped. After saying this, Dae-kyung climbed onto the roof of a shipping container and aimed at a target below, stating that she didn't want to lose and had to try hard. Suddenly, the number of competitors dwindled rapidly until only 5 remained. Jae-hyung reminded her to come down because it was easy to be spotted on top of the container. Just as he finished speaking, a ball came flying from behind her. Dae-kyung was caught off guard while preparing to jump down, losing her balance and landing on Jae-hyung, fortunately avoiding the ball. He managed to catch her, but due to the sudden situation, he wasn't mentally prepared. Jae-hyung held her in a princess carry, stunned and rooted to the spot for a long time. Perhaps he was still processing things slowly. Dae-kyung's call brought him back to reality. She jumped down from his arms, scanning around for the person who had shot. Suddenly, Jae-hyung lowered his head, unable to look her in the eye. His ears and cheeks flushed red. He told her it was a mistake not to realize how her actions could affect others. In truth, he was quite concerned about her being so naturally close to other boys, but he only dared to imply it. Dae-kyung looked at him in confusion, brushing aside his words to focus on the match. What neither of them expected was that the drone had captured every moment when Dae-kyung was in Jae-hyung's arms. The commentator found this amusing, teasing that while everyone was intensely battling, there were also those acting out a romantic film. Giun was sitting in class with her friends watching the competition. She noticed the affectionate actions between Dae-kyung and Jae-hyung and thought to herself that they were flirting. Suddenly, Young-woon appeared out of nowhere, sitting down next to Yun. Before she could ask where he had been, he spoke first. Young-woon mentioned that every time it rained, he seemed to have bad luck, continuing with a long monologue about whether it was due to spiritual reasons. Yun was flustered, unsure how to respond, when she suddenly heard static from the TV, and the screen strangely went dark. The commentator speculated that it was likely due to a camera malfunction or a temporary halt in the match. Not only that, but all connections in the gymnasium were also cut off. Young-woon looked up, sensing that something was very wrong. At that moment, only 3 competitors remained in the match: Dae-kyung, Jae-hyung, and another person. She suddenly noticed the drone overhead burst into flames and wobble as it fell. Kyung attempted to contact the organizers, but since her phone had been surrendered, the two had to wait. Jae-hyung spotted a strange shadow standing in the distance, likely the remaining competitor. He observed for a moment before suddenly pulling her behind him, shielding her from a shot. But something felt off. The sound they heard was that of a real gunshot. Blood gushed from Jae-hyung's shoulder, and Dae-kyung's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. He became dizzy, staggering, and collapsing against her. At that moment, she saw that Im Se-yoon was behind him, the same girl who had held the two guns in the gym earlier. She was aiming a gun at the two of them, her eyes vacant, tears streaming down her face, her expression one of utter panic and fear. The toy gun she had was actually a real gun, which explained why Se-yoon had brought two, one for the competition and one aimed at Dae-kyung. But because Jae-hyung had bravely jumped in front of her to take the bullet, she had managed to escape death. Dae-kyung gritted her teeth, glaring angrily at Im Se-yoon. Dae-kyung threw the gun she was holding up and kicked it hard towards Im Se-yoon. The girl winced in pain, her eye bruising, but she still aimed her gun at the two of them. Se-yoon opened her eyes with difficulty, but Dae-kyung, who had been standing in front of her, had vanished. Instead, a hand from behind grabbed her hair, throwing her to the ground and handcuffing her behind her back. Se-yoon was completely subdued but still struggled to resist. Dae-kyung glared and demanded to know who was behind all this, but she refused to confess. Dae-kyung began to threaten her, stating that if she didn't speak, she would have to log out of this world. Suddenly, Se-yoon clenched her teeth and said to kill her, to let her die. Hearing this, Dae-kyung's face darkened. Im Se-yoon's words triggered memories that she had long tried to bury. In the past, her uncle had been driven to despair by the Sa-young conglomerate, forced to kill his loved ones. He had then committed suicide out of hopelessness, telling Dae-kyung in his final moments to kill him. Now, only death could wash away the guilt he had caused and free him from the chains and oppression of Sa-young. Se-yoon's words were reminiscent of what her late uncle had said. Dae-kyung wondered if they shared a similar fate, if both had been threatened by the Sa-young conglomerate. She gritted her teeth, angrily mentioning the name Shin Myung-won, the chairman of Sa-young. It seemed everything was as Dae-kyung had predicted. Im Se-yoon trembled violently upon hearing Myung-won's name, her eyes widening as she began to cry harder. Dae-kyung understood. She released Se-yoon's hand and stood up. At that moment, the police arrived, quickly taking Jae-hyung to the hospital and securing the scene. Dae-kyung threw the real gun and bullets towards a police officer, then stormed off in anger. Following this incident, the school was closed for 3 weeks, the victim being a scion of a wealthy family, yet it was not mentioned in the news. This only reinforced Dae-kyung's belief that the mastermind was Shin Myung-won, who had silenced the media. At Tae-young and Dae-kyung's residence, she told him that her identity had been exposed, which was why Sa-young had targeted her. Suddenly, he mentioned Giun, reminding her of the previous failed kidnapping attempt. She asked how Tae-won knew to come save her, and he replied that Young-woon had pointed the way. Dae-kyung became furious because that was what had led to her identity being exposed. The two argued for a while about Young-woon's true identity but ultimately reached no conclusion. Exhausted, Dae-young lay back on the bed, and Tae-won unexpectedly spoke about the irregularities in the incident where their place had been broken into, where he was attacked and she had returned just in time to save him. After some reasoning and combining evidence, he speculated that the intruder was likely from Sa-young, having discovered their identities and targeting her during the sports festival. However, this was still just a strong possibility, and they couldn't draw a final conclusion yet. That night, Dae-kyung and Tae-won decided to call Shin Myung-won using the phone number she had memorized from the business card. Indeed, the person who answered was him, wearing a cunning smile, his face sinister as he asked if the person on the other end was Lee Dae-kyung, even though she hadn't said a word yet. The man on the other end picked up the phone and gently asked if the person on the line was Lee Dae-kyung. Hearing her name, Dae-kyung immediately interrogated him about his identity, but he showed no interest in her question, teasingly claiming that he didn't know who she was, but she obviously knew him well since he had mentioned her name. He sneered, calling her the dog following CO1. Just mentioning CO1's name made Dae-kyung stand up in alarm, questioning how he knew her boss's name. Dae-kyung's anxiety excited him because he thought the organization had been completely wiped out. He informed her that he had identified 3 people, prompting Jo Tae-won to wonder where these 3 people came from. As their casual conversation continued, he began to move inside to start torturing someone else. Among the numerous tasks, he chose a heavy hammer and slowly approached Im Se-yoon's father with a sinister smile. From her side, Dae-kyung was unaware of the situation, only hearing the horrific scream of Se-yoon echoing in her ears. In this tense situation, Dae-kyung quickly took out a pen to write down a request to locate him without raising suspicion. While Dae-kyung was worried, he happily wanted to make a proposal to her but was interrupted by Tae-won, who hung up the call. Confused, she angrily asked Tae-won what he was doing, to which he loudly explained that they almost got traced back and that if he hadn't hung up, their location would have been exposed. After receiving the location, Dae-kyung turned to go elsewhere. Tae-won couldn't help but ask who the three people he mentioned were. Dae-kyung calmly asked Tae-won if he remembered Uncle Chol. Hearing this, Tae-won was surprised but quickly advised her to let it go. However, the image of Chol's tortured face and the bright red blood pouring from him was something Dae-kyung could never forget. After some contemplation, she decided to go rescue Se-yoon. She remained determined despite Tae-won's numerous warnings. With her resoluteness, Tae-won had no choice but to let her go, even wrapping books around her to mitigate any stab or gunshot wounds as much as possible. Finally, he warned her not to kill anyone, but she was only half listening, casually replying that if possible, she might. On another side, the bodyguards were always on the lookout for intruders but were easily subdued by her. Deep inside, there was someone trying to torture Se-yoon, but Dae-kyung quickly spotted him and moved to take him down. When he was ambushed, he attempted to fight back but failed. Not giving up, he continued to resist by trying to stab her with a knife, but once again, his efforts were insignificant. She easily broke his arm, rendering him incapable of moving again. After finishing him off, she turned to Se-yoon and asked where her father was. Lee Dae-kyung stood behind him Se-yoon, who was sitting on the ground in panic. Se-yoon admitted that she had once tried to kill Lee Dae-kyung and had also attempted to kill innocent people. Se-yoon burst into tears, questioning why Lee Dae-kyung wanted to help her. Dae-kyung ignored her question and directly asked if Lee Jae-hyung was still alive. Dae-kyung instinctively narrowed her eyes, recalling what the lawyer had said about the failed murder plot. She began to lose patience, urging Se-yoon to lead the way quickly. Se-yoon, still sitting on the ground, sobbed quietly and then started to advise Lee Dae-kyung that even if she went back now, it would be pointless because these people were different from those she knew. Se-yoon turned to look at Lee Dae-kyung and continued to explain that they would truly kill her, and even if she rescued her father now, he would still be captured. Hearing this, Lee Dae-kyung's anger flared as she grabbed Se-yoon by the collar. She glared at her, threatening Se-yoon to shut up and lead the way, especially since she had received a gun but did not turn back to shoot those bastards. Instead, she shot innocent people. Dae-kyung angrily looked at Se-yoon, continuing to scold her that if she still had the sense to ask others to kill her for the sins she had caused, then when given the chance, even if it was just a rotten rope, she should hold on to it. Dae-kyung contemptuously told Se-yoon that if she wanted to escape, she should live like that. Then she released her collar and walked away. At that moment, Se-yoon regretted it, grabbing Lee Dae-kyung's leg and pleading for her to save her father. Meanwhile, Se-yoon's father was being tortured by a group of people, bleeding profusely as he begged them to spare him, claiming he would give up everything. One of them looked at him, incredulous at his words, while Se-yoon's father, with a hoarse voice, pleaded for them to spare his daughter. The man sneered, mocking that they wouldn't touch a young girl. He then taunted that when the man finished his prison term, he would place his daughter in a position at a bar. He continued to mock, reassuring the father not to worry about what would happen to his daughter because he would take care of her personally. Suddenly, a rope fell down. Before he could react, the rope tightened around his neck, leaving him dangling in the air. Another man began to announce the location in Area A. He shouted orders to turn on the lights immediately. In a flash, a knife sliced through his throat, killing him instantly. Another man realized in time and grabbed Lee Dae-kyung's hand. He delivered a kick straight to her stomach, sending her flying. He approached her, asking who she was and daring her to come alone. He continued to kick Lee Dae-kyung in the stomach without pause. Seeing her remain silent, he immediately pulled out a knife and lunged at her. Fortunately, Lee Dae-kyung managed to block his blade in time. Without hesitation, she wrapped her legs around his neck, catching him off guard, causing him to drop the knife as his face turned pale from lack of air. He struggled to rise, dragging her body along, and then slammed her down hard. Lee Dae-kyung winced in pain, releasing him and crawling away. Before she could regain her bearings, he grabbed her shirt and punched her in the face, knocking off her hat, glasses, and mask. He pinned her against the wall, smugly realizing she was Lee Dae-kyung. Grabbing her hair, he pulled her up, sneering at her for daring to come in alone. Lee Dae-kyung looked at him and then sneered, beginning to mock him about the corpse he was talking about. Suddenly, a knife was plunged into his neck, shocking everyone. She pulled the knife back, watching him collapse dead on the spot. At that moment, Se-yoon's father's voice echoed, screaming for them to stop. One of the men she had previously beaten was holding Im Se-yoon hostage, mocking her as he realized she and Lee De-kyung were on the same side. He pressed the knife against Im Se-yoon's neck, threatening that if they didn't want to see her die, they should stay still. Lee De-kyung frowned at them, realizing that this was typical of the Sa-young group. Im Se-yoon was being held at knife point by an old man, who warned De-kyung to stay still, otherwise, Se-yoon would meet her end. De-kyung watched, thinking that this scene resembled those ruthless criminals. Se-yoon's father screamed in despair, begging them not to harm his daughter. The man in front reminded her to drop her knife and raised his hand. De-kyung immediately complied, smiling as she looked at the others, who asked if she knew who she was dealing with. De-kyung smiled back, affirming that she did know. She had seen a few men with knives at the headquarters, but in her assessment, the standards here seemed a bit low. It would be great to use them as a bullet hole. Upon hearing this, the others grew furious and decisively charged forward. De-kyung nimbly dodged them and counterattacked, sprinting ahead while Se-yoon's father anxiously shouted for Se-yoon to run, assessing the surroundings as De-kyung rushed towards Se-yoon. Just as Se-yoon was about to escape, a man managed to grab her. De-kyung, worried, ran faster, repeatedly urging Se-yoon not to go. At that moment, time seemed to freeze as De-kyung turned to stone at the sight before her. Se-yoon was on her hands and knees, trembling in pain. A bald man with a gun approached, reminding them that if they showed mercy like this, how could they seek revenge? Another man wearing glasses stepped forward, calling out Lee De-kyung's name. She turned, startled, as the name clicked in her mind, Shin Myung-won. De-kyung was stunned, her mind racing with the question of why he would shoot at his own staff instead of her. Shin Myung-won approached Se-yoon, tossing her a key, telling her to get out quickly. De-kyung had already saved them. Once Se-yoon and her father had left, Shin Myung-won sat down on a chair and said to De-kyung that they had something to discuss. He wanted to negotiate something with De-kyung. Another henchman aimed a gun at De-kyung, and she understood that this was not a negotiation but a threat. Shin Myung-won laughed, saying that for her, De-kyung, if he didn't use this method, how could they have a conversation? He asked De-kyung if it was true that she was targeting the chairman's son. He stated that he had the same goal as her and wanted her to help him kill that person. De-kyung wondered what scheme he was plotting. Understanding her confusion, Shin Myung-won continued, explaining that within the corporation, only the current chairman could nominate the next chairman, and someone more suitable had already emerged. How could a kid who hadn't even graduated become the chairman? Talking with Shin Myung-won left De-kyung bewildered, unsure of what was true in his words. He claimed that although their positions were different, their goals were the same. De-kyung questioned why he wanted to complicate everything. Shin Myung-won arrogantly believed that if he made a bigger deal out of it, when everything ended, he would gain significant credit, as if he could easily capture De-kyung after achieving his goal. De-kyung felt that he was looking down on her too much. However, Shin Myung-won thought De-kyung was too righteous, and beside her, there were many hostages he could use to threaten her. As the day turned to night, when De-kyung returned to the base, Jo Tae-woong was waiting behind the door, equipped with a helmet and a baseball bat, ready for a fight. Upon seeing De-kyung, Tae-woong constantly thanked the heavens. Ignoring his rambling, De-kyung walked inside, brushing off all of Tae-woong's inquiries. She placed her phone down and picked up the one on the table to call someone. On the other end, Young-woon was brushing his teeth when he received a call that made him choke. De-kyung asked him if Lee Jae-hyung was still alive and where he was. Young-woon replied that he was in the private hospital room. Remembering what Shin Myung-won had said earlier, De-kyung felt a mix of belief and doubt, deciding to go to Jae-kyung's villa to verify. When she arrived, the outside bodyguard stopped her, but upon stating her name, she was allowed to go up to the room. Seeing Lee Jae-hyung injured and bandaged all over, De-kyung rarely managed to say something kind. It had been a long time since they last met. Lee De-kyung entered the room and politely greeted Lee Jae-hyung. He turned to her and asked what brought her here unexpectedly. She replied that she wanted to check on his health. Lee Jae-hyung said that as long as he was alive, that was good enough. She fell silent, thinking that she shouldn't jump to conclusions until she was sure. De-kyung sighed, recalling that day when he was just an ordinary person caught up in everything. She wondered why Lee Jae-hyung had shielded her that day. It was just a game after all. If it weren't for that, he must have known something, and Lee Jae-hyung scratched his head, saying it felt a bit strange, not because he knew it would happen, but because he let himself be shot. He advised her not to feel guilty. De-kyung wanted to ask what this strange feeling was, but Lee Jae-kyung interrupted, telling her to stop and that they could discuss it later as he was feeling a headache coming on. However, De-kyung continued, insisting that if not now, there would be no opportunity left. He questioned why, and she replied that she wouldn't be attending that school anymore. De-kyung clenched her fists, explaining that although he was the one injured, she was still the target. Lee Jae-hyung asked her why she thought she was the only one targeted. Tae-kyung responded that only she and he survived until the end of the game. He was just caught up in it. Was there some reason he had to die? Lee Jae-hyung mentioned that the school would enhance security and that outsiders would be prohibited from entering. Only the security staff could bring people in. Suddenly, Lee Jae-hyung stood up, stating that there were rumors of a security test. Lee Tae-kyung immediately questioned what he meant, asking who was targeting him and why. Lee Jae-hyung countered by asking why she always asked questions without revealing anything about herself. He inquired about her identity and whether she was willing to share it. Lee Jae-hyung turned and walked away, changing the subject, asking if she had come alone today without a car. What about the bodyguard? Wasn't there anyone at home to protect Lee Tae-kyung? If so, Lee Jae-hyung handed her a card, inviting her to his home. Tae-kyung wondered if this was out of concern or just to keep someone close to monitor her. Meanwhile, two bodyguards were chatting about how their young master mentioned that a friend would be visiting. They noticed he had arrived and apologized for making him wait. It turned out to be Han Young-woon, who was holding a basket of fruit. On the other hand, Lee Tae-kyung questioned whether they would be living together at Lee Jae-hyung's house, to which he admitted. Perhaps because at least at his house, there wouldn't be any issues. She wouldn't have to worry about being followed or exposing her location, and he would also take her to school. Lee Jae-hyung persuaded her to stay with him. Tae-kyung wondered why he wanted her to continue studying but went to such lengths. Outside the room, Han Young-woon was already waiting, listening to their conversation. Suddenly, Lee Jae-hyung leaned in close to her, resting his head on one of her shoulders in front of Han Young-woon, who looked on with a provocative gaze. This made Han Young-woon involuntarily smile faintly. Han Young-woon approached and remarked that Lee Jae-hyung had called him over for no reason, so he wondered if something was up, only to realize it was to witness this scene. Tae-kyung pushed Lee Jae-hyung away, telling him to lie down and rest while questioning Han Young-woon's presence. Lee Jae-hyung asked if she was as cute as this. However, she countered by asking why Han Young-woon was there, to which he replied that he came to visit out of concern for Lee Jae-hyung. Lee Jae-hyung retorted, asking if he wasn't there to supervise him and Lee Tae-kyung. Han Young-woon looked momentarily stunned. His intentions had been discovered. Since Tae-kyung was in a bad mood, Han Young-woon decided to leave the basket of fruit and head home. Tae-kyung stared at him, thinking that he probably followed her here, but there was nothing wrong with that at the moment. Noticing the bandage on Tae-kyung's cheek, Han Young-woon asked what had happened to her face. They continued to chat, with her telling him not to worry and to just go, but he insisted that he would take her home. Tae-kyung agreed and told him to wait outside. Han Young-woon turned and expressed his relief that Lee Jae-hyung had regained consciousness. As he was about to leave, Lee Jae-hyung asked him if he was the one manipulating Im Se-yoon. Han Young-woon turned to Lee Jae-hyung, bewildered by his sudden question. As Han Young-woon turned to leave, he heard Lee Jae-hyung ask from behind, "You're the one manipulating Im Se-yoon, right?" Han Young-woon turned back, looking confused. Lee Jae-hyung mentioned that on the day of the sports festival, Im Se-yoon was in the warehouse with him. Just the two of them. He demanded an explanation from Han Young-woon. HJW frowned, annoyed, claiming that just because he was in the same place with her, Lee Jae-hyung was blaming him. Lee Jae-hyung retorted, recalling that 2 years ago, a senior had disappeared and then suddenly moved abroad, as if he had been chased away. His tone was threatening, asking if HJW wanted him to elaborate. HJW's eyes darkened, radiating hostility, but he replied that he had no reason to kill Lee Jae-hyung. LJH remained unyielding and continued to argue. Suddenly, Lee Dae-kyung entered, cutting off their exchange, pointing out that the real instigator was Shin Myung-won. Just after her words left her lips, LJH smiled knowingly, leaving LDK somewhat puzzled. At that moment, HJW intended to leave with Dae-kyung, but LJH stopped him, saying he still had things to say to her. After HJW left, LJH wanted to continue questioning LDK, but she deflected, asking him to show her the room where she would be staying. LJH was surprised. He hadn't expected her to agree to live with him. Later, a bodyguard guided her through the locations of the rooms and the meal schedule that would be brought to her room, advising her to limit her outings for security reasons, even in the hall outside her room. Lee Tae-kyung wondered if anyone had used that room before. The bodyguard replied that he wasn't sure. Before leaving, he instructed her to let the guards at the door know if she needed anything, as they would take turns protecting her. Meanwhile, Yo Tae-won was asleep when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up, astonished to see that the caller was Lee Tae-kyung, informing him that she would temporarily stay at Lee Jae-hyung's house. It turned out she was worried about surveillance cameras or wiretaps, which woke him up completely. JTW asked after her, realizing she wanted him to investigate, but it likely wasn't a dangerous situation. After reminding her to be careful, they hung up. At that moment, Dae-kyung was holding a red table lamp. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and 2 bodyguards rushed into the room, asking what had happened. One of them quickly ran to her, finding her sitting on the floor surrounded by broken glass. Hearing her mumble about the color red, Lee Dae-kyung fearfully explained that the sight reminded her of that time and pleaded with them to get rid of it. The bodyguard apologized and suggested temporarily moving her to the hospital room. She weakly stood up, insisting it wasn't necessary. Suddenly, Lee Dae-kyung yelled when she spotted an attractive blue box, and when everyone turned back, she had vanished. Quick on her feet, she ran away, leaving them in pursuit. As she faced a bodyguard blocking her path, another appeared from behind, explaining that they had cleaned the room and asked her to stop. Cornered, Lee Dae-kyung shouted that everything was red and jumped off the balcony to the floor below. She landed and quickly took off running. The guards were stunned and bewildered, reporting to the others that she had jumped from the 2nd floor. Lee Dae-kyung dashed into a room, panting as she realized there were indeed many guards around. A quick glance revealed it was a study. Just as she was about to explore, a hand grabbed her wrist. She froze for a moment, hearing a familiar voice calling her name, asking what she was doing there. It was Lee Jae-hyung. Lee Dae-kyung stared back at him, bewildered as to why he had suddenly appeared there since there was only one entrance. Lee Jae-hyung looked at her discontentedly, asking why she couldn't stay put and why she had come here. He frowned, irritated, explaining that she was in a sensitive situation and that causing such a ruckus was unwise. Didn't she know she was supposed to be protected here? Lee Dae-kyung gazed at him intently, her face showing concern as she realized he was genuinely angry. Lee Jae-hyung felt increasingly uneasy. The more she acted out, the more worried he became. He then demanded that she return to her room and stay there. Dae-kyung panicked, realizing that if she stepped back now, she would be trapped forever. She shouted to stop him from leaving. Without saying anything further, she suddenly lunged at him. Unexpectedly, she recalled a scene where she and Jo Tae-won were watching a romantic movie. He teased her to learn from the romantic moments, but she insisted that conversations were necessary, not just hugs. Jo Tae-won had pointed out that her problem was that she lacked any romantic feelings. He explained that in relationships, logic and reason weren't everything. Emotions often outweighed them, much like her current situation. Lee Dae-kyung leaned closer to Lee Jae-hyung, slowly lifting her shirt to reveal her wound and directly pressing on it. Her face flushed with pain. While Lee Jae-hyung was still in shock, she put on a weak expression, looking at him. She tried her best to squeeze out tears, apologizing for being alone in the room, which made her feel uneasy. Lee Jae-hyung sprayed a stiffening spray, staring at her. He blushed when he realized she was crying. As Dae-kyung continued her act, Lee Jae-hyung, feeling too embarrassed, quickly turned away. He stood there for a long time, his face still red, not saying a word before leaving. Dae-kyung misunderstood, thinking this tactic had failed, and displayed a confused expression. Afterward, she was escorted back to her room by the bodyguard. Lee Dae-kyung lay on the bed, her face emotionless, feeling disappointed that she thought her plan would work, but it only complicated things further. Lee Jae-hyung specifically invited a psychologist to see her. The therapist wanted to ask if they could talk for a while, but Lee Dae-kyung immediately refused, curling up and covering her ears with a pillow. The therapist gently approached, covering her with a blanket, leaving a business card, saying she would be a confidant whenever needed. She also mentioned that Lee Jae-hyung cared for her a lot, but he lacked experience in taking care of her. Upon hearing this, Lee Dae-kyung demanded the therapist to call him in. She agreed to relay the message. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-hyung was sitting in his room, questioning the bodyguard beside him about what she was doing. The bodyguard looked at the surveillance camera and reported that Lee Dae-kyung had been sitting still for an hour. Lee Jae-hyung suddenly recalled her weak expression, and his face turned beet red. He thought he might have been too harsh on her, so he instructed the bodyguard to inform him of anything special. Before the bodyguard could finish, he widened his eyes in shock, reporting that she had suddenly climbed out the window. Lee Jae-hyung was immediately startled and panicked. He and the bodyguard hurried to her room. Upon discovering the door locked from the inside, Lee Jae-hyung frowned and kicked the door open. Without thinking, Lee Dae-kyung rushed into the room, heading for the window, shouting her name. Outside the room, the bodyguard unexpectedly called him repeatedly. Lee Jae-hyung turned in surprise to find Lee Dae-kyung blocking the door, glaring at him and demanding he turn off the cameras. Lee Jae-hyung always wondered what kind of person Lee Dae-kyung really was, sometimes brave, sometimes naive. Meanwhile, outside, the bodyguards were shouting loudly, which made Lee Dae-kyung, feeling annoyed, swing the door open and scold them, asking if they were afraid she would eat him. She pointed at him to signal that Lee Jae-hyung was still safe. She slowly approached him, and Lee Jae-hyung questioned whether she had jumped out of the window for this reason. Lee De-kyung calmly suggested that he must have rushed here because of it. He was confused as to how she knew about the cameras, and she immediately demanded that he apologize to her. He looked at her in bewilderment and stammered an apology. He said that if she wanted to leave, he would take her wherever she wanted. Before he could finish his sentence, she interrupted, saying she didn't want to leave. She would stay here. Lee Jae-hyung was astonished and couldn't believe it. Before he could feel happy for too long, she proposed using his room. She thought this would be an opportunity to both sponge off him and investigate the house. Lee Jae-hyung started sweating profusely, tiredly refusing her request, insisting that his room was off limits and that he would prepare a new, cleaner room for her. A week had passed. After she insisted they use a wave detector to check the new room, she agreed to accept it. The meals were very satisfying, although the psychologist visited every day, which was quite bothersome. But in return, she received massages, seeming to relax and rest. While she was soaking in the pool, Lee Jae-hyung unexpectedly walked in. He stared at her in shock, his face suddenly flushing red. Lee De-kyung slowly stood up from the bathtub, wondering if she was no longer isolated. Lee Jae-hyung turned his face away, awkwardly asking if she was soaking in the tub. She then asked if he had taken off the powder. He was about to say something, but Lee De-kyung sat down on the chair, unsure of what he wanted to talk about. Lee Jae-hyung realized that Lee De-kyung also liked swimming, so he took the initiative to bring her to the villa's pool. She was very excited to see that he had a pool in his house. He looked at her and said the nearby pool hadn't been used lately, so it was empty, and he probably needed to change the water. Lee De-kyung felt disappointed, not knowing when she would be able to use it. He chuckled, suggesting it might be tomorrow or the day after. After saying that, Lee Jae-hyung turned to call her, wanting to show her something. They both walked to the living room, where there was a movie projector. Lee De-kyung wondered if he planned to watch a movie. At that moment, Lee Jae-hyung began to explain that he had loved watching movies here since he was a child. She sat down next to him, asking if he had lived alone here since childhood. He started explaining that he hadn't always been alone. There were caregivers for him too. She stared at him, realizing there was more to the story, but if she asked, he wouldn't answer. They sat next to each other on the couch, continuing to watch the movie. She felt bored and yawned widely. He stared at the screen, thinking it was a way to clear his mind. Lee Jae-hyung began to mention that there had been a lot of stimulation lately, making him feel tired. Lee De-kyung looked at him for a long time and then started to pat his head, advising him to clear out such thoughts from his mind. Lee Jae-hyung was astonished, his face starting to blush. After watching the movie for a while, he had unknowingly fallen asleep on her shoulder. Lee De-kyung stood up, an idea suddenly popping into her head. She could take this opportunity to investigate. She began to leave the room when a bodyguard approached, asking if she wanted to go back to her room and where he was. Lee De-kyung looked at the bodyguard, saying he was sleeping. The bodyguard was confused, not understanding why he was sleeping there. She noticed the bodyguard's worried expression and suggested that she could wake him up. The bodyguard immediately stopped her, explaining that they had heard recently that Lee Jae-hyung hadn't been able to sleep at all, but she saw that he was sleeping soundly. The bodyguard further explained that he was someone who couldn't sleep unless he was in his own room. At that moment, Lee Jae-hyung was sleeping on the couch, slowly waking up. He stared at the blanket over him. When he turned his face, he found that Lee De-kyung had disappeared while he was asleep. Lee Jae-hyung was in the gym doing sit-ups. He suddenly thought of Lee De-kyung, who set her own limits and didn't reveal herself to anyone. Although she seemed strangely vulnerable, he was always drawn to follow her lead. He still wondered what Lee De-kyung truly wanted. Suddenly, Lee De-kyung appeared out of nowhere, stopping him from doing sit-ups. Seeing Lee Jae-hyung in a daze, she began to shout at him, asking if he wanted to break his leg. What would he do if he suddenly lost strength? Her unexpected appearance confused him, and he didn't know how she ended up there. After a moment, Lee Jae-hyung noticed a bodyguard panting behind her. Lee De-kyung stared at him and then demanded that he leave. Lee Jae-hyung stammered, explaining that he was also planning to look for her. Lee De-kyung squinted at him, wondering if he liked to exercise so much, and then invited him to dinner, which left Lee Jae-hyung bewildered. After they finished dinner, they both went to the room. Lee De-kyung, having eaten her fill, lay flat on the bed, while Lee Jae-hyung walked around, saying he would go take a shower and come out right away. While he was showering, Lee De-kyung planned to rummage through his room. Not long after, he emerged in black pajamas. When he walked out looking like that, Lee De-kyung was sweating profusely on the bed, staring at Lee Jae-hyung. He approached and sat down on the bed next to her. At that moment, Lee De-kyung asked him if he didn't feel lonely living alone in such a big house. He replied that it wasn't lonely at all. She found it strange and began to tell him that Han Young-woon lived in a more modest house, but Lee Jae-hyung and Hwang Ji-yoon were different. Before she could finish, he questioned whether Lee De-kyung had ever been to Han Young-woon's house. Lee De-kyung looked at him with dissatisfaction, then explained that she only went there to eat noodles, and he shouldn't misunderstand. Lee Jae-hyung found it confusing when she mentioned going there to eat noodles. Lee De-kyung felt extremely dissatisfied and silently cursed Jo Tae-woong. Lee Jae-hyung, knowing she liked Han Young-woon, started to speak ill of him, mentioning that there was a time when Han Young-woon was madly dating girls, and they all had something in common. In the past, when large-scale illegal entertainment establishments were rampant, serious crimes also occurred, and the families of the girls Han Young-woon dated were all involved in something. Lee De-kyung listened to him, feeling curious that it wasn't just a simple romance. Lee Jae-hyung explained that both sides had issues. Lee De-kyung also realized that Lee Jae-hyung had really investigated Han Young-woon behind his back, so she thought that being with him would allow her to learn more. Suddenly, Lee Jae-hyung stared at her, curious if she still liked Han Young-woon despite everything. At that question, Lee De-kyung looked at him, speechless. Realizing he had been staring at her, he quickly stood up, explaining that his nerves had been a bit unstable lately. Lee Jae-hyung walked over to the table and picked up a pack of cigarettes. Immediately, Lee De-kyung appeared from behind, snatching the pack from his hands and scolding him for wanting to smoke with that body. Without letting him explain, Lee De-kyung directly tore the pack of cigarettes and threw it away, leaving Lee Jae-hyung stunned as he watched her. She continued to interrogate him about how many hours he had slept in the room yesterday. Lee Jae-hyung wanted to make an excuse but then complained to Lee De-kyung that he had only slept for 1 hour. Upon receiving his answer, Lee De-kyung silently grabbed his hand and pushed him onto the bed, then wrapped him in the blanket, making Lee Jae-hyung stare at her in confusion. He quickly tried to sit up, explaining that he couldn't sleep, but she quickly stopped him, telling him to just lie down and close his eyes. She sat down next to him and recounted that when she was little, whenever she couldn't sleep, there would always be someone beside her. Lee Jae-hyung curiously asked if it was her mother. Lee De-kyung confirmed that his question was correct, so she had never felt lonely, simply adding warmth to the empty space beside her. Lee Jae-hyung stared at her, thinking this was the first time he had heard her truly tell a story. Lee De-kyung was puzzled, wondering if she hadn't shared many stories before. He felt this time was different from the previous ones and then requested her to tell him more. At his request, Lee De-kyung began to recount a story about how she had to steal food at an internet cafe, which made him chuckle. He thought that was really like her, very daring. After a while of telling stories to Lee Jae-hyung, he finally fell asleep, and she stretched and yawned before stepping outside. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. It was Han Young-woon calling. When Han Young-woon saw her answer, he cheerfully called her name, while she wondered why he was calling. However, Han Young-woon didn't answer and kept asking about her. Lee De-kyung, feeling annoyed, questioned why he had called her. Han Young-woon stammered for a moment, his face turning red, and replied that he missed her. After hearing him, Lee De-kyung got angry and was about to hang up, but Han Young-woon hurriedly stopped her. He curiously asked if she was going to school tomorrow. Lee De-kyung thought for a moment before agreeing to meet him the next day. At that moment, Han Young-woon suddenly became curious about where she was. Lee De-kyung was taken aback, wondering if he was following her, then replied that she was at home before quickly hanging up. She felt goosebumps as she looked around, questioning whether Han Young-woon was really stalking her. The next morning, Lee Jae-hyung was sitting in the kitchen after finishing breakfast. Lee De-kyung slowly approached, wondering why he wasn't going to school today. Lee Jae-hyung turned to look at her and said he would go to school next week, finding it odd that she was wearing a winter uniform since it was summer. Lee De-kyung felt flustered, not knowing what to do since she didn't have a summer uniform. At that moment, Lee Jae-hyung brought out a summer uniform and handed it to her. Lee De-kyung accepted the uniform, curious about how he had a female summer uniform. He began to explain that he used to have a sister, and Lee De-kyung's eyes widened in surprise. She found it strange when he said used to have, wondering why he referred to it in the past tense. While she was lost in thought, Lee Jae-hyung announced that it was already 8:40, making her rush off to school. Lee De-kyung slowly entered the classroom after a long absence. Giun saw her and, feeling confused and worried, called out to Lee De-kyung. Once Lee De-kyung sat down, Giun rushed to her desk, starting to ask why Lee De-kyung hadn't answered her calls. However, Lee De-kyung remained silent, fearing that Shin Myung-won would harm Giun, so she kept her distance. Giun heard from others that Lee De-kyung had been in an accident, which made her very concerned. Lee De-kyung narrowed her eyes slightly and harshly told Giun to leave. Giun was taken aback but assumed that the heat had caused something bad to happen, then suggested they go to the beach. Since Lee De-kyung was genuinely afraid Giun would be in danger, she bluntly told Giun that she was being too much of a hindrance and should go elsewhere. Her words left Giun momentarily stunned, her eyes welling up as she walked away. A while later, during recess, Lee De-kyung stood alone, lost in thought as she looked up at the sky. A few students began gossiping, speculating that she was dating Lee Jae-hyung, while others thought she was with Han Young-woon. While the two groups were still arguing, Han Young-woon's voice rang out. He unexpectedly hugged Lee De-kyung from behind, continuously mumbling that he missed her. Lee De-kyung jumped, quickly pushing him away and scolding him for hugging her without permission. However, Han Young-woon was not bothered at all. He chuckled and apologized to her. An Young-woon began to wonder what had happened between Lee De-kyung and Ji-yun, noting that Ji-yun's mood didn't seem good earlier. Hearing this, Lee De-kyung sighed tiredly. An Young-woon looked at her, wanting to know what had happened, but she refused to share. To persuade her to talk, Han Young-woon looked at her with sparkling eyes, clinging to her like a puppy, leaving Lee De-kyung feeling helpless. She tiredly said that being with her would only negatively affect Ji-yun. At that moment, Han Young-woon suggested they sit down for a while. He thought that if she kept her distance now, the situation might not change. Lee De-kyung looked at him, realizing it seemed too late for that. An Young-woon then proposed that she could stay close to protect Ji-yun. Lee De-kyung's hands trembled as she gripped the milk carton tightly, starting to think that if both of them were involved, it would be hard to avoid. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Han Young-woon reassured her that everything would be fine. Suddenly, he noticed something and stared at Lee De-kyung, making her feel uneasy. An Young-woon found it strange that he kept smelling Lee Jae-hyung's scent on her. He straightforwardly asked if she had been with Lee Jae-hyung before coming to school today. An Young-woon felt that something was off and asked why he kept smelling Lee Jae-hyung's scent on her. He wondered if the two of them had been together before coming to school. Lee De-kyung was taken aback by the question and quickly denied it, thinking that it must be because she had just changed her shampoo, which made Young-woon feel she was different from usual. Wait a minute, something felt wrong. Why should she care about his gaze? She snapped, indicating that she didn't want him to be curious. De-kyung thought this matter had nothing to do with him, so he shouldn't ask like that. An Young-woon felt uncomfortable, showing signs of hurt, wanting to be involved in her matters. Because you're so beautiful that it's hard to forget you after just one look, he said casually, admitting without any embarrassment. Lee De-kyung was taken aback by his response. According to Lee Jae-hyung, he had a whole collection of girls, and she didn't look like that at all. Suddenly, she remembered something and tightened her grip on the milk carton, wondering if Han Young-woon knew something about her past. While she was tangled in her thoughts, fearing that her dirty past would be exposed, Young-woon seemed to see something and pulled her closer, taking her somewhere. When she realized it, De-kyung found herself standing in front of Hwang Ji-yun. Now she desperately wanted to escape but couldn't. Young-woon stood behind her, encouraging her to apologize so they could reconcile. She began to regain her composure, intending to say sorry to make amends, but Ji-yun spoke up first. Ji-yun felt she couldn't endure it any longer and apologized. She believed they were too different to stand on the same side, and then she quickly ran away, leaving De-kyung and Young-woon standing there, looking at each other in confusion. Clearly, Lee De-kyung was the one who had wronged Ji-yun, but now she was the one apologizing first. This didn't make her feel better. Instead, it made her more anxious, sure that there was a misunderstanding. As Lee De-kyung walked down the street, she thought about the past. She had come to this school for revenge. She was the one who had initiated contact with Hwang Ji-yun to gather useful information. Clearly, she was not supposed to care about or feel pity for Hwang Ji-yun, as that would hinder her path to revenge. Despite saying that, Lee De-kyung still cared a lot about Ji-yun and couldn't stop thinking about it. Suddenly, while she was lost in thought, Young-woon jumped out and patted her on the shoulder, startling her. De-kyung immediately warned him not to do that again, or there would be consequences. Before she could finish, her private driver had already parked in front of the school gate. However, Han Young-woon didn't want to go home just yet. The driver reminded her that there was a mandatory order for her to return. An Young-woon then asked if Lee Jae-hyung was free today. Although he didn't fully understand her intention, he still replied that he was. As soon as he got the answer, she grabbed his hand and quickly ran away from the area, ignoring the driver calling after them in a panic. Lee Jae-hyung, tightly holding her hand, smiled broadly, even though he had no idea where she was taking him. An Young-woon ran breathlessly to Lee De-kyung, panting that he couldn't run anymore. Hearing this, Lee De-kyung turned to look at him and assessed that he seemed weaker than he looked. An Young-woon rubbed his back, reluctantly replying that running to get away from a car was tiring. However, in his mind, He was thrilled that this was his first date like this. Suddenly, Lee De-kyung remembered something and worriedly mentioned that in focusing on running, she had forgotten that Han Young-woon seemed to know the answer was Hwang Ji-yeon. He approached her from behind and whispered in her ear if she was worried about Hwang Ji-yeon, which she heard but didn't respond, implicitly acknowledging the situation. Han Young-woon was surprised, thinking that Lee De-kyung didn't want to admit it. This made him feel very happy, and he called her cute, which made her feel goosebumps. He then opened his phone to check, mumbling that if Hwang Ji-yeon returned, their plan would be ruined, and she must have gotten into a car by now. After that, Han Young-woon asked Lee De-kyung to wait a moment, leaving her confused about what he was going to do. He quickly found the address where Hwang Ji-yeon was and showed it to Lee De-kyung. After a while, when they arrived there, they carefully followed and observed Hwang Ji-yeon. Lee De-kyung was excited, even praising him for being like a detective. Suddenly, Hwang Ji-yeon sensed something unusual and turned around to see if anything was there. But there was nothing, and as she walked away, she thought she heard a familiar voice, wondering if she was hallucinating. Fortunately, Lee De-kyung and Han Young-woon managed to hide without being detected. Lee De-kyung, heart racing and sweating, whispered to Han Young-woon that they almost got caught. Han Young-woon, unfazed, just smiled and said it was thrilling and exciting. Due to Han Young-woon's unique hair color, Lee De-kyung warned him that he stood out too much, making it easy to be spotted. To make themselves less noticeable, they entered an accessory store. After choosing suitable accessories, Han Young-woon burst out laughing, telling Lee De-kyung that she looked more detectable like that. Lee De-kyung, wearing black sunglasses, angrily scolded him not to laugh, insisting she was just trying them on. Han Young-woon then suggested they change clothes since the uniform was also too eye-catching, which left Lee De-kyung momentarily speechless. After a while, Han Young-woon asked if she was done changing and told her to come over to him. They stood in front of the mirror, and Han Young-woon smiled, saying they looked like they were wearing matching outfits. Lee De-kyung didn't comment on the matching outfits and simply asked him if it was okay. A moment later, Lee De-kyung asked where Hwang Ji-yeon was, and Han Young-woon quickly replied that she had gone out the exit, and they needed to hurry after her. Once they tracked Hwang Ji-yeon to a cafe, they sat a distance behind her to keep an eye on her. Han Young-woon suddenly said he knew why Hwang Ji-yeon had acted that way earlier and showed Lee De-kyung his phone. When she saw the information on the phone, Lee De-kyung was astonished and asked what it was, saying it looked like a school community. Not receiving an answer, she asked again what it was, and Han Young-woon gently replied that it was a rumor. They began discussing this issue, and Lee De-kyung, not fully understanding, asked Han Young-woon if the school just let it go. He replied that they did, but only on the surface. Moments later, Han Young-woon mentioned that the stock prices of cosmetics had dropped significantly. Lee De-kyung could somewhat grasp the situation and asked if it was the Hwang Ji-yeon family. After pondering for a while, Han Young-woon, resting his chin on his hand, looked at Lee De-kyung and seriously asked if she wanted to reconcile with Hwang Ji-yeon. She responded that she didn't know. Hearing this, he didn't show any signs of anger but continued that she and Hwang Ji-yeon needed a convincing reason, otherwise, things would only get worse. Lee De-kyung remained silent, gripping her cup of water, her mind drifting to some negative thoughts about herself and Han Young-woon. After a while, Han Young-woon quietly told Lee De-kyung that Hwang Ji-yeon had left and they needed to follow her. As they trailed Hwang Ji-yeon, Han Young-woon couldn't understand Lee De-kyung's intentions and asked her why she was following her, since it seemed like she had no intention of speaking up. Although Lee De-kyung thought a lot, fearing that the scoundrel Shin Myung-won intended to harm Hwang Ji-yeon, she didn't dare to say it out loud. Suddenly, Hwang Ji-yeon turned around and asked if they had seen a pink wallet. Instantly, both of them were terrified of being discovered and turned away without saying anything. Han Young-woon and Lee De-kyung stood frozen, unsure of what to do. When Hwang Ji-yeon was about to tap their shoulders to ask about the wallet, they quickly took off running, making her chase after them. They ran as fast as they could to shake off Hwang Ji-yeon, who yelled that they were thieves, but neither dared to admit it. When Lee De-kyung led Han Young-woon into a corner, he thought they were about to be caught. Hwang Ji-yeon quickly followed, thinking she had caught them, but when she reached the alley, she found no one, leaving her disappointed and angry. Inside that alley, Lee De-kyung had to hold her breath to avoid making noise and getting caught, but she was in a very awkward position, pressed against Han Young-woon. Lee De-kyung felt extremely embarrassed and blamed herself, while Han Young-woon seemed to enjoy the situation, feeling shy but still wearing a mischievous smile. Lee De-kyung trembled, thinking that she had tried her best not to touch him, but it seemed she had reached her limit. Her body was drenched in sweat, her face pale, thinking that just a slight touch would make her fall, but as long as Han Young-woon stayed still, it would be okay. Just as she thought, Han Young-woon noticed her hat fall and reached to catch it, bumping into Lee De-kyung and causing her to fall backward. She had to grab onto him to avoid falling. After a moment, Lee De-kyung looked at him and snapped that he was doing it on purpose, but he didn't deny it, only smiling at her. Han Young-woon then offered to hold her back, but Lee De-kyung, feeling shy, refused and checked to see if Hwang Ji-yeon had left. Once confirming the coast was clear, they both sighed in relief and stepped out. Han Young-woon moved closer, sighing that it was dangerous. Lee De-kyung retorted that if he had just stood still, it wouldn't have been dangerous. Moments later, Han Young-woon stood in front of her, gently extending his hand and telling Lee De-kyung to get up and leave. She didn't say anything, quietly standing up and walking away. Han Young-woon, surprised, asked her what happened earlier. Lee De-kyung casually replied that she didn't care about Hwang Ji-yeon, leaving him utterly confused. Han Young-woon then offered to take Lee De-kyung home, but she declined, asking him to hand her the bag so she could leave first, leaving him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, a thug suddenly appeared from nowhere and began to harass Hwang Ji-yeon. He started asking her if she was Hwang Ji-yeon, the youngest daughter of all, but of course, she wouldn't admit it for her safety. Seeing that Hwang Ji-yeon wouldn't confess, he showed her a picture of himself and asked again with a fierce look in his eyes. Hwang Ji-yeon could only plead for mercy, and he declared that he wouldn't kill her. He said her father had wronged him, and the price to pay was 100 jack. Hwang Ji-yeon gasped, saying she didn't have that much money. Moments later, she rummaged through her bag, trembling as she promised to give him what she had. Then Hwang Ji-yeon suddenly remembered that her wallet was missing, looking at him blankly. Seeing her expression, he tilted his head and coldly asked if she really didn't have it. Immediately, he pulled something out and boldly told Hwang Ji-yeon that it was all her father's fault and he wasn't to blame. Hwang Ji-yeon panicked, unsure of what to do, and began to tear her hair out, crying and begging for her life. Just then, Lee De-kyung appeared out of nowhere, forcefully pushing the thug's head down to the ground and rushing in to rescue Hwang Ji-yeon. Lee De-kyung seized the opportunity to snatch the item from the thug's hand and threw it behind her to Han Young-woon. Han Young-woon was stunned to realize it was acid. While Lee De-kyung was handling the thug alone in the alley, he screamed in pain, begging to be let go. Ignoring his pleas, Lee De-kyung coldly asked him who he was and if Shin Myung-won sent him. Han Young-woon quickly ran over to Hwang Ji-yeon, asking if she was okay. But at that moment, she had no strength left to answer, only thinking about how he had appeared there before fainting. Meanwhile, Lee De-kyung continued to attack the thug, even after he had lost consciousness, until Han Young-woon stopped her, pointing out that her hand was injured. Finally, Lee De-kyung realized that he had no connection to Sa-young and was only doing this out of personal hatred. She wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or not about this. Moments later, when Hwang Ji-yeon's father arrived to take her away, he was extremely grateful, bowing and thanking both of them profusely. He then noticed Lee De-kyung's swollen red hands, feeling pain for her and promising to reward her. However, when he asked how to contact her, Lee De-kyung couldn't help but leave. This left Hwang Ji-yeon's father confused, but Han Young-woon quickly explained and urged him to return home before leaving with her. As they walked, Lee De-kyung was lost in thought, wondering how her hands had killed so many people and why she deserved thanks. Han Young-woon ran up to her, asking if she was tired and offering to call a car to take her home, mentioning he had something to give her. Suddenly, Lee Jae-hyung appeared out of nowhere and told Han Young-woon to take his hands off Lee De-kyung, leaving Han Young-woon quiet for a moment. He then slowly walked toward them, coldly asking Han Young-woon what he was doing with Lee De-kyung. Suddenly, Lee Jae-hyung approached and called out Lee De-kyung's name. She instinctively looked in his direction. He angrily grabbed her hand and loudly asked what was wrong with Lee De-kyung for not answering his calls, making him worry like this. Clearly, it was his concern for her, but Lee De-kyung could only stand there in a daze. Seeing this, Han Young-woon pushed Lee Jae-hyung away and told him not to act on his emotions like that. Lee Jae-hyung looked at Han Young-woon with a cold expression and shrugged his hand off his shoulder. After that, he called out to Lee De-kyung and solemnly told her to come over to him. However, Lee De-kyung did not listen to him, stating that she would go home to sleep today, which surprised Lee Jae-hyung and left him speechless. He worriedly asked her how she was, but she insisted that she wasn't as weak as he thought. It seemed that Han Young-woon suddenly became an outsider in their conversation. After that, Han Young-woon and Lee De-kyung left together. He glanced back at Lee Jae-hyung for a moment, and then Lee De-kyung thought that staying with Lee Jae-hyung made her feel strange, and if she stayed any longer, her mood would probably worsen, especially with Lee Jae-hyung's unstable emotions. A little while later, as they walked, Lee De-kyung thought she didn't want to go back without achieving anything, so she slapped her own face, causing Han Young-woon to curiously ask if she liked Lee Jae-hyung, but she didn't answer. Then, after a moment, Lee De-kyung hesitantly looked at Han Young-woon, thinking that he would bother her. An Young-woon, hearing that, was surprised and said he was bothering their conversation while rubbing his face, lost in thought. After a while, as they continued talking, Han Young-woon asked her about the sports festival incident when Lee Jae-young took her home under the pretense of protecting her. Given her personality, that reason would be hard to accept, and it seemed she was looking for something, which is why she went into Lee Jae-young's house. Hearing this, Lee De-kyung didn't know what to say and could only remain silent, thinking about how good his judgment was. After that, Han Young-woon asked if she was really going to sleep at her house, but Lee De-kyung boldly suggested that she wanted to sleep at his house. Moments later, when they returned to Han Young-woon's house, Lee De-kyung looked around and jokingly asked if he had moved. Han Young-woon admitted it while asking if she remembered that. When Lee De-kyung asked why he moved, Han Young-woon smiled and said it was because of an uninvited guest, then told her he would go get something for her to change into. A little while later, Lee De-kyung went into the bedroom to change, but she couldn't shake off the thoughts in her mind. Was it because of an uninvited guest or another reason? Then Lee De-kyung pondered that following Han Young-woon to gather more information about Lee Jae-hyung wasn't a good idea since he didn't know everything, but she didn't know how to make him share the information he had with her. After that, she came out of the room and straightforwardly asked him why he chose her when he knew so many other girls. Hearing this, Han Young-woon was surprised and asked her why she thought that. Lee De-kyung honestly replied that Lee Jae-kyung had told her that. Han Young-woon wasn't too surprised by this. He then looked at her and said that she was different from them, as he was sincere with her, which made Lee De-kyung a bit cautious, asking how she could trust that. Han Young-woon didn't say anything more, just looked at her and began to recount how she had been reluctant to go on a date or how she felt uncomfortable, but still came when called. Then asked Lee De-kyung if she was truly sincere with him or had some other purpose. Lee De-kyung hurriedly responded, but she couldn't help but think about his previous actions because she was very afraid of Han Young-woon's intuition and needed to be careful with him. He then lifted her chin, telling her that if she was sincere, she should look him in the eyes. Then Han Young-woon moved closer and asked her if she was also sincere with Lee Jae-hyung, which left her speechless for a moment. Lee De-kyung looked into his eyes and then feared that they could see through her soul, which frightened her. After that, Lee De-kyung took his hand, directly moved in to kiss Han Young-woon, then quickly pulled back and said that was her answer. Lee De-kyung then felt a bit shy, covering her mouth and looking at Han Young-woon, thinking she shouldn't get caught up with him anymore. Han Young-woon gently said to her that he had no idea what she was planning to do. Then he seemed to have realized her sincerity, reached out to pull Lee De-kyung closer, and although she felt something was off, she didn't have time to react as he pulled her in for a kiss. Lee De-kyung resisted, repeatedly shouting for him to stop, but Han Young-woon didn't relent. He forced her to sit down and continued kissing her. After she finally pushed him away, Han Young-woon leaned close to her ear and said that if she was sincere, she wouldn't have rejected him. Moments later, he turned and asked her if she would change her mind. But without giving her a chance to answer, Han Young-woon continued kissing her until she felt dizzy, making Lee De-kyung want to push him away but lacking the strength to do so. Finally, Lee De-kyung managed to push Han Young-woon away and escape from that kiss. But her hand resting on his shoulder was taken advantage of by Han Young-woon, who pulled her hand down to his heart and asked if she believed him now. Lee De-kyung blushed and gasped, thinking that she had been caught up in his game and didn't know what to do next. Han Young-woon saw her reaction and blushed as well, telling her that he was sincere with her. Han Young-woon unexpectedly took Lee De-kyung's hand and placed it on his chest to prove that his feelings for her were genuine. This action caught Lee De-kyung completely off guard. She seemed to be entirely drawn in. Lee De-kyung realized that she had underestimated the obvious fact that all students were subjects of investigation. Thinking that, she bluntly avoided Han Young-woon's feelings and rushed into the bathroom to wash her face. She was certain that Han Young-woon's feelings for her were romantic. Remembering Jo Tae-wong's words to approach romantically, although Lee De-kyung understood what that meant, she didn't know the concept of a first kiss. She was so embarrassed that she even pressed her face down into the sink to forget the image of herself with Han Young-woon. Reflecting on that moment, she regretted it too late. She had given her first kiss to someone she had always regarded as a subject of investigation. Lee De-kyung stepped out of the bathroom, still reassuring herself that nothing had happened. She asked Han Young-woon why his face looked so wilted when she was the one feeling uncomfortable. It turned out that Han Young-woon was just worried that Lee De-kyung would use his reasoning to kiss Jae-young, making her feel stiff as a board. Then, she suddenly challenged Han Young-woon to use his fortune-telling ability to find out the answer. Before she could finish her sentence, her stomach growled, making Han Young-woon think she was hungry. He then cooked for her, and they sat facing each other. Lee De-kyung expressed her desire for him and Jae-hyung to get along a bit better, but Han Young-woon replied that Jae-hyung kept pushing him in a childish way, so he avoided him. Lee De-kyung expressed her discontent, telling Han Young-woon that if he wanted to clear up the misunderstanding, he needed to persuade Jae-hyung. Han Young-woon thought that everything wasn't his fault, so he didn't know where to start explaining. Lee De-kyung rebutted that if Han Young-woon was involved with Myung-won, it would be different, especially with all the rumors. Han Young-woon explained that he didn't know either. He only found out when Jae-hyung told him. Lee De-kyung was frustrated, scolding Han Young-woon for knowing but still not revealing the truth. Han Young-woon said he preferred a comfortable daily life like this, enjoying moments sitting and eating with Lee De-kyung. He then told her to lie down and sleep on the sofa while he would sleep on the floor. Lee De-kyung lay on the couch but couldn't fall asleep, looking at Han Young-woon and feeling that he was acting strangely lately, getting too involved in Ji-yeon's matters and looking at that kid with a different gaze, even if just a little. For some reason, Lee De-kyung felt like she had been colored by them. Taking advantage of the moment while Han Young-woon was asleep, Lee De-kyung took his phone to investigate but found that it required a password. When she looked up, she saw Han Young-woon staring at her, startling her. Lee De-kyung asked why he hadn't gone to sleep. Han Young-woon murmured that he would believe Lee De-kyung's words that she was sincere with him. The next morning, when Lee De-kyung was still groggy, she opened her eyes to find Han Young-woon staring at her, scaring her half to death. Han Young-woon simply said he was happy to see her beside him when he opened his eyes. He then mentioned he would take her to meet Ji-yeon because he had heard her mumbling Ji-yeon's name the day before. Jo Tae-woong, who was at home, was also called to join them. Lee De-kyung blamed Han Young-woon for calling him over. Han Young-woon politely asked about Tae-woong's health, leaving Lee De-kyung confused about when these two had become so close. So the three of them headed to Ji-yeon's house, but when they arrived, Ji-yeon didn't want to see them. Just as the three were about to leave a message and head back, Ji-yeon peeked her head out to look. Seeing that the visitor was Tae-woong, the idol of her life, she changed her mind and invited them in, surprising her parents as they usually didn't let strange boys into their house. Meanwhile, Jae-hyung was sitting alone, seemingly waiting for someone. It turned out the person he was waiting to meet officially was Shin Myung-won. Lee Jae-hyung had no intention of prolonging the conversation with the director of Sa-young Corporation. He pointed to the wound on his shoulder and asked Myung-won if it was his doing. The director feigned ignorance, acting as if he didn't know what was happening. Jae-hyung stated that he had seen him on the list that day and that he knew enough to threaten him not to toy with him. Myung-won continued to act innocent, claiming he had no intention of targeting Jae-hyung. Jae-hyung seriously emphasized that he thought Myung-won had kept him and Lee De-kyung after the match for a reason. He was sure that the director was not only targeting Lee De-kyung but also him. Jae-hyung recognized that this man was both quick-witted and rude, interrupting others, which reminded him of someone. The cunning director pretended to apologize to Jae-hyung and offered to provide information to make amends, but at a cost. He also revealed to Jae-hyung that Dae-kyung was the one wanting to kill him. Hearing this shocking information, Jae-hyung was taken aback, realizing that the director's plan to drive a wedge between him and Dae-kyung had succeeded. Meanwhile, at Ji-yeon's house, her father was equally shocked by his daughter's boldness in allowing a boy into their home. Ji-yeon had to persuade him to step outside, but after taking just a few steps, he peeked his head back in, wanting to bring fruit for everyone, which frustrated Ji-yeon to the point of wanting to scream. Her father still didn't trust men and worried about his precious daughter being alone with two boys in the room, leaving Ji-yeon at a loss for words. Then she asked what the three of them were doing there, only to learn that Dae-kyung had been worried about her and cried all night. Tae-woong expressed concern for Ji-yeon, even patting her head and advising her to erase any unhappy memories, which made Ji-yeon blush furiously. Young-woon was puzzled as to why Dae-kyung was so quiet today and urged her to speak up. Just as Dae-young was about to say something, Ji-yeon hurriedly insisted she was fine and that she was the one who needed to apologize to Dae-young. Dae-kyung asked if Ji-yeon was feeling awkward because of the hierarchy, which left Ji-yeon silent. Dae-kyung explained that she had never paid attention to those hierarchies. Her behavior that day wasn't because Ji-yeon was of a lower status. Upon hearing this, Ji-yeon couldn't hold back and yelled, scolding Dae-kyung for not understanding. Ji-yeon believed that since Dae-kyung had just transferred to the school, she didn't know how people in lower ranks were treated and noticed, while Ji-yeon was well aware of it. After venting all her frustrations, Ji-yeon bowed her head and apologized. Dae-kyung wasn't angry with Ji-yeon. Instead, she told her to hang out with other friends and treat her like she did earlier. Ji-yeon was confused by her friend's painful words, so Tae-young explained that their families had always been shrouded in secrets, which led to many things being taken away and many people being put in danger. Since Dae-kyung was too shy to express herself, It caused Giun to misunderstand. Taekyung shyly admitted that was somewhat true. Giun then burst into happy tears, insisting Taekyung clarify everything for her. Otherwise, Giun would think Taekyung was treating her like that because she was in high school. Giun also confessed that she initially befriended Taekyung out of loneliness but gradually grew to like her and wanted to be someone like her. After saying that, Giun leaned into Taekyung and said that her normal life now couldn't do without Taekyung. Giun wanted both of them to lean on each other because that's what friends do. She didn't want Taekyung to bear everything alone. Thus, Taekyung and Hwang Giun reconciled, but she would soon regret it just minutes later. After Taekyung agreed to go to the beach with Giun, she immediately pulled out a super sexy bikini that made noses bleed and insisted that Taekyung wear it. The two argued like they were rapping. Jo Tae-woong and Young-woon were kicked out because they were boys. As they walked down the hallway, they joked about how well the two girls matched. Suddenly, they were startled to see Yun's father sitting in the corner, covering his mouth and crying uncontrollably. Tae-woong approached to check on him, but he still didn't respond. He looked like he had experienced something very painful, but in reality, those were tears of happiness upon realizing that his daughter had found a good friend. Suddenly, a loud scream came from Yun's room, causing all three to panic and rush inside to see what was happening. But when they entered, both girls were fine. Taekyung was wearing the bikini, and Yun was holding her hand, crying loudly upon seeing the scars all over her body. Young-woon, seeing Taekyung in the revealing outfit, froze up, his face turning bright red, steam practically coming out of his head. In contrast to him, Tae-woong wore a very displeased expression, looking down on every single hair under his arms, telling Taekyung to put on some clothes. When Yun noticed everyone suddenly rushing into the room, she angrily yelled and kicked them all out. After changing, Giun, Tae-woong, Young-woon, and Taekyung sat down to discuss their beach trip. Tae-woong wanted to decline but was persuaded by Yun. Young-woon pulled out the photos he had sent to Taekyung to show everyone. These were group photos from the sports festival the day before. When Taekyung saw the photo Young-woon was holding, she asked if it was his, but Young-woon said it belonged to Jae-hyung. She found it strange that the two had suddenly become so close, then took the photo and said she would give it to Jae-hyung. However, he wouldn't let go. The two sat there in a tense tug-of-war over the photo until it was nearly torn in half. In the end, Taekyung emerged victorious. After some discussion, they all decided to go to the beach the following Saturday. Suddenly, Young-woon noticed that Taekyung had received a message from Jae-hyung. Taekyung picked it up to read and was astonished. Jae-hyung said he had met Shin Myung-hwan and was asking where she was. She immediately stood up and said she needed to make a call. Young-woon, knowing this was related to Jae-hyung, followed her outside. She spoke on the phone, saying she was at Yun's house and asked if Jae-hyung was coming over. Taekyung's words were interrupted by Young-woon's refusal to let him come. She hung up and turned back, saying it wasn't his business, but Young-woon quickly replied that it was now his business since they were dating. She shouted, denying that they were dating and insisting they were just friends. He cupped her cheeks with both hands and asked if she always kissed her friends, then leaned in to kiss her again, but she pushed him away. She threatened that if he kept it up, she would put him on an altar with bananas and a naked chicken. But Young-woon was not only unafraid but also kissed her hand, putting on an excited expression, saying that as long as he had her permission, it was fine. Taekyung conceded, clarifying that they were not in a relationship but were just ambiguous. Seeing her awkward and flustered demeanor made Young-woon chuckle, and he accepted it because she looked too adorable. So, Young-woon allowed her to go with Jae-hyung and sulked back into the room alone. Ji-yun, seeing this, loudly asked what the relationship between the three of them was, but he didn't answer directly, instead speaking in circles. Young-woon sat down, his gaze melancholic, saying he wanted to vent to Tae-woong, who was also curious to listen. Jae-hyung's car arrived at Taekyung's place. She walked over, opened the door, looked at him, and got into the car without saying a word. She felt the atmosphere was incredibly heavy, like an invisible stone weighing down on her. She then thought that his contact with Shin Myung-hwan indicated a deep connection with Sa-young, and perhaps today would mark the end for her. Taekyung asked him if he had met Shin Myung-hwan, but before she could finish her sentence, Jae-hyung irritably interrupted, saying she hadn't gone home yesterday because her outfit was still the same. Taekyung frowned, feeling confused. She intended to explain, but he dismissed her, saying not to say anything more. She wondered what was wrong with him. He seemed off, and she questioned whether it was related to the incident at the sports festival. Jae-hyung led her into the room and told her to sleep there tonight. Taekyung changed the subject, asking how he met Jae-hyung and why he was there. He simply stated that they had known each other before, and he came to confirm things about her. Jae-hyung asserted that he hated Sa-young deeply. He picked up a knife from the table and approached her, asking why she wanted to kill him when she also turned her back on Sa-young, sharing the same stance as him. Tae-kyung glared at him, telling him to put the knife down, silently cursing Shin Myung-won for revealing the truth to Jae-hyung. However, the truth wasn't what she thought. He took her hand, guiding the knife towards himself. He gripped her hand tightly, telling her to kill him, despite Tae-kyung's continuous protests to let go. She shouted that she was just an ordinary student, but of course, he didn't believe her. He presented evidence that accused her of being part of the organization that betrayed Sa-young, her fighting skills, background, records, identity, all secrets she had been hiding, and he demanded to know who she really was. Things had escalated too far. The tension was unbearable, and Tae-kyung could no longer hold back. She grabbed the knife's blade and threw it aside. She reached up to touch his face, insisting that none of it was true, that he was being manipulated by Shin Myung-won. But he seemed unable to focus on her words. Blood dripped from her hand due to her grip on the knife, triggering memories of the gunshot wound he suffered at the sports festival. Jae-hyung felt dizzy, staggering backward before suddenly collapsing to the ground. Panicking, Tae-kyung rushed to him, noticing he was drenched in sweat, his face pale, and his body stiff. With no other choice, she had to bend down and perform CPR on him. Fortunately, he regained consciousness, but just as she realized it, a hand pulled her down and locked her lips. Before she could comprehend what was happening, Jae-hyung flipped her over onto the ground. Their position looked quite intimate, resembling scenes from movies featuring a cold, domineering CEO and a beautiful secretary. She worriedly asked if he was okay, but it was amusing that anyone could see Jae-hyung was incredibly excited. He blushed deeply and replied that he didn't know what to do with her. Exhausted, he collapsed onto Tae-kyung like a child. She called out his name in alarm but received only an eerie silence in return. Jae-hyung had always been frail due to a cruel illness. It was during elementary school when he got into a fight with Giun for bullying a poorer friend. He accidentally got hurt, and blood kept flowing from his arm, leading to hospitalization. It was then discovered that he had hemophilia, a condition that had plagued the Lee family for generations. While he was being cared for in the hospital, his older sister called their father, advising him to remove Jae-hyung from the heir candidate position. She intentionally spoke in front of him to let him know he would never inherit the company and that she was withdrawing. However, their father refused to disqualify him, which made Jae-hyung a thorn in his sister's side. He had to receive regular injections, and his body was so weak that even a minor injury could threaten his life. Gradually, he developed a fear of blood, becoming sensitive to its scent. One late evening, his sister brought in Shin Myung-won, the director of Sa-young. Jae-hyung immediately recognized the smell of blood masked by their heavy perfume. He asked where his sister was, who had been missing for a week. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Jae-hyung shouted for her whereabouts. The venomous snake merely stared at him, her face icy, smiling cunningly as she claimed she hadn't done anything. His suspicions became reality. His sister had been brutally murdered by her to eliminate her competition for the inheritance. At the funeral, she pretended to mourn for her unfortunate sister while secretly reveling in joy. Truly, a talented actress overlooked by Hollywood. After the funeral, his sister, who had always been harsh on him, stood on the balcony smoking and called her underlings. She mentioned wanting to move somewhere else for a while out of fear of being caught by the police and confirmed whether she had destroyed the evidence thoroughly. Jae-hyung had been standing behind her, listening to everything, feeling furious as he despised those blinded by power to their core. He hated the scent of blood, his parents, criminals, and this insane lineage, but what frightened him the most was that he was becoming more like them. Awakening from the dark nightmare, he sat up in a sweat upon seeing Tae-kyung beside him and hugged her tightly, burying his head in her like a child. She pushed him away, lying that she shared his stance, claiming Shin Myung-won had said he was her enemy and was plotting to drive a wedge between them. Tae-kyung fabricated that she came to his house to verify whether what Shin Myung-won claimed was true, as he was more trustworthy than Myung-won. Jae-hyung couldn't believe she would trust him so much after such a short time and knowing little about him, but she pointed out that he was worried about her, proving he had no ill intentions. Tae-kyung began to lead him, slowly manipulating Jae-hyung to extract information by asking him to share everything about himself to build trust between them. She started questioning the relationship between Shin Myung-won, Sa-young, and him. Jae-hyung didn't answer immediately, tiredly saying he needed more time to think. She agreed and returned to her room. As soon as she stepped inside, she received a phone call from Shin Myung-won. Tae-kyung answered, asking what in the world he was doing. Tae-kyung asked Shin Myung-won why he revealed her true identity to Jae-hyung and mentioned her intent to kill him when he was the one who had asked her to do it. He responded mockingly and ordered her to kill Jae-hyung immediately. Myung-won threatened her by mentioning the kidnapping of Ji-yeon and the explosion, claiming it was all orchestrated by Sa-young before hanging up. Furious, De-kyung slammed her hand against the bookshelf, causing several books to fall. As she picked them up and arranged them back on the shelf, she accidentally discovered the book that Jae-hyung had previously stopped her from touching. Her curiosity compelled her to take it down, and suddenly, the door beside the bookshelf swung open. It turned out that the book was a key to a secret passage. Surprised, she stepped inside and looked around, discovering white packages resembling drugs and several syringes on the table. Inside the drawer was a blood-stained shirt and a handgun with bullets beside it. Before she could process this shocking discovery, a voice came from outside. The bodyguard who usually accompanied Jae-young entered to investigate the noise. Luckily, Dae-young managed to escape the secret room and grabbed a book to pretend she was reading. However, in her haste, she held the book upside down. The bodyguard glared at her threateningly, asking what she had seen. Of course, Dae-kyung didn't confess. She insisted that nothing had happened and she hadn't touched anything. Just then, Jae-hyung entered the room. Seeing the situation, he rushed over to report to him. When asked, she said she was just angry and had hit the bookshelf. He believed her and told her to return to her room. The bodyguard tried to intervene, but Jae-hyung silenced him. He decided to trust her and revealed a few things about himself. De-kyung was astonished to learn that what she had seen was actually blood coagulant, not drugs. He shared his hereditary illness with her and asked her to keep it a secret. Suddenly, she pulled out the group photo from the sports festival to show Jae-hyung. He looked at it for a moment and apologized for threatening her with the knife earlier. The next morning, they went to school together as usual. On the way, they encountered Ji-yoon, Young-woon, and Kim Min-jae, who were gathered discussing something. It turned out Min-jae was asking Young-woon for help with the exam the next day. Yoon and Min-jae had just stood close to each other and were already arguing like cats and dogs. De-kyung realized that Min-jae was the son of a weapons dealer, the one who had insisted on becoming her disciple last time. Young-woon pretended to be cheerful when he saw Jae-young, asking about his health. Suddenly, Dae-young turned to Jae-young and asked if he and Kim Min-jae were going to the beach as well. Yoon was grabbing the collar of the annoying bookworm when she suddenly yelled, whispering to De-kyung that she didn't want those two to go with them because she wasn't close to them. After learning that Young-woon was also going with his crush, Jae-young agreed. Young-woon appeared happy on the outside but was actually very uncomfortable and wanted to meet Jae-young to talk. Everyone was eagerly looking forward to the following Saturday, except for Yoon, who clung to De-kyung, pleading but to no avail. Ji-yeon recounted that in her middle school class, there was a student who was an idol. For some unknown reason, Onyena despised that student intensely. Consequently, that student endured severe bullying. Even Ji-yeon, who wasn't close to either of them, was aware of the conflict between them. The situation escalated when rumors spread online claiming that the student was a bully. Although he was a very famous star, he was kicked out of the group despite being the victim. Ji-yeon asserted that this was certainly orchestrated by Onyena. However, if things had stopped there, it would have been different. The student attempted to expose Onyena's wrongdoing to clear his name, leading to chaos at school with constant arguments. Eventually, it ended with the news of that student's suicide. Back in reality, Ji-yeon speculated that it was due to pressure from Onyena and her family. De-kyung guessed that Onyena was in the first grade, with only Ji-yeon knowing the real face of that student. Suddenly, a ball hit Ji-yeon squarely in the face with considerable force. Onyena rushed over, feigning concern, using a handkerchief to wipe the blood from Ji-yeon's face, acting all caring and attentive. Behind her, Onyena's friends laughed joyfully while Ji-yeon held her nose, complaining. De-kyung remembered that these friends had initially hung out with Ji-yeon. Receiving Ji-yeon's confirmation, De-kyung realized they had intentionally thrown the ball at her. Ji-yeon grimaced, stating that since she was now in high school, things had changed. De-kyung thought it was just recently, but it had actually been worse during the days she missed school. Min-jae suddenly spoke up, expressing surprise that Ji-yeon, who always seemed strong, was now like this. Ji-yeon lowered her head, making an excuse to go to the bathroom. Min-jae, noticing Ji-yeon's cold demeanor, felt awkward and confused about what he had done wrong, leaving De-kyung at a loss for words. Suddenly, Onyena approached, inquiring about Ji-yeon. De-kyung responded vaguely to deal with her. Onyena casually sat down beside her, sighing as if genuinely worried about Ji-yeon. De-kyung looked at her squarely, asking about Onyena's friend bullying Ji-yeon. Onyena widened her eyes, shaking her head innocently, pretending to apologize on behalf of her friends. De-kyung closed her eyes to calm herself, silently reflecting that Onyena was just like Han Jong-woon, completely fake. Onyena suddenly tilted her head, asking if Dae-young thought it was karma. She nonchalantly mentioned that Giun had also bullied her in the past, rationalizing that Giun deserved to be bullied. Dekyung replied that eventually, people must pay for their mistakes. Onyena feigned surprise, arguing that some people use money and power to escape punishment. Without thinking much, Dekyung stated that there was a way even such people would be powerless, and that was death. Onyena's gaze turned colder at her words. Min-jae beside them expressed admiration for her profound statement. Onyena agreed with Dekyung, exclaiming that she found her fascinating. Ignoring Onyena's flattery, Dekyung remained emotionless as she observed her act. Min-jae suddenly asked if Onyena was close to Jang-woon. Onyena, with a blush on her cheeks, said that not only Min-jae but everyone else was unaware. She shyly tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing that she and Jang-woon had secretly dated. Both Dekyung and Min-jae were stunned for 5 seconds at this shocking news. Onyena seemed to realize she had overshared and quickly waved her hands, mentioning that Dekyung and Jang-woon were also making progress. Onyena explained that their relationship had ended and there were no feelings left. Dekyung paid no attention to her words and simply asked for her number. If she could get close to Onyena, she could gather information about Han Jang-woon. Onyena immediately agreed, surprising Dekyung with how easy it was. Onyena's friends called her away, ending their conversation. A little while later, Giun returned with swollen eyes, prompting Min-jae to comfort her. Suddenly, the coach announced a change in the competition members, and it was their turn to head out. Giun wiped her tears, unwilling to accept it, and Dekyung declared that she would take revenge for her. She stepped onto the field, promising to ensure that no one would touch Giun. Giun panicked, asking how she planned to take revenge, but Dekyung simply replied that it was her specialty. As soon as the referee shouted start, Kim Soo-young forcefully threw the ball towards the opposing team. The ball hit a member on the head, and the referee's call for elimination rang out clearly. Giun trembled, hiding behind Dekyung in fear and suspicion, wondering if the ball was filled with rocks. Dekyung instructed Giun to keep their distance, but before Giun could collect herself, Kim Soo-young boldly threw the ball in her direction. Giun dodged left and right, up and down, nearly falling over. Fortunately, Dekyung grabbed her arm, and Giun realized they were targeting her. She might have even twisted her ankle. Just as Giun shouted for a timeout, the ball skimmed past her hair once again. The opposing team began to shout for Giun's elimination. Although Giun explained that she had called for a timeout and hadn't been hit, they just laughed mockingly and nudged the referee. Under their pressure, the referee disregarded the truth and blew the whistle to eliminate Giun. She insisted that she hadn't been hit, but the opposing team used their strength to force her off the field. Onyena then turned to Giun and concluded that she must have been hit. Giun could only lower her head in embarrassment, while Dekyung advised her to leave. She would handle everything. Min-jae, sitting outside, couldn't help but speak up as Giun walked past, noting that she hadn't been hit. Giun felt excited to have someone on her side. Min-jae adjusted his glasses and made a rather foolish remark, claiming that even if it just grazed her hair, hair is still part of the body, which made Giun furious. She wondered why Dekyung wasn't doing anything. At that moment, a ball hit Min-jae square in the face. He quickly knelt down and urged Giun to pass the ball in. She threw the ball hard, and Dekyung caught it. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she focused on her target. She swung her arm and threw it hard at Onyena, who was standing dazed in the middle of the field, hitting Kim Soo-young right in front of her. Onyena pretended to be pitiful, rubbing her reddened arm while her friends exaggerated the situation. Giun cheered happily from the sidelines, praising Dekyung for eliminating 2 people at once, and Min-jae nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a ball was thrown from behind, aimed squarely at Dekyung's head, but she quickly turned around and caught it without looking, leaving the opposing team in awe. Dekyung immediately counterattacked, continuing to eliminate 2 more players at once while Giun watched in wide-eyed amazement. Min-jae excitedly babbled like a machine, comparing it to a one-sided slaughter, leaving only 1 player from the opposing team. Giun, feeling a headache coming on, shouted at him to stop commenting. However, the last player on the field was the one she hated the most, and she was now facing Dekyung. Min-jae urged her to observe closely. Dekyung's strategy was to make the opponent dodge, then throw the ball directly into their hands, making it easier for them to catch it. Giun wondered why that was the case, and Min-jae continued to explain that if the opponent caught the ball with such force, they would absorb all the damage with their body, causing them more pain as time went on. Indeed, the player on the field was now holding the ball as if it were a rock. She secretly considered surrendering as Dekyung continued to toy with her. Dekyung interrupted her plea, firmly telling her to get up and not prolong the match, just as she had told Giun earlier. The terrifying look in her eyes made the girl tremble and unable to stand. Seeing her pathetic demeanor, Giun shouted that she was an obstruction. Releasing the pent-up frustration in her heart made her feel incredibly refreshed, while Onyena was not feeling the same way. At that moment, the last member of the opposing team raised her hand to concede, and Giun was given the chance to throw the ball straight at the back of the opponent, resulting in their victory. After the match, Giun rushed over to hug Dekyung, showering her with praise. Giun playfully punched and patted her, saying she was good at everything except using her brain, making Dekyung wonder if that was a compliment. Min Jae expressed his enthusiasm as a true fanboy, continuously praising her coolness. Onyena, seeing the lively atmosphere around them, approached to join in, sarcastically complimenting Daekyung on her ball skills while still pretending to be pitiful about being hurt by Daekyung's throw. Onyena's invitation to lunch together was interrupted by someone calling Daekyung's name. It was Jang-woon and Jae-hyung, who had come to invite her to eat. Seeing this, Daekyung nudged Onyena to greet Jang-woon. Ji-yeon, curious about their relationship, asked Daekyung, who simply replied that they had dated. Onyena shyly stood in front of Jang-woon and flashed a bright smile, asking about his well-being. Jang-woon looked at her with a stiff expression. Daekyung raised an eyebrow at his reaction, while Ji-yeon subtly reminded him that it was natural to feel awkward about an ex-girlfriend. Jang-woon stammered for a long time without saying a word. Finally, he uttered a shocking statement that stunned everyone. Jang-woon scratched his face awkwardly and asked who she was. Onyena smiled bashfully upon hearing Jang-woon not recognize her as an acquaintance. She quickly made an excuse to go to lunch and hurriedly left. Ji-yeon stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend that someone could forget their ex-girlfriend, while Daekyung questioned Onyena's claim of having dated him. Jae-hyung reminded Jang-woon that it was Onyena, to which Jang-woon defended himself, saying he couldn't remember all the students in the school. Daekyung interrupted their conversation. At the cafeteria, Daekyung was chewing her food with her cheeks puffed out while listening to Ji-yeon invite her to go swimming on Saturday. Yang-woon replied that he would just watch everyone play, and Jae-hyung declined due to health reasons. When Ji-yeon noticed that everyone seemed uninterested in swimming, she teased them, asking if they were insecure about their bodies. Daekyung rebutted, thinking about how strange Jang-woon was regarding water-related matters. The table suddenly fell silent, as everyone seemed frozen after Daekyung's rebuttal to Ji-yeon. At that moment, Daekyung realized their odd behavior, and Mi-jae asked how she knew that. Under everyone's watchful eyes, waiting for her response, Daekyung stammered that they were friends, while Ji-yeon blushed and shouted that they were looking at each other's bare bodies. As the scene shifted to the end of school, the teacher was advising the students to be careful on their way home, while Daekyung lay slumped on her desk. A hand tapped on the desk, calling her name. Daekyung didn't bother to open her eyes and simply asked if it was already time to eat. Jae-hyung helplessly informed her that class had ended and asked if she was going home with him today. Daekyung lifted her head to decline, stating she needed to go home because she had a lot to discuss with Jo Tae-won. She thought to herself that she needed to inform him about the secret room in that guy's study. Jae-hyung suddenly mentioned that his home pool had been filled with water, remembering that she had said she wanted to swim. Daekyung felt a bit flustered. She couldn't figure out whether he was playing the good guy or being genuine. She resolutely stood up, saying she would go another time, but Jae-hyung, without thinking, offered to take her home. At that moment, Ji-yeon and Jang-woon appeared, wanting them to study together. Daekyung pushed the idea onto Jae-hyung, but he stubbornly said he didn't want to. She felt exasperated, wanting to get home quickly, but then it was Jang-woon's turn to insist on taking her home, which made Daekyung feel overwhelmed. Yang-woon half-jokingly replied that they were friends, making her feel embarrassed. Ji-yeon laughed, saying Daekyung was a fool, explaining that they liked her, which made everything seem strange. Daekyung was skeptical about that, but Ji-yeon confidently believed in her observational skills. Daekyung was cautious, wondering what their intentions were, while Ji-yeon just smiled mischievously, wanting to date him. Daekyung immediately questioned why they liked her. She didn't understand what she had done to make things seem so odd. Ji-yeon praised Daekyung for being both beautiful and tall, even poking her nose, saying that her refusal to accept injustice was really cool. Daekyung quickly swatted away the hand that was messing around on her face and gestured for her to stop, feeling it was too cheesy, which made Ji-yeon feel like she had wasted her beautiful words. Daekyung felt goosebumps rise all over her body. At that moment, Ji-yeon became serious, stating that Daekyung was a good person, so how could anyone not like her? Daekyung scoffed, saying she had no eye for talent. Ji-yeon cheerfully countered that she was very good at reading people. Before they said goodbye, Ji-yeon reminded her to text when she got home. Daekyung walked alone on the dark road. Suddenly, a picture fell from her bag, catching her attention. Looking at the smiling faces in the photo, Daekyung wondered if she could have laughed and played with them if she had been born normally. The sky suddenly poured rain, as if mocking her thoughts. She raised her hand to catch the first drops of rain, telling herself she didn't know if she was holding on to a dream she shouldn't have. As Dae-kyung climbed the stairs, she tried to call Tae-woong, but he didn't answer. She wondered if heaven was punishing her, and the punishment was unexpectedly overwhelming. Dae-kyung stood frozen in front of her room door, sensing something. Her heart was a mix of different emotions. Whenever she tried to forget her circumstances, they reminded her of reality. In her hand, Dae-kyung held a dagger, and her heavy backpack fell to the ground. At that moment, the door swung open, and the light from outside illuminated the figures of two men waiting for Dae-kyung to step inside. Dae-kyung entered the room. Just as one assassin was preparing to attack, she swiftly slashed a knife across the throat of the other one, leaving him no time to react. Dae-kyung's gaze was sharp as she brought the knife down. The assassin regained his composure and shouted for his comrades to capture her. However, Dae-kyung was not easily subdued. She quickly lunged at them. As she fought, she wondered about the identities of these men. Dae-kyung speculated that they might be similar to those from her past with Giun, but these seemed more professional and skilled. She stabbed the nearest assassin with her dagger, thinking of the names Si-young and Shin-myung-won, or perhaps it was their headquarters. Lost in her thoughts, a hand suddenly grabbed Dae-kyung's neck from behind, causing her to drop the knife she was holding. The attacker shouted that he had caught her, but Dae-kyung refused to give up, kicking the man in front of her in the face. She quickly grabbed an object and thrust it backward, catching her captor off guard, forcing him to release her. Dae-kyung no longer cared about who was the mastermind. She had to eliminate all these assassins. She deftly dodged an attack from one of them and immediately targeted the carotid artery of another with her dagger, slicing it cleanly. His blood sprayed everywhere, splattering Dae-kyung's face and uniform. She thought to herself that she had almost forgotten the reason to live, to make these people pay for their crimes. After a long struggle, Dae-kyung finally dealt with all the assassins. Alone, covered in blood, she stood among the corpses she had created. Dae-kyung, her hair disheveled, looked around the room for Jo Tae-woong. Suddenly, a voice commanded her to stand still, breaking the silence of the room. One assassin held a knife to Tae-woong's throat. He was the one she had been searching for, gagged and tightly bound to a chair. He was panicking, only able to make muffled sounds. Dae-kyung sighed in relief, glad he was still alive. Suddenly, a hand lunged at her, grabbing her hair and slamming her head against the wall. The assailant quickly seized her knife-wielding hand. Young Chul coldly ordered her to drop the knife, threatening that he had orders to kill her if she resisted too much. Dae-kyung clenched her teeth in silence, pouring all her strength into the knife, but he tightened his grip, stating that this was her last chance to drop it. Dae-kyung marveled at his strength. She quickly slammed her head backward and attempted to swing her knife, but Young Chul managed to dodge. He held his face, looking at her with eyes filled with murderous intent. Dae-kyung thought that just a brief encounter with him made her realize she could not defeat this man. Young Chul charged at her, landing a punch to her stomach before she could react, the pain radiating through her bones. She doubled over in agony on the floor, struggling to breathe. Young Chul grabbed her by the hair, lifting her head and pointing the knife at her face, his voice harsh as he warned her that this was the last time. Tae-woong, witnessing her peril, struggled and let out some muffled cries, causing the assassin to press the knife closer to his throat. Deep down, he hoped Dae-kyung could counterattack. They could not die here, and not so easily. At that moment, Young Chul's phone in his jacket pocket suddenly rang, drawing everyone's attention. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Dae-kyung quickly freed herself from the knife at her throat. As she prepared to dash for the door, Young Chul threatened her that if she ran, Tae-woong would be killed immediately. Dae-kyung turned back to look at the three men in the room. She knew that whether she ran or stayed, Jo Tae-woong would lose his life, as he was merely bait to keep her in place. Looking at the tall, muscular man before her, Dae-kyung realized she had no chance of defeating him. She glanced over at Tae-woong, tied to the chair, contemplating her last chance to escape. Jo Tae-woong looked at her with pleading eyes, urging her to run, but Dae-kyung bit her lip, silently making her choice. She recalled Shin Myung-won's words about her dependence on emotions, preventing her from abandoning even one life. She found it hard to achieve her revenge, but that was what made her different from them. Young Chul boasted that she could run if she wanted to, but the very next moment, Dae-kyung suddenly swung her knife in a way he could not anticipate. Dae-kyung told herself that even if she died, she would never turn her back on them. The knife slipped from her hand, and instinctively, Young Chul raised his hand to block it, but the knife flew straight into the head of the assassin guarding Jo Tae-woong. Young Chul's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the bloodied girl before him, unarmed. He had not expected her to throw away her last chance to escape and throw the knife to the other side. Young Chul quickly attacked her with another knife, But Dekyung, thanks to her agility, dodged his lethal strikes. Seizing the opportunity, she controlled young Chol's knife-wielding hand, aiming to break his wrist immediately. He used his other hand to strike at her, but Dekyung gritted her teeth and endured the pain. Suddenly, young Chol dropped the knife, and Dekyung felt a flicker of hope, but right after, he lunged at her, choking her with the hand that had just held the knife. Young Chol, like a mad beast, effortlessly lifted her high off the ground, Dekyung's feet dangling further from the floor. She kicked him squarely in the face, but young Chol managed to block her. He tightened his grip on her throat, causing Dekyung's face to turn pale from lack of air. At that moment, Tae-won, from behind, attempted to sneak up on him with a stick but failed. Young Chol immediately released Dekyung, letting her fall freely as he turned to deal with him. Without letting Tae-won finish his sentence, he punched him in the head, leaving him sprawled on the ground, groaning. Tae-won held his head, inwardly praying that Dekyung could get up and escape from this place. Young Chol raised the stick high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, but Dekyung crawled to his feet. She looked up at him with bloodshot eyes filled with determination, affirming that she was not dead yet. Dekyung struggled to get up, her efforts only eliciting laughter from young Chol, who found her persistence amusing. Suddenly, she lunged and grazed his face with the knife, but her lack of strength caused her attack to miss its mark. He had to admit, though, that Dekyung's tenacity was commendable. In a moment of distraction, she seized the opportunity to deliver a solid punch to his face. Dekyung aimed to use her knife with all her might to make a swift cut across his throat to end the fight. However, her body betrayed her, and she collapsed to the floor. Although a cut appeared on young Chol's neck, it was not deep enough to finish him off. He kicked her disdainfully as she lay exhausted on the ground. At that moment, he pulled out his phone to report the current situation to his boss. Suddenly, the voice on the other end demanded young Chol pass the phone to Dekyung. Shin Myung-won's voice echoed as the phone was put on speaker. He mocked her predicament while questioning why Lee Jae-hyung was still alive. Dekyung shot back, taunting him to kill Tae-won himself if he was so capable. He couldn't force them into submission. Shin Myung-won interrupted, ordering young Chol to capture her alive. Young Chol sat on her, and he suddenly noticed Dekyung had bitten her own tongue. While he was busy checking on her and ranting about various things, Jo Tae-won attacked from behind with a stun baton, causing young Chol to stumble. Tae-won quickly dragged Dekyung away, fleeing downstairs despite the pouring rain. He stopped a taxi, but the driver angrily warned him that the car was already booked. Tae-won urged him to drive quickly, and the driver, feeling helpless, took them to townhouse near the school. Tae-won cautiously looked back to ensure they were not being followed. Seeing Dekyung bloodied before him made him choke up with tears. He had tried so hard to save her. Given their current situation, they couldn't go to the hospital and had nowhere to return to but each other. He covered her with his jacket and rested his head on her knees, drifting off to sleep. A while later, he was awakened by the driver's call for payment, leaving him flustered as he had no cash or phone. The driver, furious, threatened to call the police, prompting Tae-won to plead, explaining they had been fleeing for their lives. He felt powerless in this ridiculous situation, wishing for someone to come help them. Suddenly, a figure approached and knocked on the car window. Tae-won looked up through his hands, which were covering his face, and saw Han Young-won. The rain poured even harder. Young-won held an umbrella over Tae-won, who was carrying Dekyung on his back. Tae-won could only mumble vague responses to Young-won's inquiries about their condition. As he glanced at the figure covered by his jacket, Young-won sensed the smell of blood in the damp air. Tae-won awkwardly thanked him for the taxi fare, mentioning that they shouldn't meet again, which stirred a strange feeling in Young-won. Young-won asked to confirm if it was Dekyung, but Tae-won remained silent, hastening his steps through the heavy rain. Inside, he hoped Young-won wouldn't ask anything more because he was utterly exhausted. However, Young-won simply offered to take them to his home, assuring them it would be a safe place. Tae-won paused at his suggestion. Young-won quickly moved to shield them with the umbrella, hoping they could rest for a moment before continuing. Tae-won felt like he was back to his childhood. Someone had once spoken to him in the same way, promising not to ask questions. Young-won's assurance reminded him of that person. He turned to face Young-won, tears streaming down his cheeks as he looked at the blonde boy holding the umbrella for them. Once inside Young-won's home, Tae-won collapsed to the floor, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He urged Young-won to focus on taking care of Dekyung first. Laying her on the bed, Young-won checked her condition and confirmed she was still alive, causing Tae-won to breathe a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried for her, blaming himself for being useless, and soon he too succumbed to sleep. Young-won quietly gazed at the bright moon outside the rain-soaked window, murmuring that they weren't the bad ones. He laid Tae-woong on the sofa, covering him with a jacket before returning to the room. When he opened the door, he found Tae-kyung awake, but she seemed disoriented. Mistaking Young-woon for Young-chul, she immediately went on high alert. Young-woon was taken aback by her panic but approached her slowly, reassuring her that everything was over. Standing in front of Tae-kyung, he declared himself Han Young-woon, but she was too far gone to recognize him, repeatedly shouting for him to stay away. Without saying much, Young-woon wrapped his arms around her, patting her back gently as if soothing a frightened child, a gesture that left her stunned. Young-woon comforted Tae-kyung for a long time until her emotions gradually stabilized. She softly called his name, needing to confirm that he was real. Once Tae-kyung regained her composure, she realized she had stabbed him in the stomach with scissors without even noticing. Startled, she dropped her hands, but Young-woon gently reassured her, saying it was just a slight itch. Tae-kyung panicked, but he paid no attention to his injury and carefully laid her back down on the bed. Feeling helpless, Tae-kyung pressed her hands to her forehead, unsure of what was happening. As Young-woon pulled the blanket over her, he explained that he had coincidentally found Tae-woong and her and brought them home. He then helped Tae-kyung check on Tae-woong, confirming he was safe, which eased her worries. Tae-kyung sighed in relief but couldn't shake off thoughts of Young-chul and the chaos surrounding them, which made her head spin. Suddenly, Young-woon decisively lifted her up, heading towards the room to let her rest, despite her surprise at his action. He felt it was his responsibility to care for her since Tae-woong had entrusted her to him. Tae-kyung stubbornly resisted, but he didn't mind, gently placing her back on the bed. She justified her condition by claiming her muscles were just shocked, not seriously injured. Young-woon sighed at her unbelievable excuse. Tae-kyung looked down, apologizing to him, struggling to speak as she didn't want him to see her in such a state. Young-woon suddenly took her bloodied hand, seemingly discovering something. Without giving Tae-kyung a chance to react, he grabbed her face and checked the corners of her mouth, which were stained with blood. He soon realized she had attempted to take her own life. They locked eyes in silence, and Tae-kyung quickly pushed him away, grabbing onto his collar, sensing his overwhelming aura for a brief moment. Young-woon suddenly mentioned Shin Myung-won, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. He questioned whether her injuries were caused by him. Tae-kyung turned away, unwilling to answer, which only fueled his anger. Young-woon connected the dots, recalling Jae-young's shooting and Ji-yeon's ambush, realizing they were all linked to Shin Myung-won. Everyone around her had suffered because of him, directly or indirectly. He spoke at length, speculating that he would be next but only blamed her for not telling him sooner. Tae-kyung had no choice but to admit that it was indeed Shin Myung-won. She understood this was her personal battle with him and vowed to prevent him from harming anyone else. However, Young-woon knew she had no way to win against him, especially not physically. He suggested that running away could be a solution, but Tae-kyung refused, unwilling to flee after everything that had happened. Young-woon bombarded her with questions about how she planned to confront the leadership directly, expressing his confusion over why she kept diving into such dangerous situations. Tae-kyung retorted that it was her responsibility to resolve the mess she had caused and to protect her friends and family. Young-woon looked at her without emotion, having encountered many like her who risked their lives in unwinnable battles. Finally, he softly advised her not to engage in such dangerous matters and not to give up her life, but Tae-kyung found it laughable to heed his advice. Young-woon replied that this was his condition for eliminating Shin Myung-won. The prospect of removing Shin Myung-won was incredibly tempting for Tae-kyung. If she could deal with him, she would accept any terms. However, she felt that Young-woon would not spare her if she dared to break her promise, which gave her a headache. Seeing her distress, Young-woon gently helped her lie back down, insisting she prioritize resting before responding. Yet Tae-kyung stubbornly insisted on killing Shin Myung-won herself, prompting Young-woon to ponder for a long time. He admitted that although she often spoke nonsense, there was something oddly trustworthy about her, and her strong will only made him like her more. He carefully wiped the blood from her face, feeling both fondness and frustration at her reckless behavior that could put her in danger. Young-woon gazed at her thoughtfully and asked why everyone he wanted to keep close acted this way, referencing his parents. Tae-kyung was surprised and sat up, believing he had only lost his father, but she quickly fell back onto the bed, likely due to the punch from Young-chul. Noticing her discomfort, Young-woon guessed she might have internal injuries. Tae-kyung, suppressing her pain, sat up again and inquired about when his mother had passed. He answered it was 2 years ago, and when she pressed for details, he mentioned it was at the end of summer. Young-woon raised an eyebrow at her persistent questioning as he reached for his phone, intending to take her to the hospital. However, Tae-kyung realized his intention and rushed to stop him, insisting she was fine, but he remained resolute about her well-being. Tae-kyung tried to prove she was okay, but her serious symptoms were hard to hide from Young-woon. Teasing her, he remarked that if she was truly fine, she might have been taken for research. She playfully agreed, calling herself superhuman. He felt that she could come up with any excuse now and sternly demanded his phone back, but Dae-kyung buried her head in the pillow, ignoring him. Seeing her cowardly posture amused him, and he suddenly recalled Onyena, realizing they had known each other since 12th grade. Dae-kyung was surprised it took him so long to remember, and she continued to ask about their relationship, learning that Onyena had admitted to dating him. Young-woon fell silent, and when the alarm clock rang, he finally warned her to stay away from Yena for various reasons before leaving her to rest. But she suddenly called him back for an unclear reason. Young-woon pretended to understand, offering to watch over her while she slept. The scene shifted to Jae-hyung's house, where he entered in shock to find his sister, Lee Jae-ah, waiting for him. Lee Jae-ah calmly held Jae-hyung's phone, questioning why he hadn't answered her calls while eagerly waiting for someone else's. She provocatively sang the name Lee Dae-kyung displayed on the incoming call screen. Without hesitation, Jae-hyung snatched the phone away, and seeing his anger, Jae-ah was delighted. She shook her cup of tea, fully aware of their relationship through Shin Myung-won. Yawning exaggeratedly, she remarked that Dae-kyung must be dead somewhere. Jae-hyung felt as if lightning struck him. Disbelief filled his eyes as he stared at the woman before him. Back at Young-woon's house, Dae-kyung quickly declined his offer, leaving him curious about why she had called him back. Finally, she expressed her gratitude for his help, shyly insisting he leave. Young-woon felt a flutter in his heart at her cuteness but wasn't foolish enough to miss the chance to tease her, asking if she wanted him to stay until she fell asleep. Dae-kyung was confused, not realizing she had given that impression. He countered that her expression had indeed kept him there. Tired, she pulled the blanket over herself, ignoring the annoying presence beside her. As she closed her eyes, she felt Young-woon lean over her, holding up his phone to indicate he was taking something, leaving Dae-kyung with a whirlwind of emotions. She couldn't understand why he was so angry about her injury or why he wanted to help her. Completely in the dark about this boy, she sometimes felt scared by his unpredictability. Suddenly, she recalled the moment earlier when she sensed his sincerity. Remembering his words about wanting to protect her warmed her heart, making her admit her inner longing for affection was weak. But at least tonight, Dae-young felt she wouldn't have nightmares anymore as she gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Young-woon arrived at class looking like he had just rolled out of bed. Giun thought he had been studying all night, but this time he didn't even want to take the exam properly, leaving Giun disappointed that no one could keep Onyena in check. Jae-hyung burst in, asking about Dae-kyung, but no one could reach her, which wasn't surprising. Seeing this, Jae-hyung turned to Young-woon, who was brushing his teeth, suspecting Dae-young didn't want to reveal her precarious state to others. Young-woon hurried to class, and as he passed by, Jae-hyung caught a strange scent, making him suspicious of the boy who had just left. A little later, the school began the exam, but Young-woon was still yawning, planning to guess answers and sneak in some sleep. Suddenly, he remembered that Dae-kyung seemed to doubt his claim of being the top student, which made him sit up straight and take the exam seriously. Meanwhile, Jae-hyung was deep in thought when Kim Yoon-tae approached him to smoke, but he declined. He inquired if Yoon-tae could smell blood when getting close to Young-woon, and just then, Young-woon appeared, inviting him to lunch. Jae-hyung was annoyed that Young-woon followed him everywhere, but Young-woon explained it was because Dae-kyung wanted them to be closer. Mentioning her made Jae-hyung seize the opportunity to directly ask about her absence. Before Young-woon could respond, Jae-hyung grabbed his collar and leaned in to sniff. Ultimately, Jae-hyung concluded that the faint smell of blood clearly came from Young-woon, and he felt it was undoubtedly related to Dae-kyung. Jae-hyung seized Han Young-woon's shirt, staring blankly at him. Cha Jae-hyung was indeed sharp in peculiar ways. The two began to argue heatedly, each gripping the other's clothing. Han Young-woon scoffed, questioning why Jae-hyung always thought of Dae-kyung whenever he smelled blood. They stood on the stairs, and the girls below watched, thinking it was a romantic love story. Jae-hyung started to lose patience, teasingly provoking Young-woon, calling him delusional. Just as he finished speaking, Jae-hyung exploded with anger. Han Young-woon knew how to push his buttons. With wide eyes, he growled, neither willing to back down, one pulling the other's shirt while glaring fiercely. Just hearing Young-woon's words made Jae-hyung clench his fists, ready to tear Young-woon's shirt apart. In a fit of rage, he trembled, wanting to devour the boy before him. At that moment, everyone gathered around, eagerly anticipating the dramatic confrontation, their mouths agape in shock. As Jae-hyung's grip tightened, he turned away without a word. Suddenly, Han Young-woon exclaimed that Lee Dae-kyung was fine. Jae-hyung turned back to look at the boy he had just punched. With a smirk, Young-woon taunted that Dae-kyung would be with him until morning. Hearing this made Jae-hyung's face flush with anger, and he shot a glare before leaving. At Han Young-woon's house, Tae-woong, with a swollen face, stuffed food into his mouth while teasing Dae-young about her bandaged face. She looked up at him, questioning if this meal was prepared by Han Young-woon. Tae-woong recounted how he had stayed up all night caring for both of them. While he rambled on about whether Sadan was behind Han Young-woon or not, he concluded that Young-woon was just a high school student for now. Just then, Han Young-woon returned home. Tae-woong rushed outside, still chewing his food. Since it was exam day, Young-woon got to leave early, slowly entering the house. He looked at Dae-kyung with concern, and Tae-woong teased her about being an immortal creature, sprinting over whenever food was around. She struggled to stand but wobbled unsteadily, and in a flash, Young-woon caught her hand to support her. The scene before them felt intimate, while Tae-woong became invisible in their eyes, wanting to speak up but unable to. As they stood close, Dae-kyung vaguely noticed the redness on Young-woon's cheek, and when she yelled, Tae-woong realized the swelling and shouted in alarm. Assuming Young-woon had been hurt like them, he rushed over to check his injuries. Young-woon began recounting how Tae-woong had cared for him that day. Tae-woong's jaw dropped when he learned a boy had been jealous over Dae-kyung. Young-woon then happily shared every detail with her. Tae-woong's eyes widened in disbelief, suspecting she had cast a spell on him. Dae-kyung frowned, insisting she hadn't done anything to provoke such a reaction. After a series of questions, they both sank into thought. Suddenly, a phone rang, and Dae-kyung glanced at the screen, seeing it was Lee Jae-hyung calling. She reached for the phone, intending to answer it despite Tae-woong's alarmed expression. After speaking, she returned the phone to Young-woon. Tae-woong felt uneasy about her meeting with Jae-hyung, but just then, Young-woon stood up abruptly, leading her outside. He only hoped she wouldn't meet him, and she wondered why Jae-hyung seemed unstable lately, worrying that his current condition might provoke him. He leaned against the door, staring straight at her, questioning whether she was truly concerned about him. Hearing this made her head throb. She denied it, looking up to say she was worried about him instead. Hearing her concern for him left Young-woon speechless, knowing she still owed him for the meal. Realizing she hadn't treated him yet, he began to blush like a tomato. As she turned to leave, he smiled brightly, saying he would come to pick her up. Dae-kyung was confused by his cheerful demeanor, wondering what was so amusing. He planned to sneak in to change her bandages. Finally, as night fell, Jae-hyung waited for her under the streetlight. Hearing her call, he turned around abruptly. Lee Jae-hyung vaguely called her name, noticing she was dressed modestly, seemingly to hide her injuries. Finally, as night fell, Lee Jae-hyung waited for her under the streetlight. Hearing her call, he turned around quickly. He vaguely called her name, noticing that she was dressed quite modestly, seemingly to hide her injuries. He hurried over, grabbing her and interrogating her. After a while, they walked together. While walking, Jae-hyung pondered about her staying at another man's house without trusting him enough to reach out for help. He asked her a few questions, then looked back at her as if she was not allowed to lie. He felt anxious, wondering if he could save the situation. Thinking back, she had stayed at his house with Han Young-woon before, and now he was very worried about her. Perhaps because she trusted Young-woon too much and didn't take precautions, he was now speaking ill of the guy to her to keep her away. Suddenly, he pulled her sleeve, revealing her treated wounds. Knowing he could no longer hide it, she reluctantly began to explain everything to him. After listening to her, he started asking countless questions, circling back to wanting her to stay at his place because he was very nice, but sadly, the author had other plans. She suddenly remembered the incident at the sports festival, the moment he was shot and had to be hospitalized, yet his parents never came to visit him even once. Everything was handled by his sister, and perhaps the school wanted to keep the matter quiet. She wondered why he didn't want his parents to know about this incident. Didn't reviewing the CCTV from that day show Shin Myung-won arriving at the school? But to her surprise, he denied that Shin Myung-won was the culprit. She thought to herself, if it wasn't Shin Myung-won, then who could it be? Suddenly, she had a flash of doubt about his sister, and just as she suspected, he had a feeling that his sister had a plot to harm him. Now he just needed to gather evidence and wait for the right time to expose her. Truly, sibling bonds were strong and complicated. Now she understood why he had been so anxious that day. Regardless, the fight between him and Han Young-woon from today still lingered in her mind, so she advised him to make up with the guy quickly. In an instant, he turned to her, and she stared intently at his face, preventing him from denying it. She regarded him as a child throwing a tantrum for no reason, and he helplessly admitted his fault to her. He suddenly froze when he felt her pat his head, completely bewildered. Then he burst out laughing, realizing that even though he had just been angry, Talking to her had lightened his mood. Suddenly, she stood up, preparing to leave, but still worried about her well-being. After chatting for a while, she insisted on going home and turned to walk away. Unexpectedly, he ran over and grabbed her small hand, playfully using his charm to ask her to stay with him a little longer. Suddenly, Lee Jae-hyung grabbed Lee De-kyung's hand to stop her. He frowned slightly, his eyes hiding something. He said, "Can you stay with me a little longer before you leave?" Lee De-kyung was confused. She thought he had something else to say. Jae-hyung gently caressed her reddened hand, full of scratches, and spoke softly, "I've had a hard time sleeping without you around lately." Perhaps he shouldn't have taken her home, because when she left, his heart felt incredibly empty. Lee Jae-hyung clumsily poured out his feelings, then awkwardly apologized for holding her back. Hearing those words, Lee De-kyung reached up to touch his cheek and said, "Your complexion doesn't look too good." Surprised by her touch, Lee Jae-hyung's face turned bright red, making De-kyung think he had a fever. He tightly held her hand, stuttering in embarrassment as he was about to confess his feelings when a loud yawn interrupted him. They both turned to see Han Young-woon sitting on a bench, waiting to take Lee De-kyung home, confirming that the yawn had been intentional. Seeing that the two weren't talking anymore, Han Young-woon offered to take De-kyung to his house. Upon hearing this, Lee Jae-hyung immediately felt jealous and didn't want her to go to Young-woon's house. An Young-woon twitched his mouth, ready to retort, but then he thought about De-kyung. Her body was still weak, and it would be much better for her to stay in the private room at Lee Jae-hyung's house, so he asked for her opinion. Before Lee De-kyung could say anything, Lee Jae-hyung interrupted, changing his mind about taking her to his house, despite wanting to, because his sister was home. Lee De-kyung felt a bit confused. Just as she opened her mouth again, she was silenced once more, this time by her growling stomach. Hearing this, Lee Jae-hyung immediately raised his voice, questioning Han Young-woon about why he hadn't taken care of De-kyung and let her go hungry, leading to a heated argument between the two like cats and dogs. Seeing this, Lee De-kyung helplessly urged them to shake hands and reconcile. A moment later, Lee Jae-hyung left, leaving only Han Young-woon and Lee De-kyung. He happily sipped the coffee Jae-hyung had bought for him and asked about the earlier conversation between the two. He turned to look at her and suddenly saw her crouched down on the ground. He rushed over to check on her. She frowned, rubbing her forehead a few times, perhaps because she had been hiding her exhaustion while facing Jae-hyung. She didn't want him to worry and complicate things further because of her. An Young-woon gently carried her home and comforted her, also tolerating her childish behavior. The next morning, in class, Han Young-woon, Hwang Ji-yoon, and Kim Min-jae were sitting together chatting when Lee Jae-hyung approached Young-woon. He asked if he had gotten home safely the day before, and Young-woon responded cheerfully. If Hwang Ji-yoon hadn't witnessed the entire process with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. The two, who had been fierce rivals just the day before, were now as close as best friends for 80 years. While she was still thinking, a scream startled her. Kim Min-jae held up Han Young-woon's perfect test score. Everyone was surprised, and while they were excitedly discussing it, Onyena suddenly appeared and interrupted. She praised Han Young-woon with an overly sweet demeanor and asked him to help her with her studies. Hwang Ji-yoon felt chills run down her spine. She missed her friend Lee De-kyung. Just as she thought this, she spotted De-kyung standing at the classroom door. The group immediately rushed to greet her, each trying to speak over one another, making her head spin. An Young-woon also quickly stood up to go to De-kyung, but Onyena pulled him back, innocently telling him that the principal urgently needed both of them to go. An Young-woon silently shot her a glance but said nothing. Kim Min-jae bombarded De-kyung with countless questions from all directions when suddenly Jae-hyung noticed Han Young-woon and Onyena leaving the classroom together. Suddenly, De-kyung asked Jae-young to go with her to talk. She seemed quite anxious about having ruined his sister's uniform that he had lent her earlier, and she wanted to take this opportunity to apologize and meet his sister. However, Jae-young saw through her intentions and bluntly refused her request, then led her to the teacher's lounge to retrieve the uniform. When she stepped out holding the uniform, Jae-young said he would help her, but she had to be honest with him about matters concerning Shin Myung-won and why she couldn't ask Han Young-woon for help. While he was speaking, he suddenly turned around and saw her changing clothes in broad daylight. He instinctively looked away, unable to believe she would dare change in front of a guy. He left in confusion, not understanding her actions. Turning back to Han Young-woon and Onyena, he knew full well that she was lying about not going to the principal's office and that she wanted to talk to him. Just as he was about to say something, Yena rushed over to hug Han Young-woon, complaining that he hadn't remembered her and had embarrassed her in front of everyone. It was truly the past of a villain. An Young-woon slowly pushed Yena away, apologizing vaguely before turning to leave, inviting her to join him for a meal. However, he accidentally mentioned De-kyung's name, causing Yena to call out for Dae-kyung directly. He paused and turned back to look. Yena bluntly asked if he liked Dae-kyung. At that moment, Jae-hyung was coming up the stairs and saw the scene before him along with Yena's question. To his surprise, Han Young-woon denied liking Dae-kyung, leaving Jae-hyung stunned. As Dae-kyung stepped up the stairs, Jae-hyung quickly covered her ears and pulled her back down. Once they reached the schoolyard, he suddenly asked her if she still liked Han Young-woon, but she replied that she was just curious and didn't actually like him. After all, she was only doing it for investigation purposes. Returning to the conversation between Han Young-woon and Yena, he began to lose patience and told her not to bother him anymore. However, Yena seemed to thrive on being the villain, as she grinned mischievously at Young-woon's reaction. Yena began to giggle, her behavior reminiscent of a villain with a sadistic streak, making her laughter feel quite off-putting. She continuously asked questions out of jealousy towards Dae-kyung, claiming that Jae-hyung was lying about not liking Dae-kyung. Meanwhile, Jae-hyung and Dae-kyung were discussing Yena, the ex-girlfriend of Han Young-woon, as they walked towards Han Chi-dan and Kim Min-jae, who were arguing loudly nearby. Dae-kyung lay on a wooden plank while Hwang Ji-yeon mentioned that they would be going to the beach the next day and would choose swimsuits together. This was likely a joyful moment for Hwang Ji-yeon, as it was her first time going out with friends. During class, as usual, Dae-kyung would doze off, even overlapping into break time. Suddenly, Yena appeared, asking Dae-kyung to come with her because she wanted to talk. As they walked down the hallway, Jae-hyung passed by them and sensed something was off. They ended up in the art room, and while talking, Dae-kyung bought some snacks to eat, proving that her love for food was unstoppable. Yena gently approached the window, pulled the curtains, turned to Dae-kyung, and asked if she liked Han Young-woon. At that moment, Dae-kyung almost choked on her snack. She bluntly stated that she didn't like Han Young-woon. She was just curious about him. Yena then began to ramble about Han Young-woon, acting as if she knew everything about him. As they talked, Dae-kyung inadvertently revealed that she had been to Han Young-woon's house, which made Yena go wild. She lunged at Dae-kyung, claiming that Han Young-woon really liked her, and Dae-kyung felt goosebumps all over at Yena's intense expression. At Han Young-woon's house, he tried on a swimsuit, but it seemed too small for him, exposing his well-defined abs. Dae-kyung, seeing this, helplessly covered her face, while Tae-won, holding a pink inflatable swan, stared at Han Young-woon. Suddenly, Dae-kyung stood up and dragged Tae-won aside for a private conversation. She yelled at him about how they could go on a trip while Shin Myung-won was chasing them, and it would be very dangerous to involve those around them. Tae-won squatted down, rummaging through his pocket to pull out a new phone connected to the CCTV. He played a recording for her, showing the man who had brutally attacked her that night. After talking for a while, he managed to convince Dae-kyung not to worry too much. She just needed to be careful. The next morning, as Han Young-woon walked past Dae-kyung's room, he saw her brushing her teeth with her wet hair still unstyled. Without thinking, he grabbed the hairdryer and helped her dry her hair, making them look like a newlywed couple to anyone watching. He asked about her health, and it seemed everything was fine. Looking in the mirror, Dae-kyung thought he resembled a father drying his daughter's hair, leading her to believe he would be a great dad someday. Hearing her comment, Han Young-woon's heart skipped a beat. He lifted her chin and leaned in closer, momentarily lost in thoughts of their future together. In class, the teacher announced the end of the exam period, signaling the start of their free time. Hwang Ji-yeon turned to wake Dae-kyung, inviting her to go shopping. Suddenly, Yena appeared again, urging Dae-kyung to come with her because she wanted to talk. As they walked together in the hallway, Jae-hyung passed by again, sensing something was definitely wrong. They ended up in the art room, and Dae-kyung, unable to resist her love for food, bought more snacks while chatting. Yena approached the window, pulled the curtains, and asked Dae-kyung if she liked Han Young-woon. Dae-kyung nearly choked again, firmly stating that she didn't like him. Her curiosity was the only reason. Yena continued to prattle on about Han Young-woon, pretending to know everything about him. During their conversation, Dae-kyung accidentally let slip information that hinted she had been to Han Young-woon's house. Yena, now frenzied, lunged at Dae-kyung again, declaring that Han Young-woon really liked her, sending chills down Dae-kyung's spine at Yena's fervent expression. Yena leaned over the table, getting uncomfortably close to Lee Dae-kyung and threatening her, making Dae-kyung feel extremely scared. Confused about what was happening, she struggled to find the right words. Although Yena maintained her position, her attitude softened slightly, and she started to mockingly converse with Dae-kyung. She mentioned that she had always wondered what Young-woon was looking for, but now she seemed to understand. Hearing this, Dae-kyung hesitated and suddenly asked why it was her. Upon hearing her question, Yena's eyes widened, and she smirked, Acting as if she had figured everything out, she moved closer to Dae-kyung and began probing her. Faced with this situation, Dae-kyung hesitated in fear, which only encouraged Onyena to press on, leaving Dae-kyung with no escape. Just when Dae-kyung felt cornered, a hand appeared behind her. It was Lee Jae-hyung, seemingly there to rescue her. He shot a cold glance at Onyena and told Dae-kyung to leave. Since Jae-hyung had said so, Onyena had no choice but to remain silent as they walked away. Outside the room, Lee Jae-hyung confronted Dae-kyung, who was too stunned to respond. He was furious and scolded her, while she remained lost in her thoughts about why Young-woon was looking for her, which only made Jae-hyung angrier. A moment later, Hwang Ji-yeon peeked out of the classroom and asked if they were done talking. She then waved for them to follow her, and Dae-kyung, somewhat surprised, complied. When they arrived, Dae-kyung opened a cabinet, and all three were shocked by what was inside, a bouquet of white flowers. They were puzzled about how it had ended up there and exclaimed in astonishment. While Hwang Ji-yeon was ecstatic for Dae-kyung, she was still dazed and confused about the origin of the flowers. Jae-hyung also inquired, but Dae-kyung could only reply that she didn't know. After a moment, Dae-young snapped out of her daze, sighed tiredly, and her mind raced with thoughts about the people making her anxious. Suddenly, she remembered something important. Without saying a word to anyone, she rushed off, claiming she needed to use the restroom. A while later, Dae-kyung sat in the bathroom, holding the bouquet with a sense of suspicion. She then discovered a vial of medicine hidden among the flowers, immediately thinking of Shin Myung-won, which eased her worries. She reflected on how she knew about this strange vial, realizing he intended to use her to assassinate Lee Jae-hyung. After a moment of panic, she tossed the bouquet aside, trembling. When she exited the restroom, she unexpectedly encountered Han Young-woon, who greeted her cheerfully. He invited her to eat with him, but she shot back with a question of her own. He cheerfully glanced back at Lee Jae-hyung and responded that Jae-hyung wasn't going. Ignoring Han Young-woon's words, she insisted that Lee Jae-hyung join her, leaving him silent. Later, alone together, Dae-kyung bombarded Jae-young with questions. He suggested she see a doctor, but she declined, insisting she was fine. Then she noticed something and exclaimed in surprise. Jae-hyung was puzzled by her reaction. Before he could ask, Dae-kyung suddenly dashed away, leaping into the nearby pool. Fortunately, Jae-young quickly grabbed her, panicking and reminding her that she was still in her clothes, worried she would get wet. Dae-kyung, frustrated, demanded to know what he expected her to do. After changing into her swimsuit, she returned to the pool. Jae-hyung listened to her question but remained silent, feeling embarrassed to look directly at her. Soon, she was happily swimming, while he sat on the side, reminding her to be careful. Dae-kyung asked him questions, but he only replied that he was just watching her. Then he asked if she liked swimming, to which she confirmed enthusiastically, expressing her love for the feeling. Despite her repeated inquiries, he stayed quiet about why he wasn't swimming. Deep down, however, he already had an answer for her. After a while, Jae-young called her over to show her something interesting. As she swam closer, he splashed water at her. He laughed heartily but quickly checked if she was okay. Not one to back down, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Dae-kyung grinned and asked if he was ready. He felt shy and confused about what was about to happen. Suddenly, she pulled him into the pool, soaking him completely, while she laughed joyfully. He complained about getting his uniform wet, but it didn't seem to matter much. Then, Jae-hyung took off his uniform shirt, revealing his muscular physique, and began to join the fun. He challenged her to come closer, but she wasn't foolish enough to comply, and they continued to playfully chase each other in the pool. Lee Jae-hyung removed his uniform shirt and entered the game. He called out to Dae-kyung, challenging her to come closer. Naturally, she didn't listen, and they continued to playfully chase each other around the pool. Dae-kyung laughed joyfully as she ran and looked back at Jae-hyung. Soon, Jae-hyung caught her by the wrist. Instantly, he was behind her, wrapping his arms around her neck. Dae-kyung was taken by surprise, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at him. She began to squirm and talk rapidly. He listened intently, but then Dae-kyung sensed something was off and turned to question him, asking if he intended to drown his savior. Suddenly, he became serious, speaking to her in a way that made her astonished. Moments later, he lifted her up, and they locked eyes, lost in each other's gaze. Then he thanked her, leaving Dae-kyung confused about what was happening. She was bewildered, lost in her thoughts, unaware of the strange events unfolding. It seemed Jae-hyung had something planned. Without further ado, he let her drop from his grasp, causing her to plunge into the water. After some time had passed, Dae-kyung sat on the edge, gazing into the distance, and asked him about his motives for revenge. Jae-hyung coldly denied it, explaining that it was merely about publicly acknowledging his wrongdoings. Kyung then asked if he could kill his sister, which took him by surprise. His mind went blank, and he didn't know how to respond, as memories of the past flooded back. After a moment, Kyung urged him not to do that, repeating her plea multiple times. Unbeknownst to her, she had dozed off. When she woke up, she startled, quickly sitting up and coughing. She spotted Jae-young nearby and called out his name in a panic. Rushing towards him, she anxiously asked what he was doing, only to hear him say he was taking medicine. At that moment, her mind felt empty, and she couldn't process what Jae-young was saying. Kyung hurried to him, checking around his mouth, worriedly asking if he was okay. Jae-young, equally frightened, didn't understand what was happening, answering her questions as they came. She rushed to her bag, rummaging through it until she found the vial of medicine, feeling somewhat relieved. While she was lost in thought, he approached her, sitting down and asking how she was. At that moment, she sensed something was off. Looking at him made her head spin, and she couldn't grasp what was happening. Suddenly, she firmly told him that she needed to go home right away. On the way back, her mind was filled with negative thoughts about the vial and him. The next day, when Kyung arrived at Hwang Ji-yun's door and rang the bell, Hwang Ji-yun angrily rushed out, complaining about the noise. Kyung was equally furious, feeling like she wanted to give her a piece of her mind. Seeing her reaction, Hwang Ji-yun instantly turned cheerful, embracing Kyung with joy. After that, they urged Hwang Ji-yun to hurry up and get ready to leave. Meanwhile, Jo Tae-wong stood nearby, asking Lee Jae-hyung if he had eaten breakfast yet. Jae-hyung quickly replied, mentioning that Tae-wong had asked 3 times already, which made him feel awkward and speechless. Tae-wong then began to grumble about when they would finally be ready to leave. Jo Tae-wong cheerfully asked Lee Jae-hyung if he had eaten breakfast yet, to which Jae-hyung quickly replied that Tae-wong had asked 3 times already, leaving him feeling awkward and unsure of what else to say. Tae-wong then lamented about how long it was taking for everyone to get ready so they could finally leave. Inside, Dae-kyung announced that she would go change. Young-woon asked if nothing had happened between her and Jae-hyung yesterday. Dae-kyung replied that they just played and went home, wondering why he kept asking. Young-woon mentioned that he was concerned about her expression. Remembering the discomfort caused by Shin Myung-won the day before, Dae-kyung felt uneasy. At that moment, Ji-yoon emerged, dressed glamorously and made up, earning continuous praise from Young-woon. Ji-yoon then dragged Dae-kyung to get ready, despite her protests being minimal. Outside, Lee Jae-hyung told Jo Tae-wong that he would check on everyone upstairs. However, Jo Tae-wong informed him that they had already come down. Jae-hyung instinctively looked towards the 3 of them approaching. Hwang Ji-yoon waved cheerfully, while Dae-kyung and Han Young-woon followed at a leisurely pace. Jo Tae-wong commented that they weren't too late and urged them to hurry over. While everyone laughed and chatted, a noticeable tension lingered between Han Young-woon and Lee Jae-hyung, causing them to pass each other in silence. Jo Tae-wong leaned in to Jae-hyung, subtly advising him not to stare at Dae-kyung, making Jae-hyung realize his gaze had been a bit too intense. In the car, Dae-kyung felt cramped between the 2 guys and angrily questioned why one of them couldn't sit in the front seat. Jae-hyung countered that the front seat was cramped and everyone preferred the back. To ease her frustration, Han Young-woon asked if she wanted to listen to music, but she was uninterested. Dae-kyung decided to move to the front seat, but the driver stopped her for safety reasons. Left with no choice, she lay across the laps of both guys. While Jae-hyung felt uncomfortable, Han Young-woon was delighted and covered her with a jacket. As she lay there, Dae-kyung pondered her earlier conversation with Jo Tae-wong, considering her companions to be good people whom she wished to protect. Suddenly, Dae-young yelled, questioning Han Young-woon about what he was doing with her legs. This sparked a playful argument between them, filling the car with laughter. Jo Tae-wong, driving, helplessly asked what was causing the car to shake, to which Hwang Ji-yun replied that they were fighting. She then leaned over to ask Jo Tae-wong if he had any other names he preferred to be called. He suggested she could call him by his name, which made her giggle and call him by it, catching him off guard. Upon arriving at the beach, everyone was excited by the beautiful scenery. An Young-woon suddenly spotted something and turned to leave, while the others suggested they should put their things away first. Jae-hyung reassured them that he had already asked the driver to take care of everyone's belongings. Just then, Hwang Ji-yoon and Jo Tae-wong executed a plan, seizing the opportunity when Dae-kyung wasn't paying attention, and tossed her into the sea. After successfully pulling off their prank, they high-fived in celebration. Kim Min-jae, upset, questioned why he wasn't included, receiving the response that he was too busy watching anime. When Dae-kyung resurfaced, drenched and with her hair hanging limply, everyone teased her to run away. However, she quickly returned to shore and retaliated by throwing each of them into the water. An Young-woon chuckled, suggesting they should capture the moments they just experienced. Instantly, Dae-kyung appeared right in front of him, and as he nervously asked what she was doing, she attempted to grab him and throw him into the sea. He jokingly claimed he would die of a heart attack if she did, causing her to hesitate. After a moment, Jae-hyun called for the two to bring their swimsuits and suggested they go change. Meanwhile, Kwon Young-min, a chubby guy, stood deep in thought about his business. He recalled a recent encounter with a girl who had rejected him, leading him to feel frustrated and wanting to find someone even more attractive to ease his anger. As he walked, someone bumped into his watch, causing him to explode in anger at the offender. When he adjusted his watch, he noticed Dae-kyung and Hwang Ji-yoon passing by. Unable to take his eyes off them, Dae-kyung complained about her wet hair, prompting Hwang Ji-yoon to tease her. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Kwon Young-min resolved to pursue both girls. At the beach, Jo Tae-won called out for Lee Jae-hyung and Kim Min-jae but noticed Han Young-woon was missing. An Young-woon, on his own, felt uncomfortable, standing before a mirror, forcing a smile while feeling disdain for himself. Dae-kyung complained about the heat and asked Hwang Ji-yoon if they were going the right way. Suddenly, an unfamiliar arm reached out to grab Dae-kyung's wrist, asking if she was looking for friends. The stranger offered to help her find them, but Dae-kyung quickly shook off his hand. The two stared at each other, with Kwon Young-min smiling awkwardly and trying to justify his actions, leaving Dae-kyung slightly unsettled. Hearing Hwang Ji-yoon call out from a distance, Dae-kyung hurried towards her friend. Ji-yoon was being cornered by two guys trying to make unwanted advances, but fortunately, Dae-kyung arrived just in time. She urged Hwang Ji-yoon to stand and leave with her, much to the surprise of the two men. Hwang Ji-yoon, frightened and crying, pushed one of them away, exclaiming that they were crazy. Kwon Young-min then approached with a lewd smile, suggesting that sitting for just 5 more minutes wouldn't hurt. He laughed loudly, draping his arm over Ji-yoon's shoulder while rambling nonsense, leaving Dae-kyung speechless. She quickly assessed him as a creep. As he continued to touch her leg and babble on about her injuries, Hwang Ji-yoon yelled that he was insane. Just as he prepared to make a move, Lee Jae-hyung appeared and grabbed him by the collar, pulling him aside. Kwon Young-min was terrified, unsure of how to react in front of the imposing figure. After releasing him, Jae-hyung glared at Kwon Young-min and asked Dae-kyung if he was someone she knew. Dae-kyung quickly denied it and warned Jae-hyung not to do anything rash. Kwon Young-min's companions approached, furious and ready to retaliate against Jae-hyung, but Kwon Young-min stopped them, questioning Jae-hyung's audacity to confront him. Before Jae-hyung could respond, the situation escalated, prompting Dae-kyung to pull him away. Meanwhile, Kwon Young-min's friend began to curse them, while he muttered insults about Jae-hyung's appearance, claiming he had undergone plastic surgery. Unable to tolerate the filthy remarks, Jae-hyung turned back towards Kwon Young-min, causing Dae-kyung to panic. In another scene, Jae-hyung's sister sat smoking a cigarette, commenting that people thought he was just a child who knew nothing, but she believed otherwise. She claimed to know the true nature of Lee Jae-hyung and his relationship with her husband. Back at the beach, Jae-hyung was aggressively attacking Kwon Young-min, who was desperately calling for help in his mind. Although Jae-hyung had loosened his grip, he remained stern, warning Kwon Young-min to watch his words and not speak carelessly. Although Kwon Young-min couldn't retaliate, he seemed to have prepared a plan, asking his friends if they were recording the incident. Kwon Young-min then threatened Jae-hyung, stating that a punch would cost 5 million won, demanding compensation for damages. He glared at Jae-hyung, declaring that life was a battle and one should never joke about punches, as if warning him for his earlier actions. Jae-hyung showed no concern for Kwon Young-min's threats, coldly asking if he enjoyed being beaten. He tossed his watch to one of Kwon Young-min's friends, who lit up at the sight of the expensive item. Just then, Kim Min-jae appeared behind Kwon Young-min, startling him. Kim Min-jae adjusted his glasses and calculated that if one punch was worth 5 million, then with depreciation, they could punch him 59 more times. Hearing this, Kwon Young-min froze, confused about what was happening. But reality hit him hard as Jae-hyung reminded him of the situation, swiftly sending him off into unconsciousness. Elsewhere, Jae-hyung's sister stepped out of the bath, calmly discussing Lee Dae-kyung with Shin Myung-won. She suggested that Dae-kyung was the only exception for Jae-hyung and that he seemed infatuated with her. She recounted how her husband had been the same in the past, laughing as she spoke. Shin Myung-won could only chuckle and sarcastically remark on who would dare challenge the successor. However, Jae-hyung's sister insisted they needed to deal with Dae-kyung since she was no longer essential to them. They discussed Jae-hyung's obsession and strategized the best course of action. After a lengthy conversation, she still didn't grasp the situation and asked about the identity of the mysterious woman. But Shin Myung-won admitted he wasn't sure, only that the information was well protected and inaccessible to outsiders. Jae-hyung's sister expressed her fear of him, inquiring if the drug was ready for use, to which he replied it was not yet. She lamented for her brother, and Shin Myung-won shook his head, pondering who was truly more evil. She declared her intention to handle Jae-hyung while he would deal with Dae-kyung. Though he didn't explicitly agree, he didn't refuse, merely telling her to wait. Just then, a message arrived, prompting Shin Myung-won to contemplate audacious thoughts. Meanwhile, Jo Tae-woong angrily scolded everyone for resorting to violence while they were supposed to be enjoying their time at the beach, seemingly oblivious to the situation. He grumbled about being their protector and how he would bear full responsibility if anything went wrong, along with a slew of other complaints. Noticing Kwon Young-min, Jae-hyung rolled his eyes, wanting to leave, but the others wanted to stay and play a little longer. Dae-kyung scanned the area, asking where Han Young-woon had gone. Jo Tae-woong sighed and rubbed his neck, explaining that he had gone to rest because he was carsick. Moments later, Dae-kyung decided to head ashore to look for Han Young-woon, but Jo Tae-woong quietly asked if she had noticed anything strange. They discussed the idea of searching for him, and ultimately, Dae-kyung resolved to find him. Lee Dae-kyung looked around and asked where Han Young-woon was. Jo Tae-woong sighed and rubbed his neck, explaining that he had gone to rest because he was carsick. Shortly after, Dae-kyung decided to head ashore to find Han Young-woon, but Jo Tae-woong quietly asked if she had noticed anything strange. They discussed searching for him, and ultimately, Dae-kyung resolved to find him. When Dae-kyung returned, she was surprised to see how luxurious the rented place was. As she climbed the stairs, she called out for Han Young-woon to see where he was. Upon reaching the door, she found him lying on the bed, sound asleep and unaware of his surroundings. She sat in a chair beside the bed, contemplating Han Young-woon's condition, thinking he must not be well. It felt odd to her since he was usually quite cunning. While she was lost in thought, she noticed Han Young-woon sweating profusely. She reached for a towel to wipe his forehead, but he suddenly woke up, looking at her with a frightening expression and grabbing her hand, leaving Dae-kyung stunned. When she finally spoke, Han Young-woon seemed to snap back to reality. He smiled and pulled her closer, causing her to feel confused. He laughed and asked if she had just come out of the water, remarking that she felt damp. Annoyed, Dae-kyung told him to back off. Once he had settled down, Han Young-woon sat up and teased her about having peeked at him while he was sleeping, making her regret wanting to help him. Surprised, he asked if she genuinely cared for him. Dae-kyung then questioned why he had taken a break for being carsick, knowing he was just making excuses. Han Young-woon casually began discussing his post-traumatic stress disorder, causing Dae-young to choke on her coffee. He continued talking, but Dae-kyung struggled to keep up, suspecting he might be a bit off mentally. She seriously asked why he still came here if he was feeling this way. Han Young-woon candidly replied that he came because of her. Dae-kyung sighed in exasperation, wondering how he could be so calm about it, but he shrugged it off, saying it was no big deal. This frustrated Dae-kyung, and she reminded him not to take his condition lightly. After a long silence, Han Young-woon began to share that his mother's death wasn't the only reason for his state. He recounted his mother's life, explaining how he had trained himself not to grieve her passing. Dae-kyung found this far from amusing, as Young-woon expressed regret over not being able to prevent her death. After sharing his story, Han Young-woon lay back down, smiling at Dae-kyung and asking who he resembled. Before she could answer, he continued, hoping his assumptions about his mother were wrong and wishing to see a path he had never seen before. He expressed that he had hoped for much, only to be met with disappointment. His mother's words felt like a curse to him. After pondering for a while, he told Dae-kyung that he had never been wrong and had never felt sorry for himself. He then expressed an interest in people like him. Rising to his feet, he stretched and asked if she had any questions. Of course, Dae-kyung wouldn't ask, but she inquired why he was so willing to share personal matters. He replied that her concern prompted him to reciprocate. Encouraged, Dae-kyung urged him to share more, but Han Young-woon refused her request, joking that she would have to pay for the information. This left Dae-kyung momentarily confused, likening him to a vending machine. Han Young-woon responded cheerfully, suggesting that if she wanted to hear more, she should drop a coin in him. Meanwhile, everyone else was joyfully playing on the beach, unaware of the unfolding events. Only Lee Jae-young sat alone on the shore, deep in thought as he watched them. Hwang Ji-yeon approached him, asking repeatedly why he looked so lost in thought, leaving him unsure how to respond. She then teased him about missing Lee Dae-kyung, prompting him to ask if she knew where Dae-kyung was. Hwang Ji-yeon whispered that she was worried about Han Young-woon, having returned to the villa but would come back soon. Upon hearing this, Jae-hyung turned and headed back to the villa, while Hwang Ji-yoon encouraged him to hurry before someone else got to Dae-kyung first. However, deep down, she secretly hoped to witness the love triangle unfold. Meanwhile, Dae-kyung pondered for a moment before asking Han Young-woon if he was related to President Lee. Judging by his expression, she guessed he wouldn't answer. He countered her question, asking if that was the answer she wanted to hear, but he wouldn't disclose it. An Young-woon joked, making Dae-kyung furious, stating that she shouldn't have asked if she didn't want to know. She declared she wouldn't leave until she got an answer. An Young-woon, still playful, teased her about wanting to stay with him forever, interpreting it as a confession. After a moment, he continued to joke that without a coin, she wouldn't get the information she wanted, which made Dae-kyung genuinely want to hit him. When she asked what he wanted, Han Young-woon suddenly grew serious, sensing something was off. Dae-kyung pushed him onto the bed, thinking she would take control. He called her name in confusion, but she told him to stay still, expressing her dissatisfaction with his attitude. She warned him that if he took her coin but didn't share, she would make him regret it. As their lips drew closer, Lee Jae-hyung returned to the villa, climbing the stairs and arriving at Han Young-woon's door, calling out Dae-kyung's name in confusion. The noise outside grew frantic as Lee Dae-kyung held Han Young-woon's chin, holding her breath to listen to the commotion. He urged her not to pay attention to the sounds around them and to focus on their intimate moment. As he spoke, he gently placed his hand on her chin. Dae-kyung felt tense, beads of sweat forming as she tried to resist his advances. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-hyung stood outside the door, peering into the room with a bewildered expression. As he opened the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Inside, Dae-young stood with her hands on her hips while Young-woon sat on a chair, casually smoking a cigarette. Their awkward demeanor piqued Jae-hyung's curiosity. Dae-kyung approached the door and explained that Young-woon wasn't feeling well, so they were just talking. She then asked Jae-hyung why he had unexpectedly shown up at this room. He expressed concern that it was late, and since he hadn't seen her, he came to check, worried something might have happened. Dae-kyung reassured him that she would leave immediately and asked him to wait a moment while she finished speaking with Young-woon. Just then, a hand reached out from behind her, pushing the door further closed. Young-woon smirked, teasing Dae-young that even though they had kissed, he wouldn't reveal what she wanted to know, his tone dripping with arrogance, seemingly for Jae-young to overhear. As the door shut, Jae-hyung knocked loudly, calling out Dae-kyung's name, but received only indifference from those inside. In the room, Young-woon leaned closer to Dae-kyung, whispering that their kiss felt too dry, lacking sincerity, while Jae-hyung continued to pound on the door, demanding to know what was happening inside. Young-woon locked the door, complimenting Dae-kyung on her efforts. He checked the lock to ensure it was secure and told her that he almost gave in to her earlier actions, confessing that she had captivated him to the point of losing control. Dae-kyung tried to break free from his hold, reaching for the doorknob, but Young-woon seemed uninterested in her movements. He continued to speak, claiming that seeing her sincerity made him consider sharing a truth that would surprise and intrigue her. As he spoke, he lightly traced his fingers along her arm. Amid Jae-hyung's growing frustration outside and the flirtation between Young-woon and Dae-kyung, Young-woon revealed a secret about Jae-hyung, stating that he had no connection to Sa-young group. This revelation shocked Dae-kyung, who widened her eyes and exclaimed, asking how he knew this. At that moment, Young-woon's fingers glided down her neck, stopping at her collarbone. He gestured for her to be quiet, implying he wouldn't share any more information. Looking into her eyes, he softly declared it was time to pay for the information she had just received. In a state of shock, Dae-kyung felt Young-woon lean closer, his arm wrapping around her neck as he brought his lips near the back of her head, their mouths nearly touching, creating an intimate and heated atmosphere.